And welcome to Focus Broadband TV's coverage of the Bash at the Beach Football Jamboree. I am Sam Hickman, joined by Coach Kevin Toman. You'll always be Coach Toman to me. Welcome to the broadcast, partner.
Appreciate the invite. This is Sam Hickman, actually, paying back a favor from a couple years ago. I do the broadcasting down in Columbus County, and Sam was gracious enough to come on our air during a West Brunswick South Columbus football game. Had an absolute blast. Always hoped I'd be able to repay the favor and come back and help him out. And I'm excited because, Sam, where would you rather be on a Friday night in southeastern North Carolina? We call this at our, on our broadcast, hometown nights under the Friday night lights.
Yes, that is an excellent point. And my answer to your question would be absolutely nowhere. This is where I want to be from mid-August until, late November, early December. Good to be back. Hard to believe high school football is upon us, and we will get a good look at two teams tonight from one Brunswick County team and one from Bladen County. East Bladen is going to start with the ball, and they're going to take on the South Brunswick Cougars in our first scrimmage of the night. We're almost underway. What do you put this one in perspective for us, this first matchup, Coach?
This first matchup is two contrasting styles. Robbie Priest and the East Bladen Eagles were 9-4 last year. They're a very balanced team. They are up front to the point of attack, but they use a lot of misdirection. And if South Brunswick can stay disciplined tonight, it's going to be a great contrast of styles against a balanced South Brunswick attack on the other end.
The first snap of the Bash at the Beach Jamboree is off. East Bladen, toss sweep around the right side. Good yardage across the 30, ruled down at the 35-yard line. 15 yards.
Nice job on the offensive line by East Bladen. East Bladen, if you don't get penetration to get those dive options and those pitches, it's going to be a long night. You have to disrupt the flow of that East Bladen offense. Otherwise, you're going to be spending a lot of time on your heels.
Yeah, Coach, that's an excellent point. This is not an East Bladen attack that's going to drop back and throw it 22 times a game. They want to line up under center, control the line of scrimmage, and do exactly what they did on first down with the 15-yard run from 21. It was Jaden Lewis Gary. That carry, I couldn't see the number, Coach. Yeah. I want to say it was 0, Riley Collins.
Bread and butter East Bladen counter tray. Give one. If you don't get, if you don't see it, he pulls it back, gives it to the other back. Linebackers have to stay disciplined in their holes.
Yes, a lot of misdirection, a lot of ball fakes. Oh, and this time.
And this time the Turf Monster got him.
I was about to say, Turf Monster on the tackle, the 36-yard line sniped. That was 21 again. Lewis Gary on the carry. But, right, Coach, this is what you want to do if you're South Brunswick. You want to force this heavy rushing attack into third and long situations where at least you presume that they have to throw it. But on the flip side of that coin is East Bladen very likely to still keep it on the ground.
Once again, counter tray.
And there you go. Yep. Good call by Coach there.
Going to be about fourth and short.
Lewis Gary, as they say on tell. Look, the near side referee gave him the mark on the 45. Nope. Sorry, far side referee had the spot, and Coach Toman was all over it. Look, he's in mid-season form.
I know. I'm excited because I got 7 days, and we got Swansboro at South Columbus next week, and this is an opportunity to really get to see some of these teams for their first time in game action. They've had a couple of scrimmages. Now we're going to see them first time going live, and we saw once already the Turf Monster get one, and we're going to talk a little bit about how this turf might play a factor tonight.
4th and 1, East Bladen lines up. They're going to go for it. It's a first down and then some. Lewis Gary is getting a lot of action here in the early going. It's a gain of 6 yards. He's up to about 30 rushing yards already. Ball marked down at midfield where it is 1st and 10, East Bladen.
Again, this is not a bad thing if you're South Brunswick. You're making them drive the length of the field. East Bladen, you don't want them to get chunk plays on you. You put these kids in the 2nd and long, 3rd and long, and force them to get out of their comfort zone and pass the ball. You're gonna be successful.
Yes. Also, what it does if you're South Brunswick is it's tough for any football team, but definitely a high school football team to sustain methodical drives without, committing holding penalty or a false start or putting the ball on the ground. So South Brunswick doing, about what it set out to do here in the early going.
Now, unlike last year, we've got, beautiful weather out here, but it is very hot. And these are kids getting first-time game action. I mean, they've had limited experience in game action in the scrimmages. So you're talking about kids in 93-degree weather with humidity being about 100, and probably that turf being at least 110, 115. And long, sustained drives are not a bad thing.
No, there will be frequent substitutions throughout the night. I mean, even the late games tonight, Coach. It is a steamy Friday night in southeastern North Carolina. Man, there you go again.
Backside counter with that turf monster again.
That's right. This time it was Riley Collins, number 0, on the carry for East Bladen. Third and we'll call it 6. Ball is marked at the 46-yard line. The line to gain is the 40. Already 3.5 minutes into this drive, 0-0.
Now, here's the interesting thing. You would think this is a passing down for East Bladen, but East Bladen traditionally will run this and take 2 plays to maybe get that fourth down, get that first down.
4-down territory, so to speak.
I think everything's 4-down territory in high school football anymore.
Yeah, that's right. And when special teams aren't live and the result doesn't necessarily matter, quote unquote, a lot easier to make those 4th-down decisions. It almost got Lewis Gary again, but this time he kept his feet and was able to pick up a couple of yards. Here's a 4th and 4 and a good opportunity.
Gary making a lot out of nothing on that play. Great defensive penetration by the linebackers and interior line of South Brunswick. They stopped that before it started, and really it forced Gary to, I mean, he was hopping just to get the 2-3 yards he got.
Yeah, that took some good work in the backfield just to pick up the 2 yards. South Brunswick had that well defended. It'll be interesting to see if East Bladen uses this opportunity to try to draw South Brunswick offside and get a freebie. But we'll see if that South Brunswick defensive line stays disciplined and makes East Bladen earn it the hard way. Timeout
called. Very, astute observation in that. You want to see these kids are going to not make those mental errors. Talking to Russell Dove, former South Columbus coach, and he said one of the things you want to, your kids are going to make some physical mistakes. That's coachable. But you don't want them making mental mistakes. You don't want them making hustle mistakes in the Jamboree. And he said one of the things that, every team is looking for right now, 1, stay healthy.
Yes.
You want to get through to next Friday, hitting on all cylinders, ready to go. Second thing you want to do is you want to find your identity. The programs have a usual identity of, East Bladen, heavy run. The great mix of South Brunswick last year, and, they were a 2-headed monster, and you really kind of figure out how to defend them. So what is the identity of East Bladen right now? What is the identity of South Brunswick? And those identities are forged on the offensive and defensive lines, and this kind of play is one of those where you establish those kind of things.
Yes, very good point. And I think back in southeastern North Carolina, in my lifetime, you think about the Joey Price South Columbus teams. You think about Coach Price's teams at Wallace Rose Hill. He came to mind. You knew what? Physical, wing tee, run the football, lean on that offensive line, and then there were going to be tough, hard-nosed defenses.
You've obviously been looking at my game notes because we got Jake Pomble coming back for South Columbus right now, and, got typical Black Hat football coming back, so it's back to the future in the second game today.
And then J.P. Price, Joey's son, of course, the head coach of Whiteville, the Wolfpack. 4th and 4, tall sweep out to the right. South Brunswick defends that well over on the left side of the defensive line. They stop Lewis Gary for no gain, and it's a turnover on downs. A good drive, 5 minutes on the dot, covered about, Coach? About 35 yards, but ultimately South Brunswick defense gets a stop.
South Brunswick defense up to the task. Outside linebacker and defensive end stayed home and pushed that thing back in where they had help, got able to get the turnover on downs, and we're going to see the South Brunswick offense on the field for the first time. Now, South Brunswick, came on last year, ended up the season 7-4 under coach Daniel Liao, and very balanced team last year. They did have some seniors leave, but let's see if they can get balanced production.
So Lewis, who was carrying the ball for East Bladen, rushed for 1,500 yards last year. Tough kid, tough runner, a hard one to bring down. So there's our first pass of the Jamboree. He's got a man. 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, South Brunswick. A beautiful throw and catch. So one team had a 5-minute drive, came away with no points. Another team had a 9-second drive, and they're at least going to get 6 here after that beautiful touchdown pass.
Stop and go. He gets behind the cornerback and just, nice, laid it over the top, and you could not draw it up any better than that. And
that's Edward Young, the receiver, who caught that 55-yard touchdown, by the way. Sorry, Coach.
No problem. I mean, like I said, you couldn't draw it up any better, and something not typically seen in the conference that East Bladen plays in. East Bladen plays in a primarily run-heavy conference where you'll see maybe 5-6 passes a game.
There's an extra point. A note for our viewers, folks. Special teams are not live, meaning they'll snap it, hold it, and kick it, but there's no blocking, nobody trying to block the extra point. And tell our viewers why that is in these early season
That is a
scrimmages.
complete safety issue. You have more injuries per capita on special teams, kickoffs, punt returns, kick returns, and those kind of things. And the primary focus of this Jamboree is to get these kids healthy. Now, as a purist like me, I hate it because I come next week, I'll see the Swansboro-South Columbus game, and special teams will become a primary focus because those plays haven't been practiced live before. But it is in the interest of safety, and as much as we'd love to see some extra points, some kicks, and some punts, and some excitement, it's probably in the best interest of these kids that they get that practice activity of snap, hold, kick, and we move on. We get this thing going.
Coach, as someone who kicked and punted in a Jamboree, of course it was at Legion Stadium then in Wilmington, the old BB&T football Jamboree, kicking field goal or extra point and punting with no rushers and no activity. It's the weirdest sensation that you can imagine. It was just so odd. I remember the first time I punted in the Jamboree, I held on to it for entirely too long. I came off the sideline, and Jimmy Fletcher was the athletic director, then the head football coach at West Brunswick. He said, "You understand if you take that long next week, it's going to get blocked, right?" I said, "Yes, sir. Noted." But the extra point was good after the ball would snap and getting it on the tee. So officially 7-0, South Brunswick strikes early, and Coach Tobin, Edward Young, played a lot last year as an underclassman. He is going to catch a lot of touchdowns before his time and career is over at South Brunswick.
And having that two-headed monster in the conference that South Brunswick is in is going to be a big factor this year. You can't just key on the run. You just can't key on the pass. And one of the questions we had coming in was who was going to step in and keep that balance for South Brunswick. South Brunswick lost a lot to graduation, and seeing where that productivity is going to come from is going to be one of those things we got to look at this year. Here's the next thing we need to look at. South Brunswick's defense has been on the field all but one play of this Jamboree. And they're coming out quickly after, giving up that long touchdown. Let's see what kind of legs the South Brunswick defense has.
Yeah, maybe a good opportunity for East Bladen to lean on that vaunted run game and see if they could wear down this South Brunswick defense. And for our viewers who did play sports or competed in any form or fashion, you can go through all the summer conditioning and the workouts you want, but that game feeling, that adrenaline, and that being in game shape is a totally different animal, right?
Absolutely, but you're also talking, this is August. By the time you've got to late season games, you've had 2 or 3 months of conditioning. These kids started late July, early August in, this kind of weather, and do you have your game legs underneath you, especially considering you've got to play again 7 days, under the lights when the scores really count.
Yes, and of course you'll see a lot of the South Columbus Stallions, who we'll see later tonight at the Jamboree. A quick shout out. We'll talk more about these fine folks and businesses as the night wears on. But none of what we're doing tonight possible without the contributions, of course, of Focus Broadband, Farm Bureau, Insurance, Novant Health, Truist, and last but certainly not least, Capital Chevrolet of Charlotte. all the things they do for our community and their young people. It is recognized and very much appreciated as Jaden Lewis is bottled up. Maybe got a half-yard, Coach, but the South Brunswick defense swarming these last few snaps.
Left side defensive tackle has figured out he can stand up and dip inside on that offensive guard. In the last couple of plays, you see that guard standing up. Your defensive tackle's getting into him, dip and rip, as they're taught, and he's right in the backfield, almost taking the handoff.
Yeah, you know what my dad always said about that line play is low man wins. All about leverage, and, you know, I remember it's not as common now, but it was nothing to have a 170-pound offensive lineman back in the, mid-'90s, and could more than hold their own because of leverage and staying low and doing all those things and the techniques that you just described as that time East Bladen bottled up in the backfield. It was Jackson Hare on the carry, and he was brought down by a host of Cougar tacklers.
When you're watching this back over the weekend, get a chance, take a look at the offensive line play right now. Got a lot of jerseys standing up. I see a lot of white standing up, and I see a lot of penetration on the blue, on the dark blue right now, and it's really hurting East Bladen.
3rd and 10 from their own 20-yard line. East Bladen rolls out to the right. Got a man down the middle of the field. It's Jaden Lewis. Did he come down with that?
Jaden Lewis comes down with it. What a catch.
26 yards out to the 46-yard line. And I tell you what, these teams' passing offenses have been quite efficient. We got 2 passes
already
attempted, 2 passes completed, 1 for a 56-yard touchdown.
Jaden Lewis gets deep into the defensive backfield, 1-on-3, high points the ball. Nobody turns around and looks for it from East Bladen and comes down with a reception of 26 yards.
That's quarterback Zamarion Pope, who hit Jaden Lewis on that post route down the middle of the field. 1st and 10, a give to Jackson Hare, the fullback. Decent gain there. We'll call it 2 yards out to the 48, where it will set up a 2nd and 8.
This is the defensive strategy for South Brunswick against East Bladen, and it makes common sense. If you're looking, they're starting off, it looks like they're like a 5-4, but they're really creeping up into a 6-2. And if you watch those linebackers creep up, and they're just diving gaps the minute the snap goes off, it's creating all kinds of havoc for East Bladen.
As we have, it's been well established on our broadcast, and really any football game you watch anywhere, you don't hear their names a lot, but so much of an offense's success is predicated on the play of the offensive line. And so far, it's the South Brunswick defensive line that has controlled the line of scrimmage. And there's another example of that.
That's the inside linebacker.
Yep, Collins brought down by, I didn't get a number.
Brian Cluis.
Wyatt Cluis. Yep, great
Cluis
player.
Playing a great middle linebacker. You see him creeping up at the start of the play. He's just picking a gap and going. And nobody's picking him up for East Bladen.
Yeah, and, Coach, he started at strong safety as a 9th grader for South Brunswick, and now back on the gridiron and a difference maker for that Cougar defense.
And I'll tell you, those couple of years' experience, he's developed those instincts that you just, don't get naturally. You can't teach that. Third and about 12.
Yeah, another 3rd and long for East Bladen. This time 3rd and 12. Zamarion Pope rolls out. He hits his man very close to the first down marker. That's Braylon Johnson. I thought that Pope overthrew the guy on the drag route.
I don't know if that was drawn off that way, but you had 2 men in the area.
Yeah, he overthrew one of them and then hit Braylon Johnson. But it looks like that gain will be negated. Maybe a hold or illegal man down the field. It is a holding penalty.
And that's the thing. If you're not used to passing and your quarterback rolls to the right and you see he's about to get touched, it's just natural sometimes, just instinct to reach out and grab that jersey and kind of turn him around.
So instead of a 4th and 1 out from the 45-yard line, we're looking at about a 3rd and 22 from back at the East Bladen 34-yard line. with
and again,
3 minutes
unfamiliar
left.
down and distance for East Bladen. You're forcing the team whose natural inclination is to run the football to do something out of their element.
3rd and 22. Zamarion Pope drops back, just throws that one up into single coverage. And
just a little bit of face guarding, he'll get called for pass interference.
Yep, it is incomplete. The pass was attempted or in the area of receiver Riley Collins, but the South Brunswick defender never turned around and found the ball and committed a defensive pass interference penalty.
And once 4th and 22 comes about, maybe 4th and 7. Remember, this is not high school football. You don't get the point of the flag.
Yep.
So
no automatic first down. You mark off the 15, and at least it's a manageable 3rd down situation now. 3rd and 7.
Not a lot of plays for 3rd and 22. You do have a lot of plays for 3rd and 7. Now you can think about maybe 2-down territory.
Yes, make no mistake, and this is the case with a lot of these teams you'll see tonight, folks. This is not college football or the NFL where it's almost an automatic, passing down. A lot of these teams will keep the ball on the ground in these situations and do it effectively. Zamarion Pope rolls out to his right, trying to evade the pressure, and he is brought down, sacked there for about a loss of 8 yards. I believe that South Brunswick's number 0, Nate Early, on the sack, and that will not be the last time you hear his name called tonight or this season. One of the leading tacklers for this South Brunswick varsity football team had an older brother who graduated a couple years ago, and, man, between the two of them, they're going to rack up about 1,000 tackles combined in there.
I'll tell you, conventional wisdom right now says if this were the regular season, if this was next Friday night, you'd be punting this ball, trying to force South Brunswick to play it deep. But, Jamboree, let's see what you got on a 4th down, 4th and about 14. And what do you have? Pro set? Right backer creeping?
Pope throws it up to Riley Collins again.
And he
called
catches it!
Called it on the deflection, and he's going to score a 58-yard touchdown from Zamarion Pope to Riley Collins. And, Coach, that one looked like it might be caught, then intercepted, then incomplete, and ultimately it's a 58-yard touchdown. What a play.
That's one of those plays you're going to see a lot if you're on WWA. That's play of the week material. Heads-up play. Keeps his head together, gets the deflection, tips it one time to himself, finds out he's already behind the defense, and takes off to the end zone. Touchdown, East Bladen.
And a couple plays ago, Coach, South Brunswick corner Nathaniel Dunning got the pass interference penalty. That time, it was pretty good coverage. He turned around, he found the ball. It was contested. Collins made a great play on the ball to kind of tip it to himself, and that takes a great deal of focus and concentration to come down with that grab.
And that's what we talked about as far as, things you're going to see on tape, correctable errors that you're going to say, okay, we need to work on this, come Monday when we get in the film room. Let's see what happened on both of those plays.
So East Bladen going to try for a 2-point attempt, and that is a great play. The receiver was there and had a hand on it. I am trying to get my eyes on the number. That was number 5, Tyler Johnson, another youngster.
Interesting thing, and I had this conversation with a couple coaches this week, and we said you're not going to see what you're going to see in the regular season. Most coaches are very reticent to put a lot of their, stuff on their bread and butter on tape because, people are going to look at this and say, okay, what are they going to run? So congrats to East Bladen for saying, you know what, we're run heavy anyway, so let's use this to work on our pass. And I see more passes from East Bladen tonight than I saw all last season. Okay, last time one play and done for South Brunswick. Let's see what they got now.
Yep, South Brunswick leads 7-6 after that nice play defending the 2-point try for East Bladen. So now we see South Brunswick on the ground for the first time. A nice gain on first down. It was number 20, Amarius Revels, and a lot of names I recognize from the last couple years. And I remember Jake Holmes and I having several conversations about South Brunswick offensively, going to take their lumps when those kids were young, between Revels and Johnson and Edward Young. And now you see him a little bit older, a little bit stronger, bigger, and they're making some plays.
A lot more cushion this time on the pass. Picks up the first down.
Yep.
The thing I like about the backs that I've seen in these last two plays for South Brunswick is they're finishing off runs, they're finishing off catches, and they're delivering that blow instead of just taking the tackle. And they're picking up an extra yard here, extra yard there. Doesn't mean a lot now, but in big situations, that's going to be extremely important.
And Coach Toman, the signal caller for South Brunswick, number 11, Caleb Granger. That's Caleb. Sounds like Caleb, but it's Caleb. Kaelum. Middle screen for South Brunswick, and for the third time tonight, the turf trips up a player. This time it was Revels on the middle screen, but wanted to give Mr. Granger his flowers.
Impressive getting that off under a lot
Yes.
of heat as a quarterback, and how he threaded that between the East Bladen defenders, I don't know. Still, I mean, he took what was essentially an 8-yard loss and made it into maybe a 1-yard loss, and, still down a distance favorable for South Brunswick.
So 2nd and 11, ball is marked at the 32-yard line of the Cougars. And
that's the end of the first quarter.
Cougars are not going to get this snap off before the quarter comes to an end. We will take a short break. 12 minutes of game action left between South Brunswick and East Bladen, with the Cougars leading the Eagles by 1. And we're back at the Bash at the Beach Jamboree, first scrimmage of the night featuring South Brunswick. They have the ball and are moving right to left on your screen in the navy tops, navy pants, and Carolina blue lids. East Bladen, the opponent, in their all-white jerseys and pants and the royal blue, but this time it's the Cougars, and Revels right through the teeth of the defense, pulls over a defender, marked down at the 49-yard line, a gain of 17 yards and a South Brunswick first down.
You couldn't have gotten a better picture if we tightened up on that of what I talked about, finishing off runs.
Man,
You don't get hit and go down. I mean, Rebels, taking the contact and driving that thing for another 2 yards with that defender on his tail.
Yeah, Revels was seeking out that contact. He initiated that, just lowered his shoulder and finished that run very strong. They're going to go back to the well again. He got another one, Coach Toman. He is running mean.
I love that. I love that idea. Running mean,
man.
If you see a running back running mean, that kid's probably got about 1,000 yards by the end of the season.
I was going to say, Coach, I want our viewers to know I say that in the most complimentary way possible. But, man, just you said it beautifully. Yeah. Finishing runs. And, boy, is Revels finishing these runs with running with a purpose.
I'm going to tell you what I'm noticing right now on the defense of East Bladen. A lot of hands-on hips, a lot of hands-on pads. And you can tell they've been out there a while. They're starting to get tired with this heat. And a lot of standing up going on.
Yeah, South Brunswick is this is one of those. I'm going to run this until the defense shows me they can stop it. And these last three have gained what, Coach? Probably about 45 yards combined?
I mean, and this is what we're talking about. Early season conditioning will play a factor in these September or late August, early September ball games. These kids have played, structured scrimmages with limited game situation, and now they've been on the field 10, 12, 15 minutes at a time, and these hard runs will wear you down.
Granger down the middle of the field, picked off. This one toward Edward Young was the intended receiver, and the defensive back for East Bladen jumped the route. That's Prince McCoy with the interception.
The Prince looked like a king there, stepped in front. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame, it's going to be shame on you.
Fresh Prince of Elizabethtown, apparently. Nice interception. And, Coach, I think that time Granger had his eyes on Edward Young from the minute that ball was snapped, and I believe Prince just read that from the get-go and jumped right in front.
Sometimes you can outthink yourself. You've been pounding it, and you try to hit that home run ball, and it comes back to bite you.
Yeah, one of those as a coach, you say, man, I'd like to have that one back. I would just hand it to Rebels again, right?
Exactly. Sometimes you want to stay with what brought you to the dance. I mean, early season, you really don't want to run that kid into the ground, but, why quit what was working? Running backs, linebackers creeping up again.
Got a flag on the play. South Brunswick indicating that it is going to be a false start penalty against the Eagles. Coach, and something I should have mentioned earlier, here's another common theme that you will likely see tonight. Penalties, especially pre-snap, false start, alignment issues, just something that you're going to see in these early season scrimmages as teams find their way.
Again, we talked about, coachable errors are great. Mental mistakes and hustle mistakes drive coaches nuts.
East Bladen going to keep it on the ground. It's Riley Collins. I think he fought his way across the 20 to the 21-yard line. Gain of about 7 yards, and we'll set up a 2nd and 8 from the 21.
Bread and butter East Bladen. Fake to the dive back, come by the backside counter with the other back coming the other way. It'll take it off tackle, and it'll usually pick up throughout 3 or 4 yards unless you get the penetration.
So, Coach Tolman, you are regularly doing South Columbus games, as I understand. Did you have either one of these two teams at all last year? Did you see East Bladen?
I saw them both.
Saw them both.
We actually do all Columbus County schools will do a different game. Now, South Columbus is sponsoring us this year, so we're probably going to do a few more of those. But we get to see all 3 Columbus County schools.
Yeah, really good run there. Another example of finishing a run. Yeah. That one could have been a 2-yard gain. Instead, it was 5 or 6.
Tough runs don't look good on a stat sheet, but, in the first quarter and the second quarter, they're going to be 2-yard runs. Those tough runs will be 6, 7, 8-yard runs when kids get fatigued in the third and fourth quarter. I think the other thing you got to worry about is with conditioning, if we start seeing some of these kids start cramping up, with this heat and this humidity. We talked about that field turf being about maybe 110, 115 degrees. Offset eye by East Bladen. Backside counter. Picks up 1 or 2 yards. Gets the first down, moves the chains, where it'll be first down, East Bladen.
So the Eagles keep it on the ground and pick up enough for the first down. East Bladen trailing 7-6, 8.5 minutes left in this scrimmage. And a reminder to our viewers, it will be 2 12-minute quarters. So each scrimmage will feature a half of football. Normally, of course, there are 4 12-minute quarters in a high school football game. Tonight, each team will get a half.
If I can give you an analogy for you folks at home, this is the 3rd preseason game if you're watching the NFL. When we used to have 4 preseason games. This is the dress rehearsal night before next Friday night when the lights come on.
That is a really good analogy, and if I'm not mistaken, Coach Tobin, the NFL plays 4, but the starters will usually sit that
Actually,
one, or are they playing only 3 now?
About started 2-3 years ago.
That's
they only
right.
played 3 preseason games. Now,
That's right.
Carolina will actually have had a 4th preseason game this year because they played the Hall of Fame
game
last week.
Yep, good call. Very good call.
Great game, by the way. The backup quarterback really surprised me.
I tell you,
I mean,
loved
he's got a
watching
thigh
him.
injury, but
Loved watching him at Georgia Tech. Haynes King.
Haynes King, if he can get himself healthy, he had a little, thigh bruisers, and a hamstring injury last week. Came in, won it at the end.
So we've got 2nd and 16.
Quarterback
balls
sack on the last play.
Yeah.
Drop back, and a lot of folks are standing with hands on hips right now.
Riley Collins has got a lot of running room. One man to beat. And a great open field tackle over there.
Now,
Tyler Johnson made a touchdown saving tackle right there.
I can tell you what it looked like was Collins was running at full speed, and everybody else was running at half speed.
Yeah, that's what it looked like.
I mean, because what I saw is a lot of people turn and watch. And that comes from not having game reps and game situation. And if not for maybe an extra block here or two, he might have gone all the way. And you can tell that right now the South Brunswick defense is getting a little gassed. And right now, I mean, this is the time to stand up. It's time to play a little Cougar defense and really, put a stop to this.
So a 19-yard run on 2nd and 16 and another first down for the Eagles. This time it's Zamarion Pope trying to get away from the pressure. Oh, just flings it up, but didn't quite get it to the sideline. Then it's batted into the air and eventually falls incomplete. East Bladen, even on the incomplete pass, receiver number 12, Lakota Schmally, made a nice play to get in there, and it kind of turned into a defender and just kind of batted it away to make sure it was not intercepted.
Also, big play on the other end, by that defensive end staying home, able to string it out and take him all the way almost to the sideline and force an awkward throw by the quarterback.
Coach, how often do we see that backside defensive end crash down the line of scrimmage and that quarterback comes out on the boot and there's nobody there?
Every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday you'll see that. Kids don't stay home, and you'll see these quarterbacks aren't pocket passers anymore. They're dual threats. They like to roll out, and a lot of them like to run. I.e. Lamar Jackson, and some of those folks. If you give them an inch, they'll take a mile.
Yeah, so my 10-year-old son, Hug, plays youth football, and last year on another team, I think a team scored 9 touchdowns in about 5 games. And all 9 touchdowns were on some form of bootleg. Whether it was quarterback would boot and keep it or have a wide open receiver, out in the flat. But all 9 of their season touchdowns came on a boot that looked a lot like that play right there, except South Brunswick defended it quite well.
I've always said that kids at this age, you have 2 things going on. You can either think or you can act. And if you think and somebody's acting, you're usually going the other way for 6.
Yes.
So what happened is you have your best athlete as a quarterback, and when he decides to pull that thing down, and he's able to make the decision whether he wants to throw or run, he has the advantage. Credit the defensive end staying home, forcing him into the awkward pass, and he had nowhere to go but try to throw that thing near out of bounds.
Yeah, and Pope did a nice job of staying on his feet long enough to get that throw away. Of course, he was under so much pressure he couldn't
took a heck of a lift too.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he's under so much pressure that the ball didn't quite get far enough, and you want to throw it away and get it in the front row, if you will. But it could have been a 15-yard loss very easily. So 2nd and 10, a heck of a lot better than 2nd and 25.
Good defense means, you making putting the kids in uncomfortable situations, and what could have gone from bad to worse for South Brunswick, heads up play, and he'll learn to throw that thing 30 yards out of bounds by the time we get to next week.
Yep, that is an
sometimes it's better to live
point.
to play again another day.
That's right. So much of this in youth sports and high school football included is damage control, minimizing, the catastrophes, if you will. So a little rundown what we've got here for you tonight. A team that Coach Toman is very familiar with, the South Columbus Stallions, are going to take on Latta High School. Latta from South Carolina, also the alma mater of former North Carolina Tar Heel basketball player Raymond Felton. He was a Latta High School graduate. So South Columbus will take on Latta, and I'm really excited to see South Columbus under Fonville
Jake
again.
Fonville. Well, backside counter in the first place, stopped at the line of scrimmage.
Ooh, Riley Collins. Man, him and Lewis are going to be tough back there in that backfield.
That's going to be a dynamite backfield to watch.
Yes.
Yeah, getting back to that South Columbus team, our theme for the night is Back to the Future. Jay and I have been around a long, long, long time, and we can tell you that there's a lot of connections between West Brunswick, South Columbus, and, you said that, there's even back to the way when your dad was coaching here. Jake Fonville, I believe, was on one of those teams against your dad.
Yeah, Jake and his brother, later Jeremy, was the quarterback of what I thought was Coach Price's best South Columbus team. I mean, and my dad would tell you the same thing if he were here with me right now. Dad had some darn good West Brunswick teams that got overmatched a couple Friday nights in Tabor City against
we
Coach
got an East Bladen
Price's
quick
South
timeout.
Columbus.
But, looking forward to that. The only thing I know, we got East, we got South Columbus, who I know very well, covered the Columbus County schools. But Latta, the only thing I know about Latta was they used to play, in the game against Radio and his crew, so I saw that in a movie once, and that's about all I know about Latta.
If y'all are familiar with the movie Radio, based on South Carolina high school football, Radio from around Anderson, South Carolina, which is where my middle brother coaches. D2 college football, Anderson University. So really, Latta from a very rural area. It's a small South Carolina high school, as indicated by the numbers over there. They're warming up across the field on the practice field. And Coach, I don't see more. It can't be more than 25 unless.
But don't let numbers fool you, because some of these small town teams.
Oh man, they got athletes. They got athletes.
Yeah, they grow up playing ball.
Yep.
Yeah, and those good Rob Owen young.
What else are you going to do in Latta or Charlotte or a place like that?
I hear they got some pretty good baseball teams too.
Yeah, there we go. We got a lot of good action for you tonight. But first things first, East Bladen trying to take the lead in this one. Oh, that pass deflected up in the air and very nearly intercepted by South Brunswick. It's also the second-string quarterback is in the game for East Bladen. That was not Zamarion Pope who attempted that pass. I am trying hard to get a number.
Now,
for
one of
you
these
folks.
things we haven't talked about yet is substitutions in these games. You want your starters to play, get a little bit of game action, but you also want to see who are these kids that if somebody gets dinged, game 1, game 2, game 3, they're going to have to step in and play quality downs for you. Make sure your starters stay healthy. But let's see who some of these situational kids are that need to come in and get a play, 2, 3 plays here, and see what they do.
Like this backup quarterback, Ryan Priest, who I
believe is related to Robbie Priest, the head coach.
Yep. Priest lost that one up toward the sideline. A jump ball intended for I believe that was intended for Zamarion Pone, who had been playing quarterback, almost made a remarkable catch. But
here's the thing you didn't look at it, though. He was throwing right into the sun, so trying to spot that thing at a high point, you're getting a heck of a glare. I mean, he's throwing a nice ball. He's got a little bit of air underneath it. But, again, being a 2 playing against a 1 sometimes, you kind of need to – see if you can, direct that a little more and take a little bit of the air out of it. It was a stop-and-go fade that got caught.
Sorry, it was Riley Collins was the intended receiver. I thought I saw a number I didn't. It was number 0, Riley Collins, the intended receiver on that pass from Priest. But it falls incomplete. Turnover on downs, and South Brunswick takes over. Excellent field position. 1st and 10 at the East Bladen 45. And
Late flag on the
Revels-
play.
Yeah, Revels brought down. It's in that neighborhood of holding as a defender was being tackled to the ground. I think this is going to be a holding penalty against. No, face mask on the defense.
That's one thing. You see the running back coming to the side of you, and your instinct is to reach up and try and grab jersey, and sometimes you end up with face mask instead.
Yes, you got to mark off from the end of the run. No one spotted the ball when Revels was tackled. Now they've got it. So he was ruled down at the 42. I believe this will end up around the 27-yard line, and that's exactly where they're putting it down. East Bladen personal foul face mask penalty sets the Cougars up with a 1st and 10. They're knocking on the door of the red zone, clinging to a 7-6 lead over East Bladen right now. Revels again got a gaping hole over there. A nice play by the East Bladen defender. That was Jaden Lewis on the tackle, but not before Revels picked up 3 yards to set up a 2nd and 7.
The thing you gotta like about the way Revels runs, Revels doesn't run straight up and down. He's got his shoulders leaning forward, which means he's initiating contact with the tackler, and even if he's brought down, he's taking them forward for about 2 or 3 yards as opposed to accepting contact and getting knocked backward.
2nd and 7, shotgun snap, and another give to Revels. He's got a lot of running room, still on his feet, ruled down at the 11-yard line, a gain of 16 yards, a South Brunswick first down. And I'll tell you this, I will be shocked if South Brunswick does anything here except keep it on the ground.
Yeah, the last time they
Rebels.
did that, they had 2, 3, real hard Rebels runs in a row, almost outsmarted themselves, pass themselves into an interception. I think you're exactly right. If I'm, the coach down there, I'm going ahead and I'm running this ball with Rebels. I'm taking it into the end zone.
Yeah, Rebels been really impressive in even though a short scrimmage, a limited work, because South Brunswick hasn't had the ball much. They had a scoring drive of 1 play. So East Bladen has run more offensive plays, but Revels in probably about 8 to 10 carries has really chewed up some yardage for the Cougars.
Fake.
Oh, this time. East
Diagnosed.
Bladen all
Very
over
well.
it.
Deep penetration by the entire defensive line from East Bladen. Credit those young men, playing hard.
Man, Javari Riggins, the defensive tackle, 64, was he almost
He almost took the handoff.
Yeah, I was about to say he hit him right about the time that Revels was getting the handoff.
Yeah. And that's the thing you do against this, South Brunswick attack. You make them, one-dimensional. You get penetration. You force them out of their comfort zone, and they're at a loss.
2nd and 13. Oh, threw it right to him. Another pass attempt. Intercepted.
And we outsmarted ourselves because we said, keep it to Rebels. And one, tackle for loss, try to throw it again. That's the 2nd interception in the red zone.
Yeah, and that one really telegraphed. Tried to get it over that defender who had sunk down into the flat. Didn't get it high enough, and he just reached up there and plucked it. I just didn't get a number on that interception. I believe it was 0 Riley Collins or 4 Prince McCoy again. Sorry, folks, I just didn't get a number after he picked the
We're in
picked the pass
preseason
off.
form ourselves. It'll be all right.
Yeah, and these eyes aren't quite what they were 10 years ago, so I did get a good
Well,
look.
when you're 50s like me, I've got to wear the really, really heavy bifocals now.
Hey, whatever gets the job done, right?
Exactly. That's why I have the HD binoculars for regular season games. Deep in their own territory is East Bladen.
It was a really good fake by Pone. I thought he still had it coming around on the keeper, but he did hand it off to Riley Collins, who was brought down. Loss of
There's
a
an old
yard
school,
or two.
Yeah, there's an old school of thought. Whether he has the ball or not, go ahead and tackle him anyway.
Yep, that's right. Like I tell the young kids in youth football, if you're unsure or just have no idea what to do, find another jersey, another color jersey, and hit them.
There you go.
Yep. Within the parameters of the
game,
rules, of
oh,
course.
2nd and 12 for East Bladen, deep in their own territory. Not a lot of options. And
it's a tough
and what's happening is South Brunswick has moved up that line of scrimmage. They're creeping those linebackers, and it's creating all kinds of havoc for that offensive line.
Collins again met it at the line of scrimmage. That's a tackle for loss. And, man, those Carolina blue numbers on the Navy jerseys are tough to see.
Wait till next game I think South's going to wear their black jersey, and they've had black numbers last year with black jersey with silver numbers. Now, back on that last play, backside defensive end created all kinds of havoc. The tackle in the end came out to get him. They had a gaping hole for the defensive tackle, and it was all over but the crying.
That was Daniel Crossman who made that stop in the backfield. So a loss of 2 followed by a loss of 4. The game clock all the way down to 127, Coach Toman. So a big set of downs here, 3rd and 16 with this scrimmage coming near a close. Pone drops back. He floats it up. Fortunately, it was just out of the reach of Tyler Johnson, number 5, who made a break on the ball, couldn't quite get there. What it does, though, Coach, is it stops the clock at 1:14 and backed up way back at your own 8 or 9 yard line.
And you don't have a lot of plays for 4th and 16 in your own end.
No, and I know it is a preseason scrimmage.
Yeah.
I assume that he kicked this one away.
As a former punter, I know you did not relish this opportunity. 4th down, you'd probably be, let's see, if the ball's being snapped at the 7, you'd be standing in the middle of your own end zone.
Yeah, generally about 14 yards. You wanted to be behind the long snapper when you're punting. So right about the -7 mark, from the goal line.
And that back line is not your friend.
No, and those
and we do get a timeout called by East Bladen.
And those defenders seem to get there quicker when you're backed up. The closer you are to your own goal line, it feels like those defenders get there faster.
And I'll tell you, the mechanics of that are really, please tell us how having to speed up your mechanics will really mess with you.
Yes, and we'll see that throughout the night tonight. A great, great slate of action. Right now, East Bladen, South Brunswick. South Brunswick leading by 1 with a minute left. Next, we have the South Columbus Stallions against Latta High School from South Carolina. 7 p.m., a really good a game with Whiteville taking on North Brunswick. 8 o'clock, we've got Southwest Onslow taking on the Pirates of Topsail. And then the nightcap, your host, West Brunswick Trojans, taking on Northside-Jacksonville, who's coming off a great year in 2025.
You got West Brunswick, who really looks like they're going to take the next step this year. They got a lot coming back. And that Northside-Jacksonville team is always tough, always looking to go deep in the playoffs. And you're talking about a nightcap, but that's one of those save the best for last because those two teams are going to knock heads, and that should be an exciting matchup.
Yeah, there a lot of folks had the West Northside game and that Whiteville North Brunswick game circled, on the Jamboree slate of 5 games. I mean, you're talking about North Brunswick and Whiteville. You'd be hard-pressed to find 2 programs in southeastern North Carolina that have had more success than those 2 here in the last, we'll call it, 5 to 7 years.
Those teams don't rebuild, they reload, and excited to see who the new ones are coming out. One of the exciting things about this Jamboree is you're going to find a kid like Rebels who's going to start standing out and really showing up. And these kids are going to show up on tape tonight, and you're going to see them for the first time here live.
Yeah, make other coaches go, whoa, who's that kid? 4th and 16, East Bladen leaves the offense on the field. It's up for grabs. And South Brunswick doesn't recognize it right now, but probably better off that they did drop that interception. Of course, in theory, you could pick it off and run it back, but if you catch that and slip down, you got the ball at your own 40 instead of the 8-yard line, which is where they'll take over now with a minute 7 seconds left.
Okay, I'm going to sandbag you here. What do you do? A minute 7 to go here in the Jamboree, and you're at the 7-yard line of your opposition through a turnover on downs. I mean, what do you do?
I believe I'm going to
try to invest in trying to make a score, or do you just kind of call it a day?
Yeah, I'm going to put it in the gut of number 20, and if Revel scores, then he
Rebels
scores.
Flowers?
Yeah, I think you want as many snaps and reps as you can get. So that's how I would handle it. We'll see what South Brunswick does. They are going to go to Revels. He is going to score. So now it is 13-6 with a minute 2 seconds
And
left.
You know what? I like seeing Rebels get his flowers on that. Seeing as how he most of the way up and down the field, he was just laying kids down with hard runs, get him a chance to get him his touchdown. I think he's earned it tonight.
Coach, that was backup quarterback of the last 2 series for South Brunswick. Backup quarterback number 6, Caleb Markle, was taking the snaps for the Cougars. So I'm sure he's happy to see that drive, one play of 8 yards, in with a touchdown. Kick is up, and the kick is good. That is number 18, Camden Van Horn, who will handle the place kicking duties this season for the Cougars. So 14-6, Coach, with a minute 2 left in the opening scrimmage of the night.
Okay, I'll tell you something. Whether you're on the tall side or the short side of the scoreboard, things I've liked that I've seen. One, limited penalties. These kids are first-time game situation and in a really good heat going on. Not a lot of penalties. Correctable mistakes have been made, and you haven't seen a lot of weirdness. You haven't seen a lot of fumbles, a lot of fumble snaps and those kind of things. The mechanics are there, so both teams, can really feel good about this scrimmage. Whether you won, I guess technically won the scrimmage or didn't, because these two teams look like they're prepared for the regular season. Look like they're going to have a good regular season.
Yes, agreed on all counts, Coach. And another point that I would mention is, and as you said earlier, if you get on that bus with everybody healthy, then you will leave here. You can deal with anything else. You just don't want to see injuries to your core pieces. East Bladen wide receiver screen out there for a pickup of 4 yards. It was Riley Collins on the reception. He was brought down after a gain of 4. Be 2nd and 6, and East Bladen getting a little practice with Priest at the helm in their 2-minute offense. Wide receiver wasn't set, I don't believe. Man, he drops it.
Yeah, and that's the thing that is going to show up on the tape that's going to drive Coach Priest nuts. You've got everybody set up for the hurry up offense, and your 2 receivers here on the outside are just taking their sweet time, and that will drive you crazy as a coach. They'll take that dark hair we got and make it silver white very, very quickly.
Yeah, and worth mentioning, and it will be a theme again throughout the night, a lot of these kids, especially at the smaller schools like East Bladen, they've played every snap of this scrimmage. They play offense and defense. Again, this is not the NFL. This is not college football where you only play on one side of the ball. That pass over toward the East Bladen sideline picked off, and a convoy of Cougar blockers over there. He's going to run it all the way back. That is Bryson Arp with an interception return, 38 yards for a Cougar touchdown. So 2 scores in the final minute, 5 seconds of this scrimmage, or at least 2. Still got 20 seconds left.
Credit Arp with a great interception, played heads up, made the great jump, leap on the ball, hit it, at high point. But the thing I like the most, if you're a coach from South Brunswick, is you had a blue wave heading toward the end zone.
Sure did. I believe I could have scored behind that a line of blockers. They had 8 or 9 of them just leading the way. Van Horn, extra point attempt is up. It is good. So 3 for 3 on point after tries for South Brunswick. And speaking of the mechanics of this game, that place kicking, the long snap, the hold, the kick, that is something that will take some time throughout the season before teams have it fully operational.
7 days from now, when you've got rushers coming the opposite end, I think you said it before the ball game, you had a coach that operation's got to be a heck of a lot quicker.
Yeah. I mean, there was I don't know if I remember the specific time, but it needed to be like under a second and a half from the time the ball left the, long snapper's hands. And, I mean, it had to be fast. We're going to get a timeout on the field. East Bladen going to take over 1st and 10 at its own 20-yard line. Coach, what do you talked about some positives. Take me both sides. We'll start with East Bladen. you can only give me one thing that you really want to address and shore up that you've seen tonight that's just not been real clean for East Bladen. What is it?
Offensive line play, too many folks standing up. I mean, we've talked about this low man wins and offensive line play, and with the heat and the humidity, the conditioning just wasn't there. And as they got tired, they got higher and higher and higher.
Now,
I would say the same thing for South Brunswick, because they've shown, with Rebels can make things happen on his own. If you can, if that line can, stay in itself and really just get lower and drive people off the ball, can you imagine you get that block and you get your defensive man 2-3 yards down the road? If what Rebels can do with that when he gets into that secondary?
Yeah, Rebels and Edward Young, two names for South Brunswick that I have circled. South Brunswick, they're going to have the ability to go both ways on offense, to hurt you on the ground and do some damage through the air with Edward Young. That's going to be an interesting combo as the season wears on. Speaking of dynamic duos, this backfield of East Bladen, including Riley Collins, touchdown, 80 yards in about 13 seconds. East Bladen strikes late. Man, Riley Collins and Jaden Lewis are going to be a nightmare for opposing defenses.
Lewis dive back on that one, and he got a fantastic fake from the quarterback and literally drew the entire defensive line in, and Collins took the backside counter. There was nobody staying home for South Brunswick, and he raced 80 yards to the house.
And probably some reserves in the game for the South Brunswick Cougars defensively. And again, folks, that's the point of these preseason scrimmages. You want to get as many kids reps as you can because depth matters.
Especially, everybody's healthy now, but you get into game 4, 5, 6, 7, you're going to need some of those spot players. That's why you look at backup quarterbacks, backup receivers, and running backs, because you're going to need some of these kids in spots. Maybe not a whole game, maybe just 2 or 3 plays, but I can guarantee you at some point there are going to be key plays in the season. You're going to need these kids to play situational football.
That is exactly right. And there's a 2-point play. Priest throws a pass out toward the front right pylon, and it falls incomplete. The intended receiver was Jose Reyna, so the 2-point try no good, and South Brunswick will take over 1st and 10 at its own 20. Just a reminder, there are no kickoffs tonight, so you have we haven't seen a punt yet, but there will be punts and there will be extra points, but you will not see kickoffs tonight. After a score, the ball is automatically placed at the 20-yard line, so a team taking over will have to go 80 yards.
The most important thing about this Jamboree is going to happen Saturday, Sunday in the film room for the coaches, and Monday when these kids get back to practice, because what you're seeing is early season football. Correctable errors that when you see them on tape are very easy fixes for these coaches.
Run up the middle, that's a good run. Always keeping your feet moving as the running back. It's going to be 11 yards out to the 31. It's also going to be the final play of the first scrimmage. It was number 10, Gavin Fragiacomo on the final carry of the scrimmage. So 1 carry for 11 yards for Gavin and a good finish to this one.
Absolutely. And I think I liked all these running backs from both teams, you can tell how well coached they are. These kids are finishing off runs. They know their responsibilities, and there's good mesh between them and the quarterback. Well done by the coaching staff to have these, these specialty players prepared for game 1 on a Friday night.
And if the first scrimmage of the night is any indication, we're going to have a lot of action and a lot of points here at the Bash at the Beach Jamboree. South Brunswick 21, East Bladen 12. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back for the start of Latta versus the Stallions of South Columbus. And we're back. The second scrimmage underway. Wide receiver screen out to the top of the formation. 11 yards and a first down. And Coach Toman, tell us a little bit about South Columbus head coach Jake Fonville. He's a familiar name around these parts.
Back to the future we go with South Columbus and Jake Fonville. Jake Fonville, last coach at South Columbus in 2012-2013. Won 4 out of every 5 games he coached for South Columbus, and his teams are big, they're physical, and they're going to come right at you and dare you to stop them.
11 yards on first down. Now the second snap, shotgun, play action, pass is complete, this time to the bottom of the screen.
And I'll tell you something, 2 passes to start from Jake Fonville let you know that, his bread and butter is going to be his offensive play, but I will tell you, if he can get his passing game going as well as that run game going for South Columbus, it's going to be a fun year in Tabor City.
That pass was from quarterback number 8, Jackson Green, to number 11, Preston Dagger. And this time we had some encroachment, I do believe, on the Latta defensive line. Latta is a small town in South Carolina, a couple hours away from Charlotte. It is encroachment, a 5-yard penalty, which will result in a first down, the second of the series for the Stallions.
Took over as quarterback about halfway through the year for Rush Blackwell. Blackwell, 2 or 3 year starter, was just too valuable in the offensive backfield to keep at quarterback. So Jackson Green took over as a young man, really stepped up, and has grown into the leadership role here.
First and 10 at the 44, man in motion. Green fakes the handoff, throws over to the top of your screen, intended for number 12, Zach Cooper. Very, very fortunate that the ball was not picked off by Latta defensive back, who got his hands on it but couldn't bring down the interception.
Just looked kind of disjointed from the start. Looked like everyone was kind of out of sync. And danger for Green is sometimes, he loves to hit that splash play, and sometimes he'll put that ball out there and maybe, ignore the safer second and third read.
Second and 10, handoff up the middle. Ball carrier brought down at the 49-yard line. It was number 9, Josh Watts.
Watts is a real stocky young man, runs low to the ground, he'll keep his shoulders forward, and he's not your 4.40 guy. He is your utility knife player who will get you those dirty yards up the middle when you need them.
And I'm Sam Hickman, joined by Coach Kevin Toman here at the Farm Bureau Insurance and Focus Broadband Bash at the Beach Football Jamboree. We'll take a quick minute to thank our sponsors of tonight's event. You heard me mention Farm Bureau Insurance and Focus Broadband, two businesses that have done so much for this event and made it such an impactful event in mid-August annually. Also like to thank Novant Health, Truist Bank, and Capital Chevrolet of Charlotte for their contributions and making this happen. Also, a special thanks to the Fellowship of Christian Athletes, who was a sponsor for this week's Media Day luncheon. Always a big hit, and if you haven't seen it, go to the Focus Broadband YouTube page. Jake Holmes has some Media Day interviews that are posted on the Focus Broadband YouTube page. Make sure you go and check those out. A lot of good information and a lot of good laughs in those YouTube videos. That pass from Jackson Green on 3rd and 6 complete to Jamarion Stackhouse. And, man, Stackhouse looks like a kid that you want to get the ball to. That is a big, strong young man who just caught that ball and finished that run for a first down.
Again, we're talking about these kids who were just long stack. These kids aren't huge. We don't have the traditional 6'3" stocky athlete on either one of these teams, but these kids spend a lot of time in the weight room. High school football now is so much about being stronger than everybody else.
Jackson Green rolls out to his right. He's got Preston Dagger, who's across the 30, inside the 25, pushed out at the 22-yard line. It is a 20-yard gain and another first down. I'm sorry, that was number 12, Zach Cooper, the receiver. Dagger is number 11. Number 12 is Zach Cooper.
Thing. You know, you're getting the opposite of your identity because you don't want to reveal your, a lot of your stuff here in the Jamboree. South Columbus working against tendency by throwing the ball 4 out of the first 5 plays.
9:50 left in the first quarter of the second scrimmage of the night. The teams will play 2 12-minute periods. First and 10 at the 22-yard line. The give around the left side to the tailback, number 1, Tamion Washington, who picked up 1 yard to the 21-yard line, where it will be 2nd and 9.
One thing new for South Columbus this year is they have very, very new running backs. South Columbus, trying to get a few folks healthy, plus, graduated a lot of good players last year. Very young backfield to start this Jamboree, and I think that's why they're spending a lot of time working on their passing game. Now, South Columbus looking to go into score. The scoring rules are a little bit different. We'll go over them shortly.
Man in motion. Shotgun snap to Green. Rolls out to his left. The pass intended for number 10, KJ McClure, but it's off his shoulder pad and hits the turf incomplete, setting up a 3rd and 9. You will notice on your screen that the score shows Latta 21, South Columbus 12. There have been no scores so far yet in this game. So the score shows that way because they'll keep a running score tonight. So South Brunswick, who scored 21 points in the first scrimmage, and East Bladen, who scored 12. So South Columbus on the side with 12, which was East Bladen. Latta, of course, on the side of South Brunswick, that scored 21, and that score is cumulative. It will just build as the night progresses.
And we almost just had a we almost made it 18 because Latta read the backside fade, jumped the route, and if he could have caught the ball, he had so much green in front of him, he'd probably still be running until he got to Wendy's.
Yeah, would have been a foot race to the other goal line. Instead, we have a 4th and 9. South Columbus keeps its offense on the field. 4th and 9. Green in the shotgun. Half rollout to his left. Now he's going to fire over there, and that pass is incomplete. Intended for Dagger over there on the top of the formation. I'm sorry, that was Cooper. Number 12, ultimately a good drive, ends with nothing. Turnover on downs, and we'll get our first look at the Latta offense.
Latta offense, they come in 8-3 on the year last year by Coach Brandon Eisman, and they're not a very big team. They don't have a lot of numbers, but they're very disciplined, very well coached, and they're going to test South Columbus not by 27 formations, but they're going to test them by bread and butter football and being disciplined.
Latta takes over 1st and 10 at its own 21. The ball carrier, Caden Rogers, number 1, picks up 3 yards out to the 24. It'll be a 2nd and 7.
This is where you want to look at, if you're a South Columbus fan, you want to look at, South Columbus calls it black hat football. Who's that kid that's going to bring his lunch pail to that defensive line, that linebacking core, and be your heavy hitter and, bring hats to the ball.
2nd and 7, man in motion. Rogers on the handoff. Man, he's a good-looking athlete. Picks up about 10 yards.
The thing with Rogers I like is he's so slick. He's a big kid, but he turns his shoulders and makes himself so small to the tackler. It's so hard to get a good wrap on him.
Yeah, that was it was well blocked, well executed, and from the 24 out to the 34-yard line for a gain of 10. And both offenses getting in a little rhythm early. South Columbus got about 4 first downs before the turnover on downs, and now Latta picks up its first chain moving play on the run to Rogers. Boy, that's a nifty little misdirection play.
Nifty little misdirection play, picks up about 4 or 5. It credits South Columbus defense staying home. So easy, especially early in the year. You get excited about making a play. You see that flow going the other way. South Columbus defensive end and backside linebacker were right where they're supposed to be, disrupted the flow, forced them back inside, and what could have been a 20-yard gain is only about 4 or 5.
That was Jamboree Galloway on the carry, picked up 6 out to the 40-yard line, setting up a 2nd and 4 as the clock hits the 7-minute mark in the opening quarter. Speed sweep to the top of the screen. Lot of running room for the Vikings of Latta, and a nice aggressive finish to the run on the far sideline. That's Aranjabe Johnson.
Johnson running angry like we talked about.
Man.
You saw a lot of South Columbus defenders on their heels backing up on skates trying to catch up with the running back.
Man, Johnson put the speed in speed sweep there. He got it, had the edge the whole way, and then it was just a race toward the South Columbus sideline. 34, that from the 40 to the opposing 41, 19 yards on the speed sweep for Johnson.
First 2-3 plays were played in Latta, the backfield. Last 3 or 4 have been played in the South Columbus defensive backfield, and that's not a good way to play defense.
Man in motion. I think that was Rogers again on the carry. Picked up 2 yards to the 39.
Every so often, you got to give it to the dive back just to keep them honest. Otherwise, they're going to give that dive back up and go backside. So every so often, you got it may seem like an inconsequential 2-yard gain, but you've got to keep those linebackers and defensive linemen honest.
Luke Huggins handling the quarterback duties for the Vikings of Latta. 2nd and 8 from the 39-yard line of the Stallions. Speed sweep this time to the bottom of the screen. Nice job by the South Columbus defense.
Number 14 makes a great tackle. Burchett, for South Columbus, I mean, just read that thing all the way, comes up, delivers a blow to the running back, and gets help. And knock it up. A hydration timeout. That's something you don't see very often in high school football.
Josh Watts, number 9 for South Columbus, was also there on the tackle for South Columbus. And the hydration breaks, something I'm familiar with. Just spent a week in Laurel, Mississippi, about an hour away from Hattiesburg, at the Diamond Youth Baseball World Series. And all of our games were played between 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. So after every 2 innings, there was a mandatory 5-minute break. All players had to be in the dugout, sitting down. And, baseball, never a sport that, features timeouts. But for all the folks who said that Mississippi heat is different,
only time
you
I've
were
ever
exactly
seen that
right.
was in South Carolina when I went to a South Columbus Loris game.
That's a big rivalry down there, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I've heard that. So the Stallions, who we've got right now in this scoreless matchup right now against Latta, opened with Swansboro, I understand.
Opened from Swansboro, a team they're not used to facing. And it's one of those things where these kids haven't had a lot of practice time. It's an opponent you're not used to. And what do you want to see coming in? Do you see Jake Fonville 2.0? Or are we going to see the return of Black Hat football? And a lot of folks in Tabor City pay good money to find that out. coming off the hydration timeout, we got a South Columbus timeout.
Yep, so back-to-back timeouts. And another local point. Before our little baseball team went to Laurel, Mississippi, we won the state championship, the state tournament, which was held in Tabor City. So a lot of Dale's Seafood that week at post-game dinners.
I will tell you, there's a lot of great stuff that happens in southeastern North Carolina, and these teams are rivals during the course of the year. But you gotta love how all these the southeastern teams, the South Columbuses, the Whitevilles, the West Brunswicks, the North Brunswicks, the Lelands, they all root for each other because we all want to see North Carolina do well.
If you haven't experienced high school football in southeastern North Carolina, come spend a few weeks in this region during the fall. It is high school football is, and I hope it's something that just never goes away.
Like I said in the tease, we call it on our end of the county hometown nights under the Friday night lights. And some of us who've gone through and had coached and taught and had kids come through, you have generations of kids that come through, and every Friday night the whole family's at the ball game.
Yes, love that. Oh, wheel route. He slid out of the backfield and just could not quite connect. It was Huggins' pass intended for Galloway over there in the top left corner of your screen.
Here's the thing that you don't notice. Do you know who was covering him on that play? Somehow it ended up being the inside linebacker who had to go all the way to hit that wheel route, and that's a good 20-yard sprint to even make it competitive.
The incomplete pass sets up a 4th and 8 from the 39-yard line of the Stallions with 5:44 left in the opening quarter of the night's second scrimmage. Man in motion. Oh, he's got a lot of running room and a lead blocker. There's a first down and then some. It's Johnson again inside the 25. Marked down at the 23, a gain of 16. His last 2 carries, first one 19, this one 16, and the drive is alive for the Vikings of Latta.
We talk a lot about, lane integrity and staying disciplined in your reads. South Columbus backside defense got sucked in on the original toss and, paid dearly for it with a 19-yard gain.
And really funny, Johnson was so fast he outran his lead blocker, into the secondary. Just ran right by him and got the first down. So good on him. Oh man, some big blocking over there from the Latta back number 9, who is a big, strong kid. That's
and he's jazzed about that too.
Yep, Noah Alford, and then. A good show of sportsmanship helped Cooper
I
up.
kind of like the fact of how clean this game has been played. There's not a lot of junk going back and forth. The kids are playing hard, but they're playing between the whistles, and they're going hard, and they're bringing great young men and great advocates for their schools.
I'm getting the sense, Coach, and I might end up being totally wrong on this, but I'm getting the sense that these two teams are going to be quite good. Remember, viewers, late October, these teams are not going to look like this. I mean, this is a long way from what these teams will be at their peak, capacity in October and November. And these two teams both look really sharp and really clean to me.
Yeah, and I can tell you, talking to Franklin Davis at the News Reporter, he really tried to impress on me. He said, Toman, these are not the defenses and the offenses you're going to see in September, October, November. These teams are not going to go deep into their playbook. They're going to be very vanilla on defense because they don't want to show what they got on tape. But the little things that you can look at on tape are these kids' discipline, lane integrity, and those kind of things.
Yep, speed sweep around the right side. The Latta ball carrier, Galloway, fighting for the goal line. He is just short of the end zone. Marked down at the 1, maybe the 2-yard line, where it will be first and goal for Latta. 3:47 left in the opening quarter.
Yeah, if I can continue that thought, we also talked about how you can judge teams by the Jamboree, but you can also not judge teams by the Jamboree. In that, I've seen teams who've had rough Jamborees go on to have a very good season. This is a snapshot of where you're at. It doesn't, dictate anything about where you're going to end up.
Latta in the shotgun, first and goal at the 1. Rogers through the right side between the guard and the tackle, and it is a touchdown, Vikings. An impressive opening drive for Latta. It wasn't easy by any stretch. They converted a 4th and 9 from the 39 moments ago, and then capitalized after converting that 4th down, and a 1-yard rushing touchdown by Rogers makes this scrimmage 6-0 in Latta's favor. The total score between Latta and South Brunswick, 27-12.
And so far, Latta, true to our scouting report, it said they're going to be very fundamentally sound, and their coach values execution, possession, and favorable matchups. And you saw that, demonstrated right there the first series. They didn't run multiple formations. They didn't run anything exotic. They just sound bread and butter football all the way down the field.
Wide left on the point after try for Latta. 3:43 left in the first quarter of this one. So 6-0 Latta. Remember, Coach, Latta and South Brunswick are on the same side of the scrimmage for this total score, this running score, and then East Bladen and South Columbus on the same side. So total tonight, we've got 27-12. And then we'll have, of course, on the South Brunswick and Latta side, you have North Brunswick, Topsail, and West Brunswick, and then Whiteville, Northside, Southwest Onslow, South Columbus, and East Bladen on the flip side.
Quick dive picks up about 1.5. South Columbus going back to what they know.
I tell you what, these referees are not wasting any time, like on possession changes and in between possessions. They're keeping this thing moving in some pretty serious Friday afternoon heat.
Also, you got to figure with Jamboree officiating, you got a lot of assigners for officials who are looking at these ball games and saying, seeing what the mechanics are.
Wide receiver screen to the top of the screen. Hits the hands of Dagger and falls to the turf incomplete with 3:03 left in the first quarter. So incomplete pass brings up a 3rd and 9 from the 21-yard line of the Stallions.
And the problem with passing in high school football is it stops the clock. The more you can, that's why you see most teams predominantly run in high school football. And right now, South Columbus looking to almost, they've got 2 plays to get 9 yards. Otherwise, they're going to be on the short end of the field again.
Oh, ran into each other. Oh, and he bust out of it somehow. Still on his feet, brought down very close to the first down marker, and he got it. Wow,
and
what a play.
Here's the thing. Credit the quarterback for not giving up on the play. Everybody else stood around and kind of grabbed jersey. He still kept playing. Somehow makes, 2nd and 9 into 1st and 10 by simply just not giving up on a play.
KJ McClure with an excellent run. I mean, it was completely bottled up.
And credit the officials for not blowing an early whistle on that.
Yeah, they ran into each other, and McClure just stayed alive and then was able to work his way back. The play was supposed to go the other way. He ends up working his way back toward us, toward the Latta sideline, picked up 9 yards and a first down. And
quick dive up the middle. We got a late flag.
They got Cooper. I'll tell you what, the irony in that is Cooper was on the receiving end of the stalk block down here by Alford, and there was no flag. He did something very similar to the Latta defender here, and they're going to get him for a personal foul. And they did. Oh, no, they got it on.
I was going and Latta saying, excuse me, wasn't the flag going the other way?
Yeah, they were marking it off the wrong way.
Preseason for them too, folks.
Yep, and the chain crews.
Now, here's the thing. I was looking at the National Federation rulebook. There are 4 points of emphasis, and those kinds of plays are one of the things they're going to be policing very heavily this year. You know, those personal foul plays on the extra hits and, you know, especially on the sideline are going to be a point of emphasis this year. Now, there's one about logos on a football. That doesn't matter to us. You know, sideline contact and making sure everybody's in that, you know, in the get-back zone, that's going to be a point of emphasis. And while we got the opportunity, do you know the other point of emphasis this year? The tush push. It is illegal in high school football to run a tush push.
Ah,
you can
very
push,
interesting.
Yeah, you can push the pile. You cannot push the runner. Yeah,
sorry, Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, somebody will say it's legal on Saturday, it's legal on Sunday, but it is illegal in high school football. Somehow he gets the catch.
Yep, and then makes a man miss. Keeps his feet. And so what it does is it at least gives South Columbus a fighting chance on third down here.
3rd and 2 sticks, South Columbus. Like I said, not a lot of special teams in this Jamboree. So South Columbus really 2 opportunities to get 10 yards. As long as you get, you know, forward momentum for South Columbus, you're going to be okay.
So what happened is the personal foul is after the play. So the first down play stands. Then you mark off the 15.
That is correct.
Go to second down. And so now we've got 3rd and 10. And South Columbus keeps it on the ground up the middle. The ball carrier was Cam Bellamy. He picked up 3 yards to the 33. And that will set up a 4th and 7. And Coach Fonville wants to talk it over
Coach
with
Fonville
his
getting
team.
a little concerned. He saw a lot of offensive linemen standing and watching. And that is not how you play fundamental high school football. And, you know, again, these kids' first-time game action other than some control minutes and some other scrimmages. And Coach Fonville is very much a point of attack, very much aggressive move forward, getting multiple bodies, you know, toward the point of attack, and seeing a lot of his offensive linemen standing and watching has to have him concerned.
I'm still trying to get used to seeing South Columbus in the shotgun. It's like my eyes aren't you know, trained to.
Because you played back in the Black
this.
Cat days, did you not?
Yeah, I mean they were wing tee. I mean it was like, you know, death, taxes, and South Columbus in the wing tee. They went straight from Coach Holly to, or not, maybe not straight into, but they had Coach Holly there forever, wing tee guy, then to Joey Price, wing tee guy, and boy, were they good at it.
Again, West Brunswick and South Columbus, traditional great rivalry. I mean, and a lot of history between those two squads.
Yeah, 2 programs in the 90s that won a lot of games. Of course, South Columbus continued that into the 2000s. Oh, nice. Oh, good move.
Sweet
good pass.
little move.
Good catch. Cooper stays on his feet somehow and is brought down inside the 40 at the 37-yard line. About a 35-yard pitch and catch from Jackson Green to Zach Cooper. And that was a 4th down play, if I'm not mistaken. 4th and 7.
And Cooper very nimbly, very quickly, once he got the ball, made a sidestep and just went right by the defense.
Excellent move. And then South Columbus brought down, that was Cam Bellamy brought down, but a pretty good gain across the 35 to the 34. Gain of 4 yards. We'll call it 2nd and 6.
And that's something you'll see from South Columbus quite a bit. They'll get a long pass play. Instead of taking their time, they'll get right to the ball and seize on that momentum while that defense is, you know, trying to catch their breath.
Game clock running down toward the end of the first quarter. 15 seconds. South Columbus going to get off another snap. Ball's on the ground. Man, it could be anybody's football right here.
Number 1, Washington with the carry.
South Columbus did got a fortuitous bounce and pounced on the loose ball. 5.5 seconds left in the quarter. Now it is going to expire. A loss of 4 yards on the play. So after a short break, South Columbus will have a 3rd and 10 from the 37-yard line, trailing Latta 6-0. We'll be right back at the Bash at the Beach Jamboree.
Ozzy Osbourne playing on the speakers here at West Brunswick. You know, the gentlemen here are reliving our youth, enjoying some of this music.
You know, Coach, I closed my eyes and heard the beginning of the song, and I'm thinking Chipper Jones is coming up to bat for the Atlanta Braves. This was his walk-up song.
A little bit of Crazy Train
career.
Ozzy has my favorite all-time quote: "Of all the things I've lost, I miss my mind the most." Miss that, man. Wise fella. Used to eat the heads off of live bats.
What a great quote. And South Columbus needs to get on a crazy train here to get the first down. Jackson Green rolls out.
Makes the
what
catch.
A pitch and catch. Zach Cooper making some really nice catches. And let me tell you, folks, Jackson Green about 3 times now has stood in there and delivered a strike while getting hit right in the chin.
Jackson Green is now an upperclassman, and he came in several spots the last 2 years for South Columbus, and you can tell the experience. His feet aren't as happy as they used to be when he was a freshman, sophomore. It's making a big difference here in the pocket tonight. First and 10 for the Stallions.
Oh, there's Cam Bellamy around the right side. Coach, I thought for a split second that he was going to bust that one. A nice open field tackle over there to hold him to about a 6-yard play. Still a good gain.
Bread and butter, South Columbus on the backside sweep. And if you don't stay home, you don't stay disciplined in your lane. I mean, it sounds very easy for us to sit up here and say in the air conditioning, but very difficult to defend when you're down there on the field.
Coach, I got a cool South Columbus nugget for you after this play. 2nd and 4. Oh, Cam Bellamy this time got hit right as he got the handoff. Speaking of our time in Tabor City at the DYB State Tournament, guess who one of the umpires was in our state championship game, final game? A young man by the name of Briar Johnson.
Briar Johnson, quarterback, point guard, for South Columbus the last couple years.
Athlete,
great high school athlete, and really, actually as a 3-sport athlete, he was a great baseball player, football player, basketball player, and he's a name that's going to be remembered for a long time at South Columbus High School.
Coach Tobin, I got to tell you, we come across a lot of umpires and young people, with coaching and the kids. Briar Johnson might be, he's among one of the most impressive 18 or 19-year-old young men I've ever met. If he wants to pursue his, umpiring or officiating thing, he could do it for a long time and do it really well. He was confident, calm, poised. I mean, just all the really good qualities you look for in a person, and man of integrity. He really impressed me.
4th down for the Stallions, ball on about the 17.
Green fakes the handoff, rolls out to his left. He's got a man in the corner of the end zone. Touchdown, Stallions! Very close to the sideline, but Stackhouse kept his feet.
That's one of the times you're really glad you don't have right instant replay in high school football. Look to me, for all the world, like you only got the 1 foot in, but seeing as how you don't have a red challenge flag, it's going to count. Now, getting back to Briar Johnson a little bit, that's one thing I can tell you about the coaches really in this area. They prize, student athletes. They believe in student athletes being classroom leaders first, athletic leaders second. And they really prize, developing quality young men. So can't say enough about the coaching staffs down here in southeastern North Carolina.
Oh, Green went to throw that on the 2-point try, and the ball just flew out of his hand. It's eventually recovered by Latta, but again, it was a 2-point conversion attempt. So the score for this scrimmage is 6-6, and the total score, Coach, again, we got South Brunswick and Latta on one side so far, got 27, and then we've got East Bladen and South Columbus have 18, and I will get this mixed up as to who's on what side before this night's over.
We need to write this down.
I'm going to keep a running tally here, so to keep myself straight. Hard for me to keep the viewers informed
No,
if
I
I'm
can tell you
confused
the thing
myself.
I'm liking is these teams are running bread and butter plays. They're not running mixed formations. They're not running, spread offenses, run and gun. These teams are doing it the hard way, the old-fashioned way that we were all brought up.
Big run by Latta on first down, a gain of 18. That's about the fourth run of the night by Latta that has gained 15-plus yards. So Latta with some explosive plays in the run game.
If you notice Latta, the first series pounded it inside, testing South Columbus to see whether they bite on some of these dive fakes. And Latta, from what I've been able to glean, is an inside-out team. They're going to see how disciplined you are with your reads before they start challenging you to either side.
So 1st and 10 for Latta at their own 38. There's one of those inside runs you were describing. And look at the strength of that young man. He got hit at the line of scrimmage and ended up getting 7 yards on the play. That was number 1, Rogers, who seems to be more their interior, between the tackles runner, and then they've got Galloway and Johnson on those speed sweeps. Well, so if the East Bladen has a dynamic duo, then what will we call this? A terrific trio, maybe.
There you go.
They got 3 really capable runners.
The thing I like that I'm seeing is you don't see any of these running backs for all 4 of these first teams that we've seen going down off of first contact.
Very good point.
Not only that, but you don't see a lot of east-west. Now, you see a lot of that in middle school football, and junior varsity football. You don't see so much east-west with these kids. It's all north-south running.
There's Rogers. He's got a seam there in the secondary right up the middle. So he's going to have to sit out a play because he lost his helmet. But he picked up about 20 yards on the carry all the way to the South Columbus 39-yard line for a first down. 7.5 minutes left in the second quarter. Yeah. Latta 6, South Columbus 6.
I like the way Rogers runs. They used to call him an old bowling ball, like a Mike Allstott kind of runner, where he's going to chew up that yardage in the middle that doesn't show up so much in the first quarter and the second quarter, but deep into a ball game when you're just getting pounded on, it's going to make for big gains.
There's a wide receiver screen out to the bottom of your screen. Good for 5, maybe 6 yards to the 33, and it will set up a 2nd and 4 as the Vikings try to score for the second time in this scrimmage.
Again, we're talking about the heat and the humidity. It is getting a little cooler out here, but not much, and a lot of east-west, especially for these big kids up the middle. You start seeing late in the second quarter some of these scrimmages of these kids, these dot passes, some of these wide receiver screens that result in big plays because kids just don't have the win this early in the season.
2nd and 4, give around the right side this time. Ball carrier got to the 30-yard line. That is 0. Johnson on the carry. He got to the 30-yard line. And, Coach, this is something that the youth football players, like the 7- and 8-year-olds that I coach, they don't quite understand yet, and I get it, it's difficult. But, 2nd and 4, you run the ball, you get 3 yards. That's a good play. Mm-hmm. Now you got 3rd and 1, instead of, either incomplete pass.
One of the things lost on kids these days is situational football and knowing the dynamics of why things are done. And, yes.
And there you go. Yeah. Now you got Rogers who gets, a fairly minimal gain, and it's a first down.
Yeah. Using 3rd down to set up 4th down.
Yes.
And, making manageable downs and distances can go a long way. It's a lot easier to call a game when you're 2nd and 5, 3rd and 3 than it is if you guys, 2nd and 7, 2nd and 8, 3rd and 12.
And I would challenge anyone watching, if you think any of that is hogwash, go look at just random NFL conversion percentages on a 3rd and 9 versus a 3rd and 4. And I, without knowing off the top of my head, I guarantee you it is a significant difference.
Absolutely. And the more times you can convert, the more plays you give your offense, you're also doing one other very important thing, and that's wearing down a defense. And the more plays you make that defensive play, the more you make them run and chase you, the harder it's going to be in the fourth quarter for them to have the win when you're going to need those big plays at the end.
Yeah, and Coach, you've seen this, I guess, the trend within the last decade of these teams just hurrying up to the line and going no huddle. What you just described is the primary reason behind that is you want to run as many plays as you can because it is hard to defend when someone's snapping the ball every 22 seconds.
And here's the other thing you need to consider. Right now, you primarily do 3 and 4A, maybe some 5A football, where you have teams with 30, 40, 50, 60 kids.
Hoggard with 75 kids out there.
Who are able to platoon in and out. When you do, 2A, like 1A, 2A football like we do in the Columbus County, Bladen County area, you're looking at, teams who do not have a lot of subs.
That's a great point. Depth becomes even more paramount, and you have so many kids playing both ways. Ironman football, there was, even a time at West Brunswick in the not ancient history where you had to play on both sides, like your best players had to play on both sides. Now, as the area has grown and the school has grown, it's become less common at a place like West. But you go to East Bladen, South Columbus, Latta, you got to. You got no other choice as a coach.
Again, there's a big difference in some of these conferences. South Columbus would play West now. You're talking about a 2A team and a 4A, 5A team. Now, Latta, I would believe, looking at the numbers on the sideline, would maybe if I was being generous, maybe 2A, 3A. Now, these two teams are very evenly balanced, but you're looking at a Latta team who has had maybe 6 plays to every South Columbus 2 right now. And, again, not very flashy, not a lot going on. And literally, they've just worn down that South Columbus defense. The other thing you got to look at, though, is, not seeing these guys before, they're being very disciplined. We've seen maybe, 1-2 flags this entire scrimmage on the South Columbus or Latta?
Yeah, I think we had a personal foul, and honestly, I can't
remember.
Offsides, You're right. Latta had an offsides penalty. So another wide receiver screen, this time to the top of the screen. Man, that's just a foot race, and one that kid from Latta is not going to lose. A 24-yard touchdown strike from Huggins. I am trying to get a number, folks. I want to say 10.
I want to say 10. Here's the thing on that. You talk to, if you look at a chance to look at that touchdown, when you watch it back this weekend, the South Columbus defender, the cornerback, was at least 10, 12 yards off the ball, and you give Huggins a 10-yard head start and let him get full speed before you're trying to come forward, and it is a foot race that is almost impossible for that defender to win.
And a foot race against number 18, Malik Grice, who just caught that pass, is that's going to be a losing effort if it's Sam Hickman racing him at least, because he caught that ball, and Coach told me it looked like he was shot out of a cannon.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he really has some game-changing speed.
He had at least a 10, 12-yard head start on the defender, like I said, who was at least 10 yards off the line of scrimmage. So Grice hits full speed, and, with Grice at full speed and the defender maybe at 3/4, there's not a lot he can do with that.
And a postcard type night here at M.H. Rourke Stadium on the campus of West Brunswick High School. Latta has now outscored South Columbus in tonight's second scrimmage 13-6. So your total score, if you will, 34 on the South Brunswick and Latta side to 18 on the East Bladen and South Columbus side. So Jackson Green and the Stallion offense back on the field. Pass complete to Zach Cooper. We got a flag. It's a nice gain of 15 yards. but we have a flag on the field, and the way Jackson Green is reacting, it appears that it will go against the Stallions.
And it's one of those things that correctable errors, and I don't think he had somebody that was just quite set yet. And you can see, Jackson Green's like, I should have known that. I should have known that. And again, these are coachable things that you're going to see early on in the year. These are formation penalties sometimes, motion penalties. Illegal substitution against the Stallions is declined.
Oh, so they had
and
two.
A holding
so
against
we
South Columbus.
Also had a holding.
Yep.
So Latta's going to accept the holding penalty, and we'll see where the ball ends up marked. Coach, I think this will be a good this will give our viewers a good frame of reference. So up until very recently, the coaches were on the field with the players at the Jamboree. So just to give our viewers an idea, this is not a real game. The results don't necessarily matter. They don't count against your record. It's instructional.
Right.
It's organized practice to get those game reps, just like you spoke about all night. Coach is no longer on the field, but this is a practice opportunity, a backside wheel route, and a
just a bit too far.
Yeah, very well thrown ball by Jackson Green. That one intended for number one there for South Columbus.
Brings up a second down.
Now,
Jackson Green's going to wish he had that back. If he hits the receiver in stride, he's still running for a good 10 or 15 yards.
yeah, that was Tamion Washington, the out of the backfield, and a very difficult throw. But Green almost nailed it. There they are under center, Coach. Now that right there looked brought me
Vaguely
back to
familiar,
my
yeah.
childhood. Yeah, it was not very successful. KJ McClure lost a yard on the carry. South Columbus needs the 30 for a first down. The ball's at the 9, so it's 3rd and 21.
Third and about Leland, I think.
Yeah, 3rd and a country mile.
Now, I will tell you a quick story about that. I've actually been calling games for 10 years out in Columbus County. I actually live a mile from here. And I'm doing a ball game by myself, and I'm the king of cliches. And I use that reference. My wife called me up during the ball game. You could actually hear the phone ringing. Talking to him, said, "What in the heck is a country mile?"
That is a great story. So we got a Latta timeout. I bet you the folks from Latta, South Carolina have heard that expression, country mile. The
That'll be our
Tabor
tribute.
City folks as well.
Yeah. All right, that'll be our trivia question for tonight. If you get a chance in the comment section on YouTube or on Facebook, let us know how long you think a country mile is.
Yes. Is 1 mile and a country mile the same thing? The first scrimmage of the night, South Brunswick outscored East Bladen 21-12. Latta and South Columbus, this one of the matchups in this slate of 5 games that probably didn't receive as much attention as some others. But again, I'm going to stand on this. My bold prediction from tonight. You look in November 1, second week of November, sometime around there, these two teams are going to be in the conversation.
That's the thing. You can judge a lot by the Jamboree. You can see who's going to try and pick up and do some things, who's coachable, what kind of corrections that you made the last couple of weeks. But these are not the teams you're going to see in September, October. You're going to see a kid who's sitting on that bench right now who's going to have to come in a key moment for one of these teams. And these teams are trying to play it very vanilla, but you can see both of these teams are going to be very disciplined, very strong, and I guarantee you both of these teams will be there at the end in their respective conferences.
I would agree with that wholeheartedly. 3rd and 21. Green's pass over toward the South Columbus sideline, intended for Cooper. Man, Zach Cooper's going to catch a lot of passes this season.
I mean, I'm going to tell you something. Right now, what you're looking at is 2.5 weeks of practice football, maybe some time like over the summer in passing camps. They get that timing down, that's going to be hard to beat. If Jackson Green can get the timing with his new receivers, Dagger, Washington, some of those, it's going to be a fun year in Tabor City because if you can have South Columbus be a balanced attack in the conference they're in, they're going to be a tough out for anybody.
Yeah, and Green can really spin it. I mean, he throws a good ball, particularly for a high school quarterback. So, Coach, our first punt of the night comes at 7:04 p.m., 2 hours and 4 minutes after we started, which is I would have lost
So
that
here's
bet.
what they're going to do. They lined up with a punt. They're going to give them, I think, about 40, 50 yards and call it. So they were on, what about the 10? So they gave them 35 yards for the punt.
And Latta will take over first and 10. Latta has outscored South Columbus 13-6. Latta, had a 1-yard rushing touchdown by Rogers and then a 24-yard passing touchdown from Huggins to Malik Grice.
And I got to admit, I'm really impressed with this Latta team.
Likewise, they're good.
Yeah,
they're
a good quality program. I mean, very disciplined. There's not a lot of flash and dash on Latta, but they're just going to come at you, and they're going to meet you at the point of attack, and it's going to be man-on-man football. Really a mirror image of South Columbus.
One of my biggest takeaways from the first scrimmage and a half, we'll call it, almost 2 scrimmages, Latta, what's striking to me is the number of weapons. Again, between Rogers and Galloway and Johnson coming out of the backfield, you saw Grice's speed on that quick hitting wide receiver screen. Huggins, a quarterback who doesn't jump off the screen at you, but he gets him in the right spots. He gets the ball where it needs to go. They're organized. They got, it seems to me, like a lot of different ways they can hurt you.
Absolutely.
And I'd say the same about South Columbus.
Like I said, mirror images, both of these programs.
With McClure and Stackhouse and Cooper and Dagger. I mean, there's Rogers again through the interior of the line. I'm sorry. That's 0. That was Johnson on that carry. That was Johnson to the 32-yard line, where it will be a 1st and 10 for the Vikings.
And again, not a lot of flash and dash, but what's very effective, and we talked about this earlier, is they're moving the chains. They're getting 5-6 yards at a pop, and they're not racing back and forth, but what they're doing is they're staying in manageable situations to where even if they don't get the home run, they're getting positive plays every time off the ball.
Hey, this is our first chance to see Huggins actually carry the ball. And the ball came out, and South Columbus recovered, but the white hat was quick to jump in there and rule that Huggins was down.
That's such a touchy thing, forward progress, and when the ball comes out.
Tough.
And I'm telling you, we've seen it in your games and our games, because I watch a lot of your stuff when I get home on Friday nights. And I'll tell you, it's very, very split second anymore about when that ball comes out.
Yeah, it is, and officiating is difficult. It is a difficult job.
Now, Sam and I are up here. We can look at instant replay. We can have the beggar's chance of seeing it. But when you're trying to make that call right there, right then, up close, live, got to give it to these folks who come out and do the officiating for Friday night.
Yes, and Coach, we're at a time where we're desperate for officials in high school sports, in youth sports. Yep, they're going to get a personal foul on 53 from Latta. It was a great block. He drove his defender into the ground, but instead of getting up and going to the huddle for the next play, he kind of crawled over him.
Yep.
And got an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty.
And I tell you,
they're killers, Coach.
It's a point of emphasis. Personal fouls will be something that is looked at very easily, because what happens is when you got two teams, these kids don't know each other, but when you got a Whiteville West Brunswick game in October, November, or a South Columbus Whiteville game, those little extra things, this little bit here and there, can cause bigger problems. So personal fouls are a big point of emphasis, and eliminating all the extra hoo-ha, for lack of a better word, before things get out of hand. Preventative officiating goes a long way in those situations.
Yeah, a lot of times, Coach, how many times have we seen it? It's chippy, and the next thing you know, you've got a fracas of some kind, and that's the things you want to nip in the bud early and kind of set the tone and establish. And a good job there by the officials seeing that and calling it. Down the middle of the field. Oh!
Almost intercepted twice.
Dagger and Watts had their hands on it at different points, and the receiver may have had got a hand in there as well at one point.
Dagger almost put the dagger in and went the other way.
Look, and Coach, I don't mean to single out any particular player, but the play unsportsmanlike conduct penalty, it would have been a 3rd and 3.
Yep.
It would have
We
been
went
a
from 3rd and 3 to 3rd and 18. And now we got 4th and 18, and it totally changed the complexion. Because if you're looking at 3rd and 3 on about the 23, thinking they're going to convert and be in the red zone, and now you're looking at 4th and 18, and
they're
now we're
punting it
punting.
away. I mean, it's the difference in a touchdown and a punt.
That's taking points off the board.
Yep. And good job to handle that low long snap.
Unfortunately, it's not live.
Yep, no fair catch, but it was caught by Dagger around the 8. They're going to mark it at the 10, and South Columbus with 1:59. So this is a legitimate 2-minute offense here. South Columbus, and Coach, this is where it's real beneficial that South Columbus has that ability to get back there in the shotgun and Green spread it around.
I know it sounds weird, especially if you're a traditionalist. But you lived in Brunswick County for any length of time. I mean, back in the days of Yogi Hittman, Brett Hickman, seeing South Columbus in a shotgun is almost, it's almost sacrilege if you've been here in any number of years. But you know what? Credit Jake Fomble for saying, you know what? I know what you're expecting of me, but I also want you to know I've got this in my back pocket, and you're going to have to play both the pass and the run against South Columbus.
Yep, and here they are, late in this scrimmage, back, under center, and what, we've seen more historically. And then, honestly, if I had Jackson Green, I'd probably be in the shotgun some too. He really throws it really well. Throws a nice ball.
But that brings you back to the days of South Columbus did go in the shotgun back, and here's the game for you. NC State grad, and he played a couple years in the pros for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Pharaoh McKeever.
Oh yeah, I remember him well.
Big 6'7", 6'8" kid. Went back in the shotgun and did all kinds of crazy things.
I remember him well. They played West Brunswick here one night, I think, for a share of the conference championship when Pharaoh was in school. He was a terrific player. I didn't know he played professionally for a couple years.
He played for Pittsburgh, and I want to say he played for Miami too for a little bit. But I definitely know he played for Pittsburgh. Pharaoh, great kid, salt of the earth kind of kid. Yes, again, like Briar Johnson, like a yes sir, no sir kind of kid. Met him my first year as assistant principal at South Columbus.
Uh-oh. Jackson Green swallowed up. Coach Tobin, I tell you, number 5 and number 9 for Latta. That's Anthony Williams and Noah Alford. Number 5 and number 9. We got one's an outside linebacker. One is a defensive end. They are difference makers on that defensive side for the Latta Vikings. I mean, they're just so disruptive.
They're all over the place. I mean, a lot of these kids, can only do it one way. Got a flag on the backside of the play.
Oh, Washington on the run. And there's a good example of finishing a run. He finished it aggressively, and a good job by the Latta defender getting real low. Oh, and that's Washington who's down on the far side of the field. We also have a flag down on the near side, and above anything else, just hope the kids – okay, this scene is what we don't want to see anytime.
I'm looking at the way they're holding his leg, and it looks like it might just be a cramp.
The flag was waved off. I know that seems rather incidental at this point, but it was waved off.
Yeah, 21 seconds. Now, a lot of good – I mean, again, regardless of score, there's a lot of good things to look at for both teams. A lot of things that, they did a lot. There's some things they need to correct, obviously, but a lot of good for both squads right now.
Speaking of a lot of good, Coach, the Whiteville Wolfpack have done a lot of good under head coach J.P. Price. Probably last year, a kind of a rebuilding year for the Wolfpack, but just quite a few years they've had deep playoff runs. They are used to practicing in or around Thanksgiving. The Whiteville Wolfpack, as you see them down there,
They
21
used to say the mark of a
seconds.
successful season if you're still playing in late October, early November. And for a number of years, you can count on Whiteville going deep into the playoffs. J.P. Price, is just reloading. Had a very, very young squad last year.
Incredibly young, yeah.
And those kids are only going to grow into their roles this year. And it's going to be an exciting time in that, that 1A, 2A conference down there. And those teams know each other well. It's going to be what I used to call slobber knocker football.
Yeah, a lot of familiarity. Oh, hook and ladder? Yep, but the ladder part was off the mark because Cooper got hit right as he tried to toss it to Dagger. So short of the marker, and the game clock expires. Latta 13-6 winners over South Columbus. The total score, the home side 34, the visitor side 18. So South Brunswick 21-12 over East Bladen, Latta 13-6 over South Columbus, and now North Brunswick will try to keep the momentum up for the home side as it takes on Whiteville Wolfpack after the break.
Okay, we are back. We got North Brunswick versus Whiteville. Two teams coming in uncharacteristically rough seasons last year. You had North Brunswick at 3-8 under head coach Brian Davis, but still a very athletic, quality special, backs, receivers, and with the athleticism of North Brunswick, don't count them out no matter what their record. Whiteville uncharacteristically just barely above 500 at 7-5 under J.P. Price. We had a false start to start the second scrimmage, and here we go. Quick jet out to the left, taken by number 5, taken outside, and thrown angrily out of bounds by the defender.
Number 5, the ball carrier for the Wolfpack.
Wolfpack, picks up maybe half yard, maybe a yard, and before he stopped for minimal gain. Quickly back to the Lions, the Wolfpack. They like to force the action, and they will go no huddle more often than not. Second down call, once again, to number 5. Picks up about 8 yards, will make it about 3rd and 1. Camp, the ball carrier, stopped by the secondary of North Brunswick, and with the athleticism of Whiteville, if they get the opportunity to gash you, they will take it, deep and quick.
3rd and 1 for the Wolfpack. 30 seconds into the 3rd scrimmage of the night.
Once again, I love that one. That's a new one. I've been using laundry on the field, a towel on the turf.
I believe we have coffee, donuts, and ice cream.
See, we've got,
If anybody
they lined up offside, the offense. One you don't see every day, Coach.
And that's you have that lineman, the line judge on that side, and you're usually telling him, am I on, am I too far back? And very rarely do you see him step, that he's too far up and he's offsides. You usually have to check with that line judge.
Now, Coach, which sports during your time, even at different times, did you coach at during your time in the middle school ranks?
Yeah. Nice play by the Wolfpack offense. I've coached football, basketball, wrestling, a little bit of baseball I did before I got to Slope Middle. I spent several years coaching softball. Still love softball.
That's Luke McLean, the quarterback, number 10. And that pass was complete to number 7, to Ron Leggett.
No wasted motion by the Wolfpack. They get right back to the line of scrimmage, forcing you to, react to them instead of them reacting to you. So, Whiteville loves to make you, get you on your heels. Hard to make tackles when you're on skates.
Emmanuel Kent, the ball carrier, picks up 8 yards to set up a 2nd and 2. Whiteville in there, all whites. The swing route to Kent, a nice hit over there, and then Emmanuel Kent took his own helmet off after, he was hit and driven out of bounds there by North Brunswick's linebacker.
Great hit by Smith, sent him back in the other direction quickly.
That is 44, Dan Himeno, with the hit and driving Kent out of bounds for a loss of 1. 3rd and 3, handoff to the fullback, fighting for the first down yardage, and he's got enough. A great individual effort.
And that's what we talked about in the first couple of scrimmages, about why you run angry, why you keep your legs moving. That was a earned first down by Whiteville, and he didn't have it on first contact, but by keeping his legs moving, he earned every blade of grass to get that first down.
McLean joined in the backfield by Sam Battle. I'm sorry, not Battle, number 9, Rose. That pass complete down toward the bottom of your screen to Logan Little. That is a gain of 6 yards to set up a 2nd and 4. And Whiteville has done one thing very well on this opening drive, and that's stay on schedule.
Absolutely. And if you look how quickly they are back to the line, North Brunswick still trying to get in formation. Whiteville already 2 or 3 deep into their play calls looking at the adjustment. Look at that backfield, though, bracketing the quarterback.
2nd and 4. Give around the left side. Good penetration by the North Brunswick defense. Made the tackle and lost his helmet. Whiteville picked up 2 yards on the play to set up a 3rd and 2.
Again, Wolfpack on schedule. A lot of plays in the playbook for 3rd and 2 where you've got 2 opportunities, to make a very manageable first down and keep the chains moving.
Around the right side, it's not much, but enough for the first down yardage.
Didn't need much, didn't get much, but it still counts and moves the chains.
Yep, so a 2nd and 4 got 2 yards. 3rd and 2 got 3 more, and that is a fresh set of downs for the Wolfpack, approaching 3.5 minutes on this opening drive.
And North Brunswick has yet to touch the football.
Yep, Whiteville got a fresh set of downs at the 37-yard line. So just what Whiteville wants to do is keep those chains moving, stay on schedule. And now we got a deep shot down the sideline. A pass intended for receiver number 11. That is Travion Williams, the intended receiver.
Well
really
played by
good
North
coverage.
Brunswick, though.
Yeah, really good coverage on the far sideline over there by number 41. That's Jaden Everett over there who was covering Williams. So Coach Price tries the deep shot with a new set of downs, and it falls incomplete to set up a 2nd and 10 from the 37. Man, good run. Good run.
Good run set up by a good fake by the quarterback. High arching, well sold by the dive back, and there was nothing in his way.
Tale Rose on the carry picked up 7 yards, and now Whiteville probably thinking 2 plays to get 3 yards. McLean fakes, rolls out, did not have a man, threw that one into coverage. Jonathan Todd was the intended receiver, but Todd got a hand on it, but it falls incomplete, setting up a 4th and 3 from the 30-yard line. Whiteville needs the 27 of North to keep the drive alive.
And this is what we talked about, staying on schedule. Yeah, you didn't get the completion, but it's still only 4th and about 4. Regular season, that probably would have been called.
Now North indicating that we got a false start penalty against the Wolfpack. So, again, here we are back to our conversation from 30 minutes ago, Coach. The difference in 4th and 3 and 4th and 8 is quite significant.
Now, here's the interesting thing. Yeah, if you're Whiteville, aren't you saying, well, why didn't you call the offside on the other side? A little questionable there, but a lot of that's, kind of officiating management. You want these kids to be able to get plays in.
Fourth and 8, and now we got another false start penalty against Whiteville. So that 4th and 3 went to a 4th and 13 awfully quick.
And I'm telling you, J.P. Price, football mistakes he will be okay with. He will agonize over these mental mistakes all weekend long.
I mean, you can just go from a almost perfect, promising drive to back against the wall in no time with just a couple of mental errors. Now, this time they get it off down the sideline into coverage and a little too wide.
And he'd have been out of bounds anyway.
Yep. Would have taken a Randy Moss type to haul that one in and keep the foot in bounds. So it's a promising drive turns into a turnover on downs.
4 minutes and 29 seconds off the clock. North Brunswick yet to touch the ball, and hard to score points when you're not touching the rock.
So we'll get our first look at the North Brunswick offense.
North Brunswick offense, they've got great athletes. If they can sustain drives, they'll go a long way to even up their record this year.
Nice run through the left side. Quarterback is number 6, Eli Talley for North Brunswick, and they're going a no-huddle tempo as well, Coach.
Yeah. Really interesting that see these teams go tempo. Yeah. This early in the season says a lot for the discipline of these programs that, you can have that, on an offense. Got defensive offsides called, but again, 5 yards the easy way makes it a first down for North Brunswick. But again, to be able to have the discipline to go up tempo at this point in the year speaks a lot. It speaks volumes for both these teams.
And very quickly into Whiteville territory, a 1st and 10 at the 48-yard line of the Wolfpack. Handoff up the middle. Ball carrier wrestled down at the 44-yard line. A gain of 4 yards, and now we got a North player has to come off. He lost his helmet on the play.
Getting awful chippy on that side. I mean, you're going to see, if you're not careful, a personal foul called on that, because those two kids are going at it tooth and nail. The play is 40 yards away from them.
Game clock continues to tick toward the 6.5-minute mark. 0-0 so far in the Whiteville North Brunswick scrimmage. Oh, fake the handoff, and nobody was there, so Talley brought down for a loss of about 5, maybe 6 yards, all the way back to, it lost about 3 yards, back to the 48-yard line. It'll set up 3rd and 10.
Tried to sell the shovel pass, but nobody was buying. And I'll tell you, that's a quick way. That's a quick way to get a lot of bruising on Saturday morning. 3rd and 10 for the Scorpions. Again, a lot of these are mental mistakes, correctable coaching mistakes that will be made in the film room on Monday. But good chance to see both of these teams driving back and forth, but mental mistakes stopping drives on both ends.
3rd and 10 from the 48. Talley drops back, rolls out to his right. He's going to try to run for it. It's very close. And he's going to have it, Coach. Got it by about a yard. He needed the 38, and he got just enough to keep the or get a first down and keep the drive alive.
Call it the 37.5, but it still counts, whether it's by an inch or by a mile. And I'll tell you, he needed every bit of that long, lanky frame to get that ball across the line of scrimmage. Looks like they're going to measure maybe. Nah, they're going to give it to him. Scorpion ball, 1st and 10, and 5:37 to go. They got pretty much all day to do what they want.
Yeah, but first we're going to get a timeout on the field with 5:37 left in the first quarter. 0-0, but North Brunswick with a fresh set of downs. And we would like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors for the annual Bash at the Beach Football Jamboree, of course, brought to you by Farm Bureau Insurance, Focus Broadband, Novant Health, Truist, as well as Capital Chevrolet of Charlotte. Big thank you from the broadcast booth and from the entire community to those sponsors of tonight's event and for everything they do for our area's young people. What a great opportunity for these kids to get this kind of experience in the preseason.
And hats off to West Brunswick for hosting this showcase. Got a chance to see not only these great football teams really opening up their year, but these great cheerleading programs and dance teams. Had a chance to see a couple of those after, I believe it was the second game today. And all these kids coming out, and crazy as it sounds, folks, you got one more week of summer vacation, and the 24th, all the rest of these schools come back in, and we're lighting it up in the classrooms here in Brunswick County.
Hard to believe one more week of summer vacation for these kids, and they'll be back in the classroom. 1st and 10, Talley, wide receiver screen to the bottom of your screen. the receiver wrestled down 1 yard shy of the line to gain. It'll be 2nd and 1 for North Brunswick. They need the 28 for a first down.
Now, I said this in the South Columbus game. You got a lot of these defensive backs starting off the year by playing back. You don't see a lot of defenders challenging receivers, and you're giving these little dot screens just room to breathe. So now I would feel bad for your kids coming back, but I work at the early college in Columbus County, and our kids came back August the 4th. So I've been in school 2 weeks already.
And that was M.J. Smith on that catch for North Brunswick. Now we've got the speed sweep.
Cuts it up. Takes it to about the 5. And again, with that, the athleticism of North Brunswick, if you don't have gap integrity, if you don't stay true to your keys, they'll burn you on those backside sweeps and reverses, and they'll be 6 yards deep in your defensive backfield before you even realize it's there.
Yep, that was all the way from the 29-yard line to the 3-yard line, a gain of 26 yards for Futch and a first down. So 1st and goal from the 3. Whiteville's defense stands strong. North Brunswick picks up 2 to the 1, but the ball carrier looks like that was number 34, Jaden Coakley, who was brought down a yard shy of the goal line.
And hard as it sounds, as weird as it sounds to say this, these are big downs, regardless of whether you score or not, because identity is important on offensive and defensive lines. And if you're North Brunswick, you really want to punch this in and establish that you're going to get those tough yards by the by the goal line. I mean, credit Whiteville for standing up and really bowing their back. I mean, there's not a lot of real estate between them and the goal line right now. 2 plays in a row, they stood up and not giving up the needed 3 yards for the touchdown.
Yeah, and Coakley lost his helmet and will have to come off and was stopped shy of the line to gain. As a matter of fact, lost a yard back to the 2-yard line. So it will be 3rd and goal from the 2. And we've still got a Whiteville player who's laying down on his back. And now he's up, but we've got a whistle that stops play, and he's going to have to come off before this 3rd down snap.
Yeah, crazy as it sounds, like I said, big downs, because when you come to your identity, we're looking at 3 yards of real estate between making this a 40-point game.
There's your scores from earlier tonight. South Brunswick 21-12 over East Bladen in the first scrimmage, and then 13-6 Latta over South Columbus. 3rd and 2 here for North Brunswick. They're going to throw the fade to M.J. Smith.
Just ran out of real estate.
Yep, over everyone's head, the far back corner of the end zone. We got a flag over there not far from where the ball was thrown. Whiteville's defensive linemen were celebrating like it was a hold against North. No. Oh, chop block.
Chop block.
Chop block penalty against North Brunswick. That's a 15-yarder personal foul, so that's going to back it up.
And there's a difference between 3rd and goal and 3rd and 18.
Yeah, that is a brutal penalty there for North Brunswick. That ball is going to be backed up to the 18-yard line.
And remember, it's 3rd and goal. Again, now a lot of real estate. You can't get caught celebrating too much because you still have 2 plays for the Scorpions to get 18 yards. You only need to get about 9 at a time, and you're going to be in the end zone.
Third and 18. Tally sprint out to the right, throws it to the middle of the field. It was caught.
Short of the goal line.
1 yard shy of the goal line, so 17 yards on the pickup from Tally to Futch. And with 2:40 left in the opening frame, North now 1 yard away from pay dirt here.
And here's the thing. if this was a college or a program, he wasn't touched. He wouldn't have been able to put that thing into the end zone. Knee went down short of the goal line, and that stops the play immediately in high school football. 4th and about 2, it looks like.
And North Brunswick's got the heavy package in the game. They're going to run behind that big offensive line, and Tally scores easily, rumbles his way into the end zone. First score of this scrimmage, and North 6-0.
And that's what I was talking about, identity builders right there. You know, you could have done anything. You had both sides. You're in the center of the field. You go with your heavy package, and just, there was a convoy of Scorpions on the way to the end zone. Looks like we'll go for the extra point.
North bringing on the extra point team. Again, special teams not live, so bobbled snap, no problem. Extra point attempt is up. It is good. That is number 7 who knocked that through. So the home side now leads 41-18 in this total running score. Bash at the Beach football jamboree. That's number 7, Connor Pye, who knocked in the extra point for North Brunswick.
And I got to tell you, I'm impressed with the mental toughness of the Scorpions right now. With that personal foul on the chop block, they could have just, really got, messed up, and really going 18 yards in 2 plays, keeping their head and scoring the touchdown. That's a great sign if you're a Scorpion fan.
Whiteville's offense on the field for the second time tonight. Handoff around the left side. Good, strong, physical run of 6.5 yards. We'll call it 7 out to the 27.
Number 6, great run, runs low to the ground. I don't think his shoulders were about an inch or 2 off the grass, or off the turf. Excuse me.
Speed sweep around the right side. Great open field tackle.
I'm going to tell you, that's how you draw it up. When Yogi Hitman taught form tackling, that's what it looked like.
Man, that was beautiful, beautiful play. Very fortunate he didn't get a taunting penalty after the tackle. Kind of crawled over the running back that he brought down to the ground. So we'll wait on the signal from the official.
Looks like it's going against the
going
Wolfpack.
Against Whiteville. Looks like it was of the 10-yard variety. So 2nd and 12.
Yeah, it might have been a hold at the point of attack, I think. Twins actually pro set for the Wolfpack. Shotgun snap. Rolls to his left. Caught almost to the stick.
That's
maybe about 2
Todd
yards short.
in the middle of the field. Marked down at the 28-yard line. So a gain of 10 yards sets up a 3rd and 2.
Gets the down and distance back. Once again, a makeable opportunity for the Wolfpack at 3rd and 2 with just over a minute to go here in the first quarter. Backside handoff once again off the right-hand side. He's going to move the chains, pick up an extra 4 or 5. And you got to love these running backs. I mean, you can tell they're all well taught at this level. Keep your legs turning, keep your feet moving, and just make yourself a ball and make that tackler regret hitting you. I used to talk to to some of the kids that I used to coach, and I said, pound these kids as hard as you can for the first 2 quarters. They do not want to hit you in the 3rd and 4th.
Had a flag on the field at the end of that play where the ball carrier was brought down. Now a discussion amongst the officials. And it's going to be a dead ball personal foul against North Brunswick. Oh. Was that I think we just had an ejection, folks.
And that's something you don't see normally in a jamboree.
No, that was definitely the signal. Dead ball, personal foul, and then he gave the old heave-ho
signal. I think the question is going to become, is it an ejection or a disqualification?
Yeah.
And there's two very big differences. Because if he's ejected, he can't play the next
suspension.
2 ball games. Yeah, there's a suspension of 2 ball games. If he's disqualified, then he's just going to sit the rest of the night and go sit on the bus.
And I would suspect, regardless of the distinction, that Brian Davis would be none too pleased. But, again, early season, they're kids. I think that's important for all of us to remember. These are, young kids, young student athletes, still learning, still growing. And that's, kind of what this experience is for, right? Yeah.
And I'll tell you, like I said to you, it's a point of emphasis on the rules this year is to get that chippiness out of the football game. And important because it's a coachable moment for these kids to, you got to be hot in the heart, cool in the head, and self-discipline is going to be the difference between playing on that end of the field and on that end of the field. Because now, Wolfpack have crossed the 50.
Ball carrier still on his feet inside the 45 to the 43-yard line.
That will be the end of the first quarter. And a lot to talk about in the huddle if you're both teams right now. Some coachable moments here in the last 4 or 5 minutes because both teams have seen penalties wipe out or potentially wipe out really good drives, with mental mistakes. And really good to shore these things up in August as opposed to October and November when championships are on the line.
We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back for the second quarter of North Brunswick versus Whiteville.
We are back here at M.H. Rourke Stadium on the campus of West Brunswick High School. And second quarter action halfway through the Jamboree. Whiteville and North Brunswick having a great tussle right now.
Yeah, 6-0, and we have this has been a physical one here, and a lot of extracurriculars in this one as these two physical teams trying to make their mark here early in the season. Got a dead ball before this 3rd and 4 snap.
And I'll tell you, these two teams have the athleticism. If these two teams get a little bit of a swagger to them as far as being physical, I mean, they're going to be fun to watch. Win or lose, they're going to be a tough team. They're going to be tough outs for anybody on a Friday night.
Just a quick recap from earlier. South Brunswick knocked off East Bladen 21-12. Latta knocked off South Columbus 13-6. And so far in this one, North Brunswick leads Whiteville 6-0. So the home side, which is South Brunswick, Latta, and North Brunswick, have a 41-18 lead over the visitors, if you will, from East Bladen, South Columbus, and Whiteville.
picks up 2. Looks like we got a manageable 4th down. Needed 4, picked up 2. And I may have been an English teacher, but, even I can do that math.
Yeah, I think that means they've got 2 to go.
Yeah.
And they're going to leave the offense on the field. On a power eye here on 4th and 2. Give to the fullback, and he slithers through the right side of the offensive line for a first down to keep the Whiteville drive alive.
Gotta love that, both hands on the ball, going in the middle of the briar patch, and just, picks up just enough that he needed to make it a first down and keep the chains moving. Whiteville starting to get deep into Scorpion territory at the 37.
So Whiteville's had the ball twice, and they've moved it effectively on both possessions. Did not capitalize on the first drive. Uh-oh.
And unfortunately right now, he went to his first read, didn't have it. Went to his second read, didn't have it. Tried to throw it out of bounds and just did not have enough arm on it. And he's lucky that didn't go 6 the other way.
Yeah, that could have been disastrous for the Wolfpack of Whiteville. Coach Toman, since you're got the level of familiarity necessary, what has this Whiteville-South Columbus rivalry looked like in recent years?
Hold on, we got a call of intentional grounding against the Wolfpack. Because he went to his third read, and there was nobody
in the vicinity.
Still in the tackle box. Yeah, Whiteville, South Columbus, if you want to think of, West Brunswick, South Columbus back in the 90s. Those these kids grew up together. They played together in every sport. Middle school ball, they played together. There's a familiarity, and we've known these kids since they were 6. And lost it down.
2nd and 28.
Costly mistake by the quarterback from Whiteville.
2nd and 28. McLean's going to rip it down the field. What a beautiful.
Here's the thing. He ripped that thing a good 50 yards in the air and out through his receiver by another 3 yards. I mean, that's impressive for a young man in high school to literally overthrow your receiver by 3 yards and on a dart.
Yeah, and not that this is the end-all, be-all, but one of the most beautiful spirals I think of. I mean, that was rotating just beautifully. Luke McLean just let that one rip.
Got a timeout called by the Wolfpack. Pretty play, and again, that's an August missed connection that's going to become big when these kids are playing, East Bladen, West Bladen down the road. That's going to hook up and be a major play for Whiteville down the road. I mean, like I said, again, Whiteville, very young. I think, they compare very favorably to North Brunswick in they had a lot of kids who were really strong athletes graduate the last 2 years, and they're trying to find who they are now. We know North Brunswick has athleticism. We know Whiteville has athleticism. But who are those kids that are going to stand up on that offensive and defensive line and create those moments for these teams that they need, because they have the capability of doing some great things. They've just got to put the puzzle pieces together, and that's what August is about. And the cool thing about this is the Jamboree. You go from scrimmage to Jamboree. This is the dress rehearsal, and kind of gets you excited. I mean, we're just getting a small taste this Friday night of what we're going to look for September, October, November, and it's going to be a great time in southeastern North Carolina.
Nothing quite like high school football. So hook and ladder, that's the second time we've seen the hook and ladder tonight.
It worked for a moment.
Yep.
It's a slight step up, but he still lost the ball at the end. Apparently that's going to be a play we're going to see quite often this year.
Yeah, Logan Little ended up with it. He was on the receiving end of that hook and ladder pitch. 10:47 left in the second quarter. They moved it back 2 yards because you can't, I guess, advance a fumble. So it's eventually marked at the 50 Line to gain the 27, so it is
And a
fourth
Whiteville
and
punt is something you
23.
don't see very often.
Yep, 4th and 23.
I think Price is asking for the spot of the ball, why he's lost the 2 yards. And literally it's where he fumbled the ball, not where it eventually went out of bounds.
That's Colin Hooks who will handle the punting duties for the Wolfpack. Man, he is only 9 yards behind the that's very short distance for a normal punt team, but I promise head coach J.P. Price knows 5 billion times more about football than your play-by-play guy. A good punt by Hicks, 14-yard line, so it's snapped from around the midfield, I guess. So
I'd say about the 42.
Yeah.
And
30-ish yards.
It's something you don't see often. I mean, I know you used to like to kick a spiral. Hooks kicks a knuckleball most of the time I've seen him kick. And it's where you're used to the spiral, the ball going around and around. His kinds of go end over end, and it makes it a very difficult catch if you're not used to it.
Yeah, for anyone out there who's tried to catch punts, it is not easy. Not easy, and that's without guys running full speed towards you, trying to
There's a reason, Sam and I are sitting up here, and it's because of stuff like that.
Bingo. Handoff for North Brunswick. Gains a yard, maybe 2.
Again, a lot of white shirts kind of standing around looking right now. And if you're, JP Price, what you're looking for is someone to, instead of grabbing a jersey, put a hat on a ball and jar that thing loose. Coaches say this all the time. We don't need to be grabbing jerseys. We don't need to be standing up and trying to wrap. What you need is the first man to make the wrap, and you need a second, third, and fourth guy to come in and jar that ball loose.
That's right.
I'm a big fan of gang tackling.
Oh, North wanted to set up the little throw to the running back out of the backfield. Tally tucks it and runs and gets out to the 28-yard line. We got a Whiteville player down on that, I'm sure, what's still scorching hot turf here at West Brunswick High School. So we've got a quick break in the action and a chance to thank our sponsors of tonight's event, namely Farm Bureau Insurance and Focus Broadband. And Coach Tobin, I always thought it was the neatest thing. From where we sit to call West Brunswick games, you literally are looking at the headquarters, across the way of Focus Broadband. So what a perfect, opportunity to do these games, and been doing it a long time now. And Nathan Evers, our production manager, and the job he's done and the whole production crew has done for, decade plus now, right? Got to be getting close to 2. Anyway.
We were all young men when we started, y'all.
Yeah. Novant Health, Capital Chevrolet of Shiloh, and Truist, of course, sponsors for tonight's event as well. And glad we could keep this Jamboree alive.
It's a great tradition. It came down from Legion Stadium and the big Jamboree they used to have up there for a number of years. Nice to see it come down to this end and see these teams really get a chance to showcase their talents against light competition. Back to live action here.
Yep, 1st and 10, North Brunswick after the tally keeper. Oh, nice running room there, and he's very close. Yeah, he's going to have it rolled down at the 39-yard line, a gain of 11 and a first down.
Tally, quick on the dive fake, just took the ball and ran with it. And it's one of those things where, he makes a quick decision. You don't see a lot of east-west out of him. And he's going to put his foot in the dirt and make sure he makes positive yardage every time he touches the ball. And that's going to be key in some of these games where yardage is hard to come by.
Fresh set of downs for the Scorpions. Ball marked at their own 39-yard line. 9:15 left in the second quarter. Option over to the right to Coakley. He makes one man miss, and then he is wrestled down at the 46-yard line. A gain of 7 yards set up a 2nd and 3.
Set up well by the dive fake and the quarterback. I mean, one of those things where it goes unseen. If you give a quality ball fake in the front side of the play, that you're going to get at least one or two kids who misread their keys. And I'll tell you, if you have a quality quarterback who will carry out a fake and not just, look at the play, it makes a big difference. And that opened up that play the whole way. Fantastic play by the fullback and the quarterback on that one.
So 2nd and 3, the Scorpions approaching midfield. Less than 8.5 minutes to go in this scrimmage. A wide receiver screen down here to the bottom of the screen. And I believe we might have a roughing the passer, Coach Tobin. Number 7 for Whiteville pleading, Leggett pleading with the white hat.
I'm going to tell you, we almost had on the other end. For all the world, it looked like the ball hit the lineman 71 before it hit the receivers. We almost had illegal touching on this end.
Man, a lot going on that play.
I'm still trying to figure out what that lineman was doing that far downfield. Personal foul, roughing the passer is the call. Great eyes by Sam Hickman.
To the head. It's some kind of contact to the head, neck area of the quarterback. You see that a lot on Sundays now, Coach. It looks fairly innocent, but you see maybe on like a follow-through, they'll clip their helmet.
You have your hands up trying to block the ball down. When you try and slap it down, sometimes you make that inadvertent contact with the helmet. And with the emphasis on player safety, I mean, they have to call it. All of a sudden, penalty yardage adding up for Whiteville, and North Brunswick Scorpions on the 38, maybe 39-yard line, 1st and 10.
1st and 10 at the 39. They fake the speed sweep. Tally rolling out, and he is under duress. Big-time play by Whiteville defensive end.
Number 7,
excuse me. I'm sorry, folks. I was looking at the wrong roster. That's Teron Leggett, who just got whistled for roughing the passer a play earlier, and then says, Coach, I'll try to get those 15 yards back for you. And he got about 2/3 of the way there. It was a loss of 10, roughly. About 8, I guess.
Yeah. He's a passionate ball player, but he has fundamentals to burn, played his position about as well as you can play it. Got the big sack.
Man, he is a good-looking kid, too. Oh, boy, Whiteville blew that up from the start. So, North Brunswick going backwards on this drive.
And I think the question is, at what point do you stop getting forward progress? Because the fans over here, are saying, why are you going to give up that hit? They're wanting the whistle to come early on that.
Yeah, and then North Brunswick wanted a flag after the fact there. Thought it was a late hit. But no such luck. So they lost 8 yards on 1st and 10, lost 3 yards on 2nd and 18. So it brings up a 3rd and 21. The ball is marked right on the 50-yard line.
And you need to get to the 29, and there's not a lot of plays in the playbook for that, especially on 3rd down.
Yeah, and I think Whiteville wants to talk this one over before this 3rd and 21 snap. There is a look at the Whiteville defensive huddle as Coach Price was right there by the down marker and got the referee's attention and called for that timeout. Coach, when you were coaching kids at the middle school level, speaking about football specifically here, what do you think is the greatest challenge as they transition from the middle school football to going to play high school football?
There's two things you got to think of. First, when you go to high school football, every kid knows how to play. The quality of the competition steps up, and maybe the lack of fundamentals sometimes and the bad habits you can pick up playing middle school football, you don't get away with in high school football. High school running backs are north-south runners. They don't do a lot of dancing around, kind of like you see on TV. And fundamentals become so important as you get higher up in football. You can maybe out-athlete some teams in middle school, where if you don't have your fundamental skills down when you get to high school, you're going to get in trouble. The other thing is you have to have your game correct in the classroom, because these coaches preach student athletes, and these kids got to get it together in the classroom if they're going to be effective out here.
So 3rd and 21. Oh, it was backwards, Coach Tobin. The ball's still on the ground. Whiteville eventually picks it up, and it was number 22 for the Wolfpack, Teravion Shipman. Boy, Shipman is a last name that Whiteville's had Shipmans for decades that have been excellent
I'm
players.
going to tell you the funniest thing about that play is
What a play.
I've never seen a defensive end split the running back. On option football, you have one man gets the quarterback, you have one man gets the pitch man. I have never seen one batted by a kid playing the middle. It's always either, he loses it on the quarterback or the pitch man. He actually slapped the pitch out of the way and took it back for another 5 yards.
Yeah, he kind of was like, I'll get both, and
that looked like a basketball play.
Right,
Great deflection.
Tip the pass,
Yep.
like got in the passing lane. And now Whiteville trying to capitalize on that momentum and gets a nice rushing play from the 43 to the 31, a gain of 12 yards and a first down. Coach, I believe that's number 5, Emmanuel Kemp, who was the ball carrier.
And I'll tell you, it's amazing what momentum will do.
It really is. Mr. Moe. And they're just going to ride this running game here. Sorry, I thought it was Kemp again, but it was Tyler Rose, this time number 9. And Coach, and I know you can attest to this, very, very, very rarely will you see a Whiteville team with one bell cow running back. They spread it around.
That's one of the things about Whiteville is, they've got running backs to burn there in Whiteville. I don't know how they manufacture them, but it's like, if you pick up one, you got another one coming. And it seems like every one's just as fast as the other. And very few teams have one kid that can run 4-4. Whiteville and some of these teams to have 2 and 3, it's blessings from heaven.
Yep. So, fun fact, as we get a good look. Oh, there's a nice seam in the defensive backfield. There's Rose, stays on his feet inside the 10, down at the 5. North Brunswick's coaching staff got quite the addition this past offseason. Ashley head coach Dante Lombardi, who won big, Ashley, as no one has been able to do for decades. Coach Lombardi left Ashley and joined the defensive staff for Brian Davis and the North Brunswick Scorpions. So a welcome addition to the staff at North Brunswick. Coach Lombardi's a fine high school football coach.
And those kinds of fines are very rare in high school football. Usually those coaches stay 10, 15, 20 years. But when you have that kind of quality on the sidelines.
Yep, that's a great point. It was not a touchdown there. He's down at the 1. But now Tyler Rose rumbles across the goal line for a Whiteville touchdown. Logan Little with a 4-yard run to get the Wolfpack to the 1. And then Rose says, I'll take it from here, teammate. And this one is 6-6, Coach.
And I'll tell you, I'm a big fan of Tyler Rose. I've seen him for a couple of years in several different sports. He's one of those all-around athletic kids that seems to have a nose for the ball. And in those situations, you put it in your experienced back's hands, and you just trust those big hosses up front. And that is going to be a big thing for Whiteville to say, I'm going to give it to a back I trust, and he's going to take it right into the end zone.
Oh, that was a perfect illustration of some preseason not being on the same page. He zigged when he should have zagged. And who knows if that's on the quarterback or the receiver. Right. We don't know up here, but they were not on the same page.
That is, we've done that in 7-on-7 passing camp, and it looked good on paper. But with people coming at you, it looks a whole lot different.
Yep, and that's always one of those tough ones. So, Coach, you watch a lot of football. As time has moved on, we see more and more of that back shoulder fade. And it looked like the receiver was kind of expecting that type throw more toward that front corner pylon.
And these teams are young, so getting a chance to get that one-on-one contact, he's going to know probably by the end of this weekend where he wants that football.
Yep.
It's like, tell me where you want that throw, and I'll put it there, because he's got the arm to do it.
I'm still stuck on that overthrow from 55 yards away from earlier. That was impressive. So we got a new quarterback in the game for North Brunswick, and it was a good gain of 9 yards, but I believe that one's going to come back in the area of holding, Coach.
He had so much penetration in the backfield. He had no choice but to grab hold of that jersey. And, it's one of those things where, Coach, I didn't mean to, but if I didn't, we were going to have a whole lot of issues.
And I think it was committed against number 7, Teron Leggett, I do believe.
Leggett is so cat quick. When he got in the backfield, you have two choices. Either grab him
or watch him destroy your running back,
or pray for rain.
Right. Atlanta Braves saying, spawn sane and pray for rain. They had two good pitchers and a bad team around them, and that's what they say, spawn sane and pray for rain.
I will tell you, we've had an absolutely beautiful night for football.
Yes, it is a welcome contrast to the inferno that it was at 4 o'clock this afternoon. The new court, man, that is a great run. Wow. See how his feet just keep chopping? Helmet knocked off again. And now Coakley's going to have to come off for a play. That was an excellent run. He just kept those feet chopping that entire time. Ramir Jackson is the new quarterback in the game for North Brunswick.
Sweet little cut on the sideline, picks him up an extra 7 or 8 yards. What I didn't like was all the chirping on the sideline and a lot of the back and forth. It's one of the things that they're trying to clean up this year is those sideline plays, not only in the coach's box area, but on those ones that are just whether tic-tac right on the sidelines. It's where it's been a point of emphasis to clean that up this year.
Yes, Coach, a good play over there on the edge by Whiteville's number 22, the defensive end on the top side of your screen, Teravion Shipman on the tackle there. Those situations that you're describing, Coach, are always so volatile because you get a lot of times it's a big hit because guys are running full speed over there, and then you've got a whole team sideline worth of bystanders that get in there and start talking or squirting water balls or whatever the case may be, and it's a hard one for officials to navigate.
A lot of preventative officiating.
Jackson hands it off, and the running back around the right side to about the 28-yard line sets up a 4th and 2. And we got another helmet. I've seen more helmets pop off tonight than I saw all last year.
I'm going to tell you how this happens. These kids are used to, between plays and practice, over the summer, taking that chin strap off. Every play, catching some air, getting that helmet off between plays. And honestly, that chin strap is not as tight as it needs to be. It's not as locked on. You'll see a lot of that early in the season, but you won't see it in October.
I mean, they really shouldn't pop off, easily at least. Oh! Offside on the defense.
Offside and a great sell job by the offensive line.
Sure was. Juilliard, here he comes, an acting career. But he definitely jumped and got shoved.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'm just saying, though, the quarterback, you got hit, that's one thing. But the guard and the tackle after the quarterback was hit then fell down.
Yeah, got to work on that timing. Yeah. Got to work on that timing of the sale job.
That's Academy Award-winning acting there.
1st and 10, North Brunswick. Ball is at their own 33-yard line. Game clock down to 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Man in motion. North keeps it around the left side. Running back gets on a suplex down around the 45. Good hard run. Comes up a little lame there on the carry. That is Robbins, number 22, who comes up limping. And
a lot of that was on the landing. I mean, he just
yes.
really couldn't get that plant put down, probably a turned ankle a little bit. And, really couldn't stick that landing. Unfortunately, it looked like a WWE type hit.
Really did. Not like a finishing move or something. A really hard.
I don't know if I call that an RKO, but.
Yeah, man, haven't seen that one in a long time. My son's a big WWE fan.
Me too. Big WE fan. Got a chance to watch, a lot of the pay-per-view and stuff. Big weekend for me. I've actually got a golf tournament this weekend. I work with the Lions Club. I'm second vice district governor. We got the Slow Lions Club. Gene Evans, our president this year. It's a Harrison Roar golf tournament down at Sea Trail for the Shallow Lions Club. Big doings, down there, trying to raise some money, do some great stuff in the community.
Great news. Great news. We had this conversation earlier just about how much these civic organizations contribute to our communities and all they do for young people.
We really need more. I mean, I'm a big Lions person, so I'm going to tell you to join Lions. But if you get a chance, join your Rotary, join your Civitans. Do something, because a lot of us, we don't care whether you're Republican or Democrat. We just want to give back and start helping our communities instead of taking. We want to give back. That's right.
And you're watching Focus Broadband TV. Focus Broadband about as active. They do things like sponsor, this Jamboree for the high schools, scholarship opportunities, grant opportunities. Just when I was during my time as a newspaper man, there was something coming in all the time from the, Focus Broadband's Novant school district about just all these different things that they're doing to, help the community. And then, of course, you got Lions Club, Rotary. Yeah. Just if you want to help and make your community a better place, there are opportunities. I promise there are volunteer opportunities out there.
Yeah, I got to give it to Focus Broadband. They do a lot of scholarship stuff. I'm in the education system over in Columbus County. Spent some time in Brunswick County Education. And the amount of time and investment Focus Broadband gives to the school systems in both of these counties is impressive, because, they just want to give back. 1st and 10 after the penalty. Ball on about the 37-yard line.
2 minutes left in a third scrimmage of the night. North Brunswick offensive line overwhelmed by the Whiteville defense on that snap.
Getting a lot of substitutions in, and these kids, this is not garbage time. These kids will play key minutes here when we get into October and November. Like I said, these teams are relatively healthy right now. So when these, some of these kids start getting dinged, they're getting opportunities. They're going to be put in spots where they're going to be needing to produce. So these minutes, very key, with a minute and a half to go.
So North Brunswick, 7-6 advantage over Whiteville. Nathan Evers, as always, bailing me out here, reminded me that North converted their point after try. That ball came out at the very end. And Whiteville's.
And ball down. He was down here after the recovery.
Okay, it's recovered, but he was down. Okay. Because Coach Tobin, I was thinking for a second when he got up and took off, I thought he might could score.
I think he was thinking that too.
Yeah, I did not ever see him recover it on the ground. But
I know that replay like back of my hand. I was at the South Columbus Tarboro football game where a down knee on a punt cost South Columbus a chance to play for the state championship several years ago.
Oh, I got to hear that story.
It was a fumble.
Yeah.
Fumble recovered by Whiteville, but he's down on the recovery.
We're taking a look at the and he kind of rolled over with the ball. Okay. So there's Teron Leggett, this time on the offensive side, and it takes a host of North Brunswick defenders.
And a quick timeout to get another opportunity for Whiteville. 55.1 to go here in the second quarter.
Yeah, Whiteville trailing 7-6 in this scrimmage. The total running score, the home teams are up 41-24. We'll give you a breakdown of each scrimmage score after this play. McLean in the shotgun. Deep out. Falls to the turf, incomplete. So in the first scrimmage of the night, South Brunswick 21, East Bladen 12. In the second scrimmage of tonight's Jamboree, Latta 13, South Columbus 6. And then with 49 seconds left in this one, your third scrimmage of the night, North Brunswick 7, Whiteville 6. Whiteville ball facing a 3rd and 8. Ball all the way back at their own 17-yard line, and only 49 seconds left in this one.
Trips right for the Wolfpack. Running for his life as our quarterback.
Yeah. McLean scampers out of bounds around the 20, but we had flags fly in as McLean took off there. So, and it is, he signals holding toward the white hat. It's going to be on the Wolfpack. So
and that's exactly why your quarterback was rolling to his right, because he saw a lot of dark jerseys coming his way, and just one too many to count. And
next game, man, that yellow and black on the Topsail Pirates looks terrific. I've always thought their uniforms were so sharp. So Topsail getting ready to take on Southwest Onslow, another local southeastern North Carolina program that historically has had a lot of success under former head coach Phil Padgett. Southwest Onslow, one of the premier programs in southeastern North Carolina. They'll take on the Topsail Pirates after this one. So we are almost 3/5, 60% of the way through the bash at the beach football jamboree. We got a fourth
down, looks like a Whiteville punt.
Yeah, looks like they're going to kick it away.
Which is probably smart, because you don't want to give, put them at the 20 with 40 seconds to go. Get them about midfield. If they're going to score, make them earn it.
Low wobbly kick fielded cleanly at the 47, 48 yard line, where North Brunswick will take over 1st and 10 with 34.9 seconds left.
Yeah, say what you want. We had a lot of action back and forth, but it's only a 7-6 score, which just goes to show you these teams, while they have a lot to clean up, it's early season, you're going to expect that. These teams have a lot to look forward to this year, because the things that they need to fix are correctable mistakes. You don't have the hustle problems, you don't have the effort problems, and you're not having a lot of the junk penalties that'll hurt you. These are things that if you get in the film room and really look at them and correct them, that can take you a long way, 2 rounds, 3 rounds deep in the playoffs.
Yeah, you wait until you see these two teams in mid-October. They will be well-oiled machines by that point in the season. Man, what a great play. I got to get his number 11. I believe that is Williams. He was fighting off a one-on-one block, shed the blocker, and got to the ball carrier and wrestled him out of bounds. A great individual effort.
That's how you teach it. When you're on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, Thursday, you string them out, you shed the blocker, and you take them all the way to the sideline if you have to, and you buy them a hot dog.
Yeah, that was like teach tape. Coakley on the final snap of the game picks up about 6 yards, wrestled down around the 44, and that will do it for the third scrimmage of the night. Whiteville falls to North Brunswick. So the Scorpions over the Wolfpack, 7-6, 3 down, 2 to go, and we will take a short break and be back for the start of Southwest Onslow against Topsail at your Bash at the Beach football jamboree. And we're back at the Bash at the Beach football jamboree. 3 games down, 2 to go, and we've got 2 really good ones on deck for you. This one, Coach Toman, Topsail against Southwest Onslow, a really interesting matchup. You've got the Pirates of Topsail, who have been going through, we'll call it a transition phase. They had some really good years under Jack Teachy, a great high school football coach. And it just struck me looking down here at the field, the numbers. They got a lot of kids out for football, and that's great news.
You look at these two teams, Topsail 0-10 last year, new coach T.J. Albert, then you got Zach Garvey with a 2-8 Southwest Onslow team. You're not used to seeing these programs with those kind of records. Both these teams' programs are back on the way up. Nice to see the numbers at Topsail, and I'll tell you, that's a growing area. If you've ever been out there, you get a chance to see that program. So a lot of these kids, get the opportunity here at Topsail they wouldn't get trying to play for a Wilmington school. And, you're looking at, double the size of Southwest Onslow right now? 2 teams neither one of us usually get to see. These are 2 teams we're kind of unfamiliar with. So I'm kind of excited to see what they got.
Yeah, well, Topsail's been in the league with West Brunswick for, at least 10 years now. They're the Topsail. For the longest time, it was Topsail. Then you had your 4 Wilmington high schools, Hoggard, New Hanover, Ashley, and Laney, and then West, North, and South. Of course, that's changed a little bit. South Brunswick is now not in the league with those teams. But a team we got familiar with there for a few years, had some really good years under head coach Jack Teachy, and we'll see them take on the Stallions of Southwest Onslow tonight. It is on Southwest Onslow, a rich football history on the
I got to tell you, I'm loving the throwback jerseys from Topsail, too. They almost look like old Pittsburgh Steelers jerseys.
That black and yellow is terrific. Southwest Onslow going to keep it between the tackles on the first snap of the game. They get 2 yards out to the 22. It will be 2nd and 8 for the Stallions.
Southwest Onslow, their offensive, play call, they are run first, run heavy, and what they try to do is lull you to sleep, and they try to get you to commit to coming up and playing those running backs, then they gas you deep. So, run first, pass second, but they have the ability when they need to get big chunk plays.
Give to the running back who is out to the 24, maybe the 25. Yeah, we'll give him the 24-yard line, another gain of 2. And that sets up a 3rd and 6 for Southwest Onslow. 11 minutes left. A reminder to our viewers, these teams will play 2 12-minute periods, so the equivalent of 1/2 of a regular or regulation high school football game. The score you see on your screen, yes, this one just started. It is scoreless, but Topsail is on the home team, if you will. Read option just played to perfection by the Southwest Onslow quarterback.
Quality quarterback play, and you cannot draw up of how to do a fake better than that. And I'll be honest with you, I followed the running back to the left and did not see the quarterback with the ball to the right till he turned the corner.
Yeah, that's Davion Cephas, a senior quarterback. And if this tells you what, if this is an indication of what kind of athlete he is on their official roster, he's quarterback, receiver, defensive back. So he does pretty much everything except sell popcorn.
He's the Swiss
for the
Army knife
Stallions.
kind of player you look for as a coach. You can do it. You do whatever he needs to do to help you to win.
Yeah, and that's something as a defense, Coach Toman, that you gotta honor. If you just sell out on the running back, between the tackles, and he pulls it like he did on that 3rd and 6 play with his athleticism, I mean you can give up some big chunks in a hurry.
And our scouting report said just that. If you're Topsail, you've got to maintain lane integrity. Meaning, just because a play is flowing away from you, you cannot lose your control backside.
Oh, we got a 15-yard penalty against the Pirates of Topsail. That is going to result in first down yardage for the Stallions. It's 1st and 10 at the 45-yard line of the Pirates as Southwest Onslow, less than 2 minutes into the fourth scrimmage of the night, has moved the ball into Pirate territory.
Counter tray football back and forth, hands off around the left-hand side of the offense, and this time credit the Topsail defense stringing the play out to the right. You could, as a coach, you tell your kid that kid can run all he wants to east and west, but the minute he puts his foot in the dirt and turns north and south, you got to put a hat on him.
Yep, and number one rule there, and it's easier said than done, but he cannot get around you. You got to set that edge, funnel him back toward the middle where you've got help. Other
Easier
defenders.
said than done.
Yes. Especially when you run like these, a kid like, Cephas does, or the running back there. That's a great play by the Topsail defender, getting the Southwest Onslow receiver to the ground. Loss of yardage there. Lost about 4 yards back to the 46, 3rd and 11.
This is counterintuitive to what you saw in the first couple of scrimmages where the defensive backs were playing 10, 12 yards off the line of scrimmage and off the receiver. He played on the line of scrimmage and challenged the receiver right away. And even if, regardless, he got the ball, he was not going anywhere the minute he grabbed the hold of it.
Be interested to see if Southwest Onslow has a play where they fake that one and slip a receiver, behind the DBs later in this scrimmage. Right now, though, 3rd and 11 from the 46, I formation. Toss sweep around the left side. That was another quarterback. Did they toss sweep it to Cephas that time? No, that was number. Sorry, folks, I'm trying to get a number.
And I forgot my binoculars at the house, guys. I do apologize. Looks like
that was number 4. Yeah, that was number 4 on the carry. 13. In at quarterback. That's Prince Garcia. That's our second Prince of the night. We had one on East Bladen, had an interception. So 4th and 6 for the Stallions. Oh, he plants, takes off back across the field, and then tries to just pull his way for it. But the Topsail defense is up to the task, makes a stop a couple yards shy of the line to gain, and it will be a turnover on downs. There's really no movement yet by either side, but that was 4th down, and it will result in a turnover on downs. I love the aggressiveness to initiate that contact. In that situation, it being 4th down, you might want to try to win that foot race.
You look at your first read, it's not there. Second read, it's not there. Credit the quarterback who was planting his foot in the ground, taking off to the left-hand side, had some open space, just could not quite get enough yardage. He needed 8, got 7.
And there was a chop block on the play either way. So even had Garcia run for it, it would have been negated by a chop block penalty. Because Topsail stopped him shy of the line to gain, the Pirates declined the penalty and, of course, will take possession of the ball. 3-minute and 34-second drive. Moved it about 40 yards, but results in no points. Topsail takes over. This one scoreless, but the home side up 41-24. The home side has been South Brunswick, Latta, North Brunswick. The away side, East Bladen, South Columbus, and Whiteville. So Southwest Onslow.
Shame he couldn't get the connection on that. Had a wide open receiver by 4 or 5 yards. It was number 4 for Topsail. Yeah, could not make the connection.
Did you get the? Yes, number 4. Thank you. Carter right hand, the intended receiver. It is number 15 in at quarterback. That is Tyler Vickers, an experienced signal caller for the Topsail Pirates. Toss sweep out to the left side. Running back looking for room. He's got plenty. Oh, he's got plenty of it. and then a young man takes a shot over on the sideline, but he gets up like
God
a champ.
bless him. Gets up like a.
I mean, got up like a
Let's give him a
stud.
shout-out, man.
Yeah, and got his visor back on. He's ready to go.
There you go.
Ready to go. That was 6 yards. Yeah, Topsail tough. I like that.
Topsail
I like
tough.
that. Nathan Evers with the gold nugget in my ear. Topsail tough.
I'll tell you, inside-out football, Topsail raced to the corner. Southwest Onslow playing inside out, had to chase him to the sideline. And if he gets around the corner, we're going to have an issue. And we looks like we got an offside call. It might change the down and distance to 1st and 10.
Yeah, pre-snap penalties, a scrimmage theme as old as time. Procedure, alignment, pre-snap penalties in these scrimmages as these teams find their way and establish their identity.
Here's the thing. You go from scrimmages the first couple weeks to showcases and jamborees, which is what we have tonight, to live action football 7 nights from tonight, where we will have Swansboro and South Columbus, and you guys next week will have
West Brunswick, South Brunswick. Just so odd that early in the season. Now that one's going to be a false start penalty against the Pirates. A defender moved but only kind of flinched up, didn't cross the neutral zone, and then that his flinch caused the Topsail offensive lineman to move.
Somewhere my offensive line coach or my defensive line coach would have us doing push-ups all week long for that. But that's old school.
Yeah, up, downs, push-ups.
That was back in the days of the old Oklahoma drills and, bull in the ring.
Oh, yeah. So 1st and 15 now from the 43-yard line. Vickers sets up the screen. They have got to play. 2 lead blockers on 2 defenders. Topsail back, still on his feet. Got some running room. And knocked down at the 17-yard
You can't draw
line.
up a screen better than that.
I mean, that was beautiful. And Kyle Albert, once he caught it, and 2 really good blocks. They had 2 defenders over there and 2 lead blockers. And then
Shout
Albert,
out those big fellows on the blocks downfield, staying with the play.
Beautiful, beautiful execution there.
Got a timeout called. And I'll tell you, getting back to what I was saying, you've got to love, if you're a head football coach or an assistant football coach on that Topsail sideline, the convoy he had going down the field.
Here's another look at it. You got Vickers drops back, pressure gets the screen off to Albert, and now he's down the sideline, and then wisely cuts it back in here at the very end, and then fights for some even more yardage, and just that is textbook how they executed that screenplay.
You're going to draw that. You're going to show that one on Monday is exactly what it's supposed to look like. And I'll tell you, that was sweet because you see where he got the big jump, where he got the long gainer, was the 2 offensive linemen 15 yards downfield, springing them on both ends. And as an offensive line coach, that makes my heart happy because I'll tell you, because you ask your kids to do that, and it usually takes about 3/4 of the season to get them to do it.
Yeah, and Coach, a good lesson, too. If you're a defensive lineman and you're pretty much on a pass play all of a sudden right in the quarterback's face, with little to no resistance, there's a problem behind you. That was number 4, the receiver, Carter Right-Hand, who made the catch and really some nifty running after the catch to pick up about 7 yards. It'll be 2nd and 3. Ball is spotted at the 10-yard line of Southwest Onslow. Topsail trying to strike first in our penultimate scrimmage of the night. Love that word. Just a fancy way of
50-point word in Scrabble.
A fancy way of saying second to last, folks.
And this is a way of saying there's laundry on the field.
Yeah. That's right. This is what we call a penalty. We've got dead ball.
Offside
on the defense. And, Coach, that will result in half the distance to the goal. Ball go to the 5-yard line, and it will make it a first down. So 1st and goal for Topsail. as they try to strike first here.
If you're a Pirate fan, this is exactly what you want to see. Topsail staying in manageable downs and distances and just methodically driving the ball down the field.
Oh, boy. And then Coach with the kiss of death. It is recovered by Topsail at the 30-yard line, a loss of 25 yards, and it will be, like we see often, second and goal from the 30.
And again, that is the KOD. I do apologize to your Topsail fans, but what they had done is what you want to see from Topsail is, just playing bread and butter football. But I swear to you, those mental mistakes will drive you nuts.
Man, first and goal from the 5, and it turns into a second and goal from the 30, just with one errant snap. Vickers,
we got back the other way.
Yeah, we got a hold, I believe, Coach. There's a flag that came in shortly after the snap. It's laying down around the 35-yard line, not far from the Topsail sideline. And it looks like it will be a hold. And a big play there from the Pirates coming back.
I mean, and that's a lesson, really, if you're a kid from Topsail, that it's good you learn in August that you don't want to learn in September and October. We have the pieces together to do good things on offense. We can't get out of ourselves and make mental mistakes like this and go backward.
And again, I'm beating a dead horse here, but that's what these scrimmages are for, right? You're going to make these mistakes, not just tonight, but early in the season. You'll see a lot of this in week 1, 2, 3, 4. If you're peaking at this time of year, then that's when I would worry, right? If I was a coach.
First and goal from the 40.
Yep. So Topsail.
Second and goal.
Second and goal from the 40. Vickers in all kinds of trouble trying to run away from defenders. Shovels it out with his left hand, and Topsail does a great job to get, 10 yards out of it, setting up a more manageable third and goal from the 30.
It's funny you should say manageable third and goal from the 30.
Yeah.
And I think the question becomes, if you're Vickers, is the better play to throw that ball out of bounds and live to play another day?
I mean, it worked out that time.
It worked out that
but
time.
I wouldn't advise, going to that well, very many times, because it could have ended very poorly for the Pirates. I tell you what, Vickers is a big, strong kid. He's going to take a shot. Got a man. Oh, man, almost a remarkable catch in the front corner of the end zone. And I could not see his number. It looks like that's number 6, Tyler Salcedo. Nope, 0. Zach Albert on that attempt. And we got number 0, Zach Albert, and number 5, Kyle Albert, who have both names have been called. We're going to get a field goal attempt.
Field goal attempt, all right.
All right, number 44, the greatest name of the night, Gavin Puffpath.
Now, this is a non-live. You see him, players on defense taking a knee. But this is a
47.
47-yard field goal.
Yep, ball's at the 30, 7 yards for the snap, 10 for the end zone. It's down. The kick is up. It's, just shy, and maybe a little bit left. But Gavin Puffpath put a charge into that one. Folks, you don't see 47-yard field goal attempts in high school football often, and when they do try them, they typically don't come that close.
Yep. And I'll tell you right now, I think he'll hit that in another week or two.
Yeah, I would. It just looked like he kind of put a smooth, pitching wedge swing on that, with his leg.
Yeah, and you're used to seeing kickers with big legs try those kicks. That just looked like he just pushed the thing, and it almost got there. And if he can get that kick, what a big, big bonus that's going to be for Topsail down the road.
Watching West Brunswick play New Hanover, Hoggard, Laney, all those years, one of the stark differences I always noticed was the place kicking. It was an automatic touchback when Hoggard or Hanover typically kicked off. And then if they got to there's a big run for Southwest Onslow, running back still on his feet. Coach, I know you love that run.
Running angry,
Man,
baby, running angry.
That was beautiful. What a nice run there by Southwest Onslow's tailback, number 0.
Get back to Hoggard, though. Those are back in the days of Connor Barth and his brother.
Quan Davis Bacon with a 22-yard run on first down.
He was shaking and baking on that run. I'll give you that.
That was a beautiful run and got some beautiful orange gloves that make him easy to identify. Number 0 with orange gloves, last name Bacon. He's quickly established himself as one of my favorite players of the night. That was a great run. This time he lost his feet, and now we have number 0 tackling number 0. It was Bacon on the carry for Southwest Onslow, and number 0, Zach Albert, on the tackle for Topsail, and then Albert had some help there.
Two Bacon runs, though, have done one very important thing. They flipped field position, and Southwest Onslow is no longer in the shadow of their own end zone. They're almost to midfield, and they've taken only 2 plays to do it.
Coach, elaborate on that if you would for our viewers. Sometimes successful drives don't always end up in points. What do you mean when you say flipping the field and playing that field position game? Why is that important? Great play. Swing pass out to the right. He's got all kinds of running room. That's Judah Clyde. Touchdown, Stallions from 55 yards away. Oh, we got a flag in the end zone. Was there a celebration penalty of some kind? Coach, I didn't see it. After he crossed the goal line, I turned to check the rest of the field for flags, and I didn't see any. But now look, looks like after the play. What are we going to have here?
It's either going to be a second celebration or a taunt. Sometimes you get a little excited, get your head, But we talked about flipping the field. Flipping the field basically means,
touchdown counts.
Touchdown counts.
So after the play, unsportsmanlike.
That would be a taunt, probably on a celebration.
Yep.
But flipping the field means, what you want to do is you do not want to play in your side of the field and give a short field to a team if you have to punt. So if you push that ball to 40 or 50, that punt's going to give you yards on the other side.
So, Coach, in high school football, that looks like it will be marked off on the ensuing kickoff if there were one. Obviously not tonight, but Topsail, when possession changes, will get the ball at the 35 instead of the 20, correct?
That is correct.
Toss sweep out to the left. The Topsail back drops the toss sweep from Cephas, and that was number 2, Ton Bolden, the senior running back, who couldn't corral that toss from Cephas, and the 2-point try no good. Now they'll mark off the penalty yardage from the unsportsmanlike, but it's 6-0 Southwest Onslow over Topsail, and the visitors have crawled within 11 here. So the home side, which again has been South Brunswick, Latta, North Brunswick, and Topsail, have 41, and now we have 30 for the visitor side, which is Whiteville, South Columbus, East Bladen, and now Southwest Onslow.
And I'll tell you something. If you really look at all these games so far, I mean, we've had a 9-point differential, a 7-point differential, 1, and now a 6-point differential. These teams are really well balanced. What you like to see in a Jamboree is get quality reps against kids at your own skill level so you can really see what you got. I think we're trying to figure out the yardage on the penalty here. Yeah, like I said, got to credit the schedule makers for making this a very balanced Jamboree.
Yes, it has. It's been a good night. All competitive games. Very even.
Here we go
and
back
here
the other
comes
direction.
Topsail. Another long run into the secondary. Same player who caught the screen pass earlier. It's one of those Alberts. This time it's Kyle with a long run from the 35 up to the 43-yard line. It's 15 at 7, 22 yards on the run from Kyle Albert, and now Topsail in business as the first quarter reaches the 3-minute, 50-second mark. Vickers out to the far side of the field. The wide receiver screen intended for Aaron Sandher is dropped or off the mark and falls incomplete, setting up a 2nd and 10 from the 43-yard line.
These coaches think they found something with the screen game on both ends. And, with these defensive backs playing off to start the season, not wanting to get, burnt deep, it's giving opportunities for these wide receivers. If you can get a lineman out there or another wide receiver to make a block, there's a good opportunity for great yardage.
2nd and 10, Vickers in the shotgun. Going to throw the wheel route. He had a man, and he corralled it, but Albert was out of bounds. Almost a circus grab, just a little too wide on that throw from Vickers. But, man, it's easy to tell Kyle Albert's going to be a weapon for this Topsail team.
The fact that he was almost able to catch that is a testament to your quarterback, because your quarterback was under duress, threw it off his back foot, and just lofted it a bit high.
Coach, you surprised by the fairly low scoring scrimmages so far? We had a 13-6, a 7-6, and a 21-12. That's a lot of points for a half, but the two after that were low-scoring games. Screen again. Oh! Boy, beautifully played by Southwest Onslow linebacker. It was number 18 who made the initial hit. Read that beautifully. Looked like Topsail had it set up perfectly, but the senior linebacker, Tegan Rogers, nailed the receiver right as he caught the screen pass. 4th and 15. They're going to leave the offense on the field, Coach.
To answer your question, yes and no. I mean, traditionally your offenses are going to be ahead of your defenses, but you got to look at the programs that are in this Jamboree, and they're very disciplined programs. And these kids have been playing, the same level of defense, the same scheme for several years.
What a grab. What a throw by Vickers. And what a grab.
21
from the receiver.
From Jacksonville.
Yeah, number 21 for Topsail. That is Brandon Swain. I thought for a couple seconds there that it was an overthrow, and Swain did a beautiful job just racing to that one to get under it, and then made a tumbling catch, held onto it as he went to the ground.
Sweet reception and great hands, almost getting turned around, playing center field. The old say, hey, kid, Willie Mays on that.
Yep, now we get the snap to Kyle Albert, and he is wrestled out of bounds inside the 15 to the 13-yard line, a gain of about let's see where they mark it.
About 3,
got
maybe
to
4.
Got to the 13, so 4 yards. We'll call it 2nd and 6. And remember that one, if Topsail capitalizes with a score on this drive, remember that was a 4th and 15 connection from Vickers to Swain.
Bobble snap, corralled by the quarterback.
Out
Vickers.
route, complete.
Just at the chains. Vickers lucky to keep a hold of that thing. Does bobble it, but gets a great pass off. And looks like he has picked up and make a 1st and goal.
Yep, that's Zach Albert, the receiver on that Vickers out route. So 1st and goal from the 7-yard line. 1:59 left in the first quarter of our 4th scrimmage of the night.
Can't believe it's gone by so fast, only 5 minutes after 9, and these games are zooming by.
Shotgun snap, toss out to the left to Albert. The ball's on the ground. Oh, ruled down by the official, so no fumble.
Lucky to get that one back, and it's going to be 2nd and goal once again from about the 7. And these are the kind of things you can't have happen if you're Topsail. You're making great plays, but you cannot afford one mental mistake down here in the red zone.
On for a point after try.
And he is going to be on my all-name team this year.
Gavin Puffpath. And he's got a leg on him. He knocks that one head. We're going to get another look at the touchdown run from Albert. Good run, bullied his way across the goal line and into the end zone for Topsail's first score of the night. A point after try successful, and Topsail has a 7-6 lead. There's all your scores. South Brunswick 21-12 over East Bladen, Latta 13-6 over South Columbus, and then North Brunswick 7-6 over Whiteville. This one, Topsail has a 7-6 lead with just under a minute left in the first quarter.
Great football all the way through, and a great ball game coming up shortly after this next quarter. West Brunswick and Northside-Jacksonville are going to top it off with a great finisher.
Now Topsail using that momentum.
And got a late flag.
Gets a good stop.
A little bit too much after the whistle, and we're going to be – and this is where, coaches lose their hair.
We got a flag that flies in late.
One too many, degrees of Celsius in that thermometer, tends to make you a little short-tempered sometimes, especially this late on a Friday night. Sullivan got the call. Unsportsmanlike conduct. It looks like it was offsetting, probably. Doesn't look like we're moving anywhere.
So the result of the play stands, and it's a loss of a yard, and will be 2nd and 11.
Looks like the ball's on about the 19.
Oh. Another swing route called incomplete by the referee. That will set up a 3rd and 11 from the 19-yard line.
One of the things you wonder about is why they're still running. You see this a lot in pro football nowadays. They're taught to let that play out before making sure that's a forward pass. For the mechanics of the officials, they're going to let that play a little bit longer. That's why you waited until you saw everybody chasing after it before that official, blew it dead for incomplete.
So 3rd and 11 for the Stallions from their own 19-yard line. Shotgun snap. Quarterback keeps it, running around the left side. Initiates some contact again, but he is knocked down about 3 yards shy of the line to gain. And it will be 4th and 3, and let's see what the Stallions do.
Do you want to run this play now, or do you want to let the quarter run out and pick up your best play coming into the second quarter?
And catch a breather so everybody's good and fresh before that 4th down snap. We're down to 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Southwest Onslow just snaps it, and Topsail is all over it. Stops the running back for a loss of about 4 yards, and will have excellent starting field position.
Did not make the line to gain anyway, but a hold not called behind the play.
We're going to take a quick break. Southwest Onslow and Topsail heading into the second and final quarter of their scrimmage, with Topsail leading 7-6. And we're back for the start of the second quarter between Topsail and Southwest Onslow after the turnover on downs. Topsail with excellent starting field position, 1st and 10 from the 22. That ball's on the ground, and Southwest Onslow indicates that they have recovered.
Again,
Wow.
Topsail goes up and down the field, and it just seems, they get, beyond that 30-yard line, they get snake bit with a mental mistake here, mental mistake there, and had 2 golden opportunities for points here in that, first and the start of the second quarter, and it's just not, be able to push it through.
So that's an errant snap at the 5, pushes them back to the 30. They end up with no points, and then a 1st and 10 just outside the red zone, and a fumble on 1st down thwarts another scoring opportunity. And, Coach, those are ones that you really want to work hard to eliminate as the season progresses.
You just hate it. And, as coaches, this is valuable tape to show these guys, look what we can do when we don't beat ourselves. Turf monster tackle. Yeah. And again, it's true of any team. You're capable of doing such great things. If you don't beat yourselves, some of these schools are going to be hard to beat.
Southwest Onslow gets a yard on 1st down, and that sets up a 2nd and 9 from the 31-yard line. Another good competitive game. 4th one in a row. Very, very nice job by the event organizers to put these matchups together. It's been 4 really competitive games. That play was kind of disheveled from the start. A late pitch, and then the tailback nowhere to go.
Now, your brother and your father coached offensive football, and I've never seen a push pitch. Kind of the way it honestly looked like a chest pass when he threw that thing. And like you said, it was dead on arrival.
Yeah, from Cephas to Bolden there. Looked like kind of like a intramural college flag football option where they try to run it and it didn't look quite right. So no gain officially. It'll set up a 3rd and 9. And the last 2 times Southwest Onslow has had the ball, the Topsail defense has bowed its neck. Southwest, since getting that touchdown on the swing pass, has found very little running room until now, of course. Very close to the line to gain. Actually ruled out about 2 yards shy of the 40-yard line, so that's going to set up a critical 4th and 2. See if they try to draw them offsides, Coach.
It looked like it took him about a day and a half to get there, just effective enough to make it a manageable 4th and short. But, again, on your side of the 50, sometimes, this is a situation where if you're in a regular game, maybe you think about it, maybe you don't. That depends on the situation. But it looks like Southwest Onslow is going to go ahead and punt this football.
Yeah, interesting. A possession ago, they attempted a 4th and longer from, further back.
Right.
But maybe want to get that punt team some work, and a wobbly end-over-end punt. Bounces to around the 37-yard line. So 12 and 13, 25 yards on the punt for Southwest. And with 9:14 left to go in the 4th scrimmage of the night, Topsail maintains its 7-6 lead. The total score, home teams are leading the visitors 48-30. Quickly, again, we had South Brunswick 21, East Bladen 12. Then Latta 13, South Columbus 6. Then North Brunswick 7-6 edge over Whiteville, and Topsail a 7-6 edge in this one.
Called dead right away. And, again, these are the kind of mistakes you're going to see in August, but you really kind of want to clean this mess up going into next Friday night. And early scrimmages, you don't mind these flags so much, but I'm telling you, this dress rehearsal game, it makes coaches gray quick.
As we've seen throughout the night, multiple kids getting reps at quarterback and other positions. And for Topsail, it's number 12, Austin Stang, who has come into the game to play quarterback for the Pirates. And
Waved off
apparently
the
no
flag.
flag.
And I'm going to tell you something. One thing, and I hate to be the kiss of death because I'm probably going to say this and something's going to happen. We've been able to be relatively healthy throughout these ball games. We've seen maybe a couple of kids get dinged, but we really haven't seen a major injury, knock on wood. So these teams are going to come into next Friday night relatively full strength.
And that's exactly what we want to see.
That's
for
a
these young
victory.
men.
That's a victory, on these coaches. Yeah. A little indecision right now.
Another stoppage. So here's a 1st and 10 snap. Stang rolls out to his right, got his receiver, and a good tackle from behind, but we got a flag again.
Here's the thing. I don't know why they had two receivers within 3 yards of each other. Just gets it over the head of the first one and gets it in the hands of the second one. Sometimes better to be lucky than good, but still, I mean, that's dangerous to having two receivers that close in the same area.
Flag is down at the 39-yard line, just 2 yards beyond the line of scrimmage. And
An ineligible receiver downfield against Topsail.
Ineligible receiver.
And that's a product sometimes of just keeping your block and driving them downfield. Sometimes that happens. Also, those screens being so successful earlier, sometimes you just those things happen. You just get a little out of joint trying to block downfield.
Yep, get a little antsy and overzealous, and the next thing you know, you find yourself 6 yards down the field. So 1st and 15. Ball at the 32-yard line. Toss sweep to the boundary, and Albert is tripped up.
Impressively gets past the first two tacklers. Could not get escaped the third, but how he got through the first two is a mystery to me.
Yeah, tough running there. Got to the 36-yard line. Gain of about 4 sets up a 2nd and 11. 8.5 minutes left in this one. Final game of the night will be Northside-Jacksonville against the host team, the West Brunswick Trojans, here from M.H. Rourke Stadium. Oh, ahead of us. We're going to get roughing the passer. Instead of
bailed out on the roughing the passer, but that receiver's going to be thinking about that one all night.
Yep, and that was 0 Zach Albert, the intended receiver. So
you go from 2nd and 11 to a 15-yard penalty, gives you a first down.
Would have been 3rd and 11.
Yep.
The Albert brothers, we got
And
0 Zach, 5 is Kyle.
And T.J. Albert, the head coach.
And T.J. Albert, the head coach. Thank you. Twins, brothers, cousins. I don't know, but if they are his sons, TJ's got 2 good football players on his hands. They've been difference makers here tonight. Oh, nice play by the defender.
Number 10.
Bat that one away. It was intended for Kyle Albert, but Southwest Onslow diagnosed that one beautifully. And Boogie Parker, the junior linebacker. Boogie Fever.
Okay, Boogie's on my name team too now, I'm telling you.
Yeah,
Boogie looked like that was a basketball play, and he swatted that thing out of the air like he was Dikembe Mutombo. Now, there's a reference for you.
No.
That's what he said
those.
when he was pointing. He's like, no, no,
Yeah.
no.
I love those commercials. I also loved it sometime there in the mid-'90s. Michael Jordan dunked on him and gave him the finger wag, which was a fun moment. Wide receiver screen out to the bottom of your screen, and look who it is on the tackle.
It's our friend again,
Boogie. Boogie Parker.
Boogieing down the field to make the tackle.
Oh, a good job by some Southwest Onslow players. They had a defender there in the defensive backfield who got in some extracurriculars with a Topsail player, and some of the his Southwest teammates got him away and seemingly calmed down to avoid any kind of penalty. It looks like Southwest is lined up in the neutral zone.
I was going to say if I was the only one who noticed that.
Oh, Albert got that handoff and got nailed.
Well, look, if you got a chance to look right down the line like we did.
His hand was even with the ball, like in line.
The helmet was across the ball.
Yeah. So Zach and Kyle Albert are the sons of Topsail head coach T.J. Albert.
The family tree is
Football family.
Yep.
Love that. Man, what a special opportunity that is. Coach both your sons in high school football. That's really neat. 4th and 8. Topsail's going to go for it. Austin Stain drops back. Got a man down the field, and that pass off the mark.
Receiver was open, had the opportunity to, if he had made the reception, to turn the corner and get good yardage, but the ball thrown behind the receiver and just couldn't make the connection.
Yeah, look, the throw went more to the inside, and the opening was,
Throw went right shoulder
sideline.
when it needed to go left.
Yep. So a turnover on downs, and now Southwest Onslow gets another crack at it. We did have a flag on the play. Oh, now it was picked up and put in the.
I'm guessing it was,
right
against the offense.
Right. So they just declined it themselves.
Yep.
And off we go. Southwest Onslow 1st and 10 from its own 47-yard line.
Yeah. Again, we're still looking at one score apiece. Two teams very evenly matched.
There's the same play that Southwest Onslow scored on earlier. Judah Clyde, this time brought down. He got a half yard.
Yeah. Backside defensive end stayed home, and whereas 2 series ago he got caught too far inside, stayed home, no passing lane at all, just had to turn that up and get a minimal gain.
Oh, there's Clyde open in the slot. Man, shifty move there. A nice throw and catch from Cephas.
Yeah, you talk about going from a wide target to going narrow in the hole. Go wide target makes it give him a good opportunity to make him a good catch radius guy, and when he turns upfield, he turns his shoulder sideways, and it makes it very hard to tackle a very long guy like this.
Get skinny.
Yep. Which I've never had an issue with that. Now. Sam, on the other hand, 100-pound soaking wet can get skinny. I can get less portly.
These summers on the now that was backwards, and it's going to be a good game. Oh, nice run. So that's officially going to be a running play. If we're going official stats here, for Damari Hill, the senior receiver, corralled the pass, quote-unquote, from Cephas and got all the way down to the 12-yard line. And, Coach, for our viewers, because the quarterback threw it backwards, if you will, it's officially a running play. You have to throw it, I guess, either even or forward.
To get pass yards, it has to be a forward pass.
Yep.
You could shovel pass it. You can throw it that way. But anything behind the line of scrimmage is counted as running yards. Timeout called by Southwest Onslow.
Yep, and we're going to take this time to thank our sponsors for this year's Bash at the Beach Football Jamboree: Farm Bureau Insurance, Focus Broadband, Novant Health, Truist, and, of course, Capital Chevrolet of Charlotte. I was trying to think earlier of what year this is of the Bash at the Beach Football Jamboree.
Year
and
6.
I'm told this is year 6.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I had no idea it had been that many already. Time
Started
really
the year
does
after
fly.
COVID because, you couldn't get the schools up to Wilmington, and just some competitive imbalances, those kind of things happen. And it really been a boon down here, and a great way to start the South, the football here down in southeastern North Carolina.
So, Coach Toman, one of my greatest memories from this event is, the cumulative score idea. One year, I think it was the home side was up. How did he get out of that? Houdini.
Dipsy-doo, dunkaroo.
Man, what a move. He ended up getting about 6 yards out of that. Garcia, great move. Anyway, the home team, and there was like 5 games each night,
Right.
I think, 2 nights, and the home team was up by nearly 100.
Right.
Late on the second night, like 3 scrimmages left, the visiting team outscored them by 20, and then the next one by like 28 or 35. Right. And then a furious comeback in the final game, and they, I think it was year 2. And it was with like 5 seconds left. The visitors capped the comeback. But I want to say they were down 80 or 85, something like. It was a wild. We had a lot of fun with it.
He is into the end zone.
That is a touchdown. Southwest Onslow, number 5, Justin Kirksey, I believe, was the ball carrier. I'm sorry, folks. I couldn't see it on the monitor. No, it was 2. Bolden. Mm-hmm. And now we're going to get an extra point try from the Stallions. Okay, guys, number 27, Gatorade Brooks.
Okay.
Gatorade
That one's
Brooks.
on there, too. Our all-name team. We got Gatorade, we got Puff Path, and we got Boogie.
I'll get a better look after the point after try here, but that might be 22. Nope, that's definitely 27. And, all right, I'm making sure I'm looking at this right. Yes, Gatorade Brooks, a freshman. Here's another look at the touchdown run. It was Bolden in those orange cleats, looking sharp, playing sharp, and puts Southwest Onslow ahead 13-7 with 5:02 left. Cumulative score now 48 for the home team, 37 for the visitors. And Coach Toman, it would be, if this result holds, it would be the first win, quote unquote, of the night for the visitors, which include East Bladen, South Columbus, and
We
Whiteville.
got a fumble here.
All right, we got to sort this out somehow.
We got a flag also, apparently.
We had a ball on the ground. We got flags on the ground. We had one of the officials taking his hat off and scratching his head, and we feel the same way.
We're trying to figure out what just happened because we had a touchdown and an extra point. A personal foul called against Southwest Onslow.
Oh, that moves it out to the 20.
And what was been a desperate situation if you're, Topsail, takes the ball from about the 5 to the 20, where it's going to be 2nd and 10 now. Pitch out to the right, cuts inside, and maybe gets 1-2 yards before he's tackled by that Southwest Onslow defense.
That is Southwest Onslow J. Sean Newton, the senior defensive lineman who made that tackle, setting up a 3rd and 9, 4.5 minutes left in this one. And, Coach, it feels like Southwest Onslow has got a little pep in their step since the kind of the start of this second quarter.
Yeah, these are high school kids, and momentum takes you a long way.
It does. It does. That's look like a false start of
We've come to a sudden stop here the last couple of plays. And unfortunately, late in the evening, especially when now that you're getting some of these 2nd and 3rd teams in late in the scrimmage, what you're looking at is a couple of kids who maybe haven't played together, and it's a little disjointed. But again, these are quality minutes for these young kids, especially these sophomores, and maybe your young juniors who haven't gotten that opportunity to really show you that they can give you big moments when needed, and maybe come in a key contest later on down the year.
And I think that's an excellent point that you've made tonight. Is you're gonna have to rely. Oh, man, in the face. Oh, and that's Albert. He's dangerous with the ball in his hands. Got shoved down, but it was a yard past the line to gain, and man,
not often seen middle screen in high school football.
Nope, dangerous, and got it away just in the nick of time, and Albert did a great job to just secure it. And another point you made, Topsail, Albert in particular, does a great job of just catching it and getting up the field. There's no dancing, or tiptoeing. He's just going north to south, getting the yardage. And there's the other Albert. Kyle.
You asked me earlier, what is the difference between middle school and high school football? And it is exactly that. And, late flag, a lot of jawing going back and forth here at the end. And, they're going to call taunting, and they're going to call this stuff because if they don't, it's a preventative move to keep the garbage out of these things. And, cooler heads have to prevail, and that's a coachable moment for these kids on the sideline. But getting back to what I was saying, whereas in middle school, you see a lot of these kids dancing back and forth, running around in circles. High school football, if you don't get north-south within the first 2 or 3 steps, you're going to end up on your backside more often than not.
And frankly, Coach, I like the policing of all the extra stuff. It had, in my opinion, it had spiraled out of control in high school football in recent years. It's after every play. You see the DBs doing the straps, celebration, or the big high incomplete. And and the reason I say that is, of course, the kids are young and emotional and they want to have fun. But it can go from fun to testy and get out of hand very quickly.
And a lot of that you see on TV, and you can get away with that stuff in the pros, but when you're trying to teach sportsmanship and you got a dead ball call, nothing's going to happen. But,
And I think he's going to have Swain.
Yeah.
Or at least an attempt to throw one down there for a one-on-one ball.
Yeah. Because what's happening is, you're trying to teach not only these kids about football and those kind of things, but you're also trying to teach them what the game of football teaches you. Teamwork, sportsmanship, leadership, discipline. And getting that kind of junk out there is just something we really need to do.
Yeah, and glad you used that word of discipline. And, I mean, how hard is it? We're all competitive people, and you get in those heat of the moment, circumstances, and you got to be disciplined enough to control those emotions and not do something that would hurt your team.
And it's a lesson that they can take take right into real life. There are going to be times where you're going to have adversity. And, sports reveals character, as we've always said. And when you have adversity in life, are you going to lose your cool, going to lose your composure, or are you going to battle against it? battle against and rise up. And again, sports, teaches these little lessons that are microcosms of life and things that you're going to encounter in the real world.
So 2nd and 5, ball at the 36-yard line. Oh, he's got a man. Oh, it's Swain. Oh, he'd love to have that one back.
Swain's going to be dreaming about that one tonight.
Man, a wide open receiver down the field, and only 2:57 left in this scrimmage. Topsail
and those
down
are
13-7.
Those are going to be things you see when you hit head to pillow tonight, and you're going to say, you know what? If this was next week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks down the road, and we've had a chance to work on that, that's going to be 6 points going that way. I will not let that happen again.
Yeah, and on the flip side, if you're Southwest Onslow, you're going to coach, your kids to try to avoid those busted coverages, like so.
Oh! Oh. Yeah. And I'm telling you, again, it's one of those things where, as a quarterback, you're like, I couldn't place it any better.
That time, a beautiful throw to Creech, and he just couldn't quite. Great route, good speed, just couldn't quite corral the long ball there from this is now third-string quarterback, 19, Max Lambert.
Sweet throw, though, for Lambert.
Yeah, here's the good news for Creech. It would have been a heartbreaker had he caught it and scored, because there was a flag that they just, marked off, so it would not have stood either way. 3rd and 15 now for Topsail, 2:49 left. Yo. Screen pass. Ball's on the ground. Who got it? Referee indicates that Southwest Onslow has recovered.
I mean, it's a tale of maybe play-by-play up and down for Topsail right now. Topsail looking to put the pieces together. It looks like they have the component pieces. It's just one play here, one play there, or drive killers, drive stallers. And if Topsail can just, for lack of a better term, get out of their own way with some of these things and put those last pieces together, they're going to be a very competitive team this year.
That is number 9, Jay-Sean Newton, the senior linebacker whose name we called earlier, who recovered that fumble. I couldn't quite tell who forced it. I know Newton was in the neighborhood. And, Coach, do you expect Southwest Onslow to just go heavy dose of Bladen and Cephas here and keep it on the ground? What do you think?
I don't think you're going to get that deep into your playbook here with, 2:19 to go. But I think what you need to do is just, you got some younger kids and younger component pieces in there. Let's see how well they're grasping your offense. I don't think you get fancy, but I also think you continue to run what's brought you up and down the field.
Now, do you think you're intentional about bleeding play clock like you would in a real game setting?
No, sir. I want to get my kids, especially these young ones, the ones I'm going to be maybe counting on in a substitute role, to get as many reps as possible. Managing a game is different than getting these kids reps.
Yep.
If you're going to manage the situation and you're up by a touchdown or so this late, you're going to bleed clock. But now you want these young kids who may have to give you a play or two down the road to get as many reps as they can against live action.
I agree wholeheartedly. And I ask because I've been in those scrimmage settings, and it gets late, and it's a scrimmage, and it really doesn't matter.
Yep.
Then the competitive juices kick in, and it's hard as human beings.
But it means just as much to these young kids, and I'll tell you, I mean, it's trite to say, but there's nothing like experience when you're playing high school sports to give 'cause it's real different from practice to game. The opportunities you get to see when things are at full speed.
That was Bacon on the handoff that time, and he carries it inside the 10 to the 9-yard line. The game clock has ticked under the 1 minute mark. Topsail does have 3 timeouts left if they wanted to use them, but again, we're not talking about a third-round playoff game here, where you're using every tool at your disposal to try to win the game. Bacon gets the handoff around the right side. He's very close. Ruled down at the 1-yard line.
Yep.
And it will be 2nd and goal from the 1.
Don't forget, we got a great finisher. We got a great nightcap. We got Jacksonville and West Brunswick coming up, and what is going to be a lights-out ball game, and probably a pretty indication of what both schools have coming up here in the next couple of months.
So Southwest is getting on the line. They're going to try and score. We got a timeout. They couldn't quite get organized, and the Stallions are going to call a timeout with 4.5 seconds left, and Topsail's going to make some changes and probably bring in, you know what? They're bringing in that first-team defense.
Yep.
They are. Hey, basically what he's saying is.
Little gamesmanship here.
Yeah, that's right, gamesmanship. You're looking at the West Brunswick Trojans. Hey, these kids have waited around a long time today as the 5th and final scrimmage of the night. And I tell you, I'm really excited on a personal level for West Brunswick head coach Aaron Powell, a good man, good family man, a man of
put his time
integrity,
in,
paid his dues. He was on my brother's staff as a defensive backs coach when Brett was the head coach here, and just a real easy guy to root for. He is
nice to see good people getting their opportunity.
Exactly, and we don't cheer for results, from the broadcast booth, but we'll acknowledge.
And that goal line stand with the first-team defense will end the ball game here.
Yeah, we'll acknowledge that we're Aaron Powell fans. So a goal line stand, Topsail saying, okay, if you're going to try and score and call timeout with 4 seconds left, then we're going to try to stop you. So that'll do it for the 4th scrimmage. Southwest Onslow 13, Topsail 7, 4 down, 1 to go. Stay right here with us after the break for the host Trojans to take on Northside-Jacksonville. And we are back at the Bash at the Beach Football Jamboree, the fifth and final scrimmage of the night. The teams will play two 12-minute periods. The score you see, or will see, on the bottom of your screen, there it is. The home teams, South Brunswick, Latta, North Brunswick, Topsail, and now West Brunswick have 48 combined points, and Northside runs the reverse on the first play. And Guardian Cap off to the races. And Coach, he may score. West Brunswick, I'm not sure, got a hand on him. 80 yards, maybe untouched.
And
16 seconds into the game, the visitors have pulled within 5.
my scouting report, the first word out of my mouth is supposed to be explosive. And that is dynamite, TNT, and nitroglycerin all in one. Coming out with a reverse on the opening play of the last game of the night. And Northside-Jacksonville, if there's a headline for that, it just says, as advertised.
So, folks, if anybody is watching from the and is a fan of Northside-Jacksonville, I'm going to apologize in advance. I do not have numbers on the Northside roster, so I will do my best and see what I can find. Yep, here's the reverse coming down the sideline. It's number 2 who took it, and I will see what I can find, guys, to help you out, you Northside fans. And I missed the conversion attempt, did they?
They got it.
There we go. So 7-0 Northside early in this one, 16 seconds in, the 80-yard reverse for a touchdown. And we're off and running in the fifth and final scrimmage of the night.
Blink and you miss it, and West Brunswick down 6-0. Inside handoff picks up about 2 or 3 before being tackled. And, the tease at the beginning of the night was these teams are going to be very vanilla on offense, very vanilla on defense, and already tonight we've seen 2 hook and ladders, and now a reverse on the first play of the last scrimmage of the night.
3 yards on
first down. So now,
First
3
down,
yards in a
thank
cloud
you.
of dust is very effective, but not if you're down 7.
Good blocking up front for West Brunswick. The ball carrier out near the first down marker. And we'll call it, let's see, got 23, got 6 yards. It'll make it a 3rd and 1 here in the early going for West Brunswick.
Interior blocking at a premium for West Brunswick. You guard, tackle, center guard combination on both sides really, just created the road and created a great lane for the running back.
It was number 2, Gavin Davis, the 5'7" receiver on that 80-yard reverse for a touchdown. Fun fact, Coach Tobin, and a testament to the job Coach Pollock has done with Northside-Jacksonville. 2 years ago, Northside played in the first game. I believe it was against South Columbus, and Coach Pollock's son, I believe, was a freshman, started at quarterback. They were rebuilding. He was new there. The Monarchs were not good. 3 years later, if I read my notes correctly, this is a team that won 11 football games last year. This is a good team, well coached, good athletes.
That's the difference between having a good year and building a program.
Yeah.
They took the right steps. They built it from the ground up.
Yes.
And you're seeing these kids becoming juniors and seniors and starting to own, take ownership of that program. And they're going to do some dynamic stuff in that conference this year. And if tonight's any indication, they're going to look stout. The question they have coming back is, obviously you graduate some really quality seniors. Can you sustain the year you had last year? And who's going to pick up that slack from the departing seniors?
Yeah, you make an excellent point. There's a difference in having a great year and then building a great program. There really anybody can have a one-off. Win some close games. Have a year where you stumble into 9 wins, but it's not really sustainable.
Yeah.
And then looks like what Northside is building is going to give them an opportunity to win a lot of games every year.
And that's the thing. When you have success, you have sustainability, you have stability at the coaching position, and you're able to build your program from your youth football to your middle school football, and quality programs have coaches, especially at the varsity level, invested in the youth program all the way up, and these kids are all, speaking the same language, running the same kinds of offenses and defenses, and it translates to when they get to this level, incredible success.
Trying to figure out where I just was here on Max Prep so I can get when the conference has changed and got the new names. I still have not learned them other than this Carolina Coast, like West Brunswick and the traditional Mid-Eastern. There's a running play back across the 32, down at the 33-yard line, a gain of maybe 2 or 3, but it sets up a 3rd and 8. 8:55 left in the first quarter. Northside scores on the opening play of this scrimmage and has a 7-0 advantage.
And I think you're getting to see a little bit of what Aaron Powell football is going to be at West Brunswick, and it's going to be physical at the point of attack, your run-first offense, and getting back to foundational West Brunswick Trojan principles, and building this, again, like Jacksonville, from the ground up.
Really good play on 3rd down there. Kept it on the ground, but West Brunswick very close to the line to gain. The ball carrier got across the 40 to the 41, maybe a half yard or a
about a
short
yard,
one.
yeah. And you're seeing Aaron Powell's identity being built right here, and he's saying right now we're going to go for this, and we're going to build on our offensive line and say, you know what, we're going to out-tough you and pick up that yard.
Is senior quarterback Josiah Borton, the signal caller for the Trojans. We've got 4th and 1. Ball's at the 41. West needs the 42. Oh, a good toss at the last minute. Ball carrier still on his feet. Wrestled down at the 39-yard line. A really smart play by the senior quarterback there.
I think you just picked up on it. A smart play by a senior quarterback with 2 and 3 years of experience. I don't think you get that, kind of pitch off a sophomore late developing in the play. Heads-up play makes a big game for West Brunswick, and West Brunswick is going to benefit from senior leadership of that quarterback.
And they will also benefit from the powerful running of junior tailback number 5, Marzell Stanley, who is a load back there in the backfield and runs quite well to boot. So a tough runner, and West wants to get the ball as quickly or to him as often as it can. However, what West does not want to do is burn 2 of its 3 first half timeouts, 4 minutes and 51 seconds.
What's that old adage? You really don't want to use all your timeouts in the first half?
They're 2 down.
Yep.
You get 3 a half in high school football, and of course tonight's scrimmage is just 1 half. So West has called 2 already.
Yeah, you don't want to. I apologize. If this were a regular game, you don't want to use all your timeouts in the first quarter.
Yes. Yep, that is correct. And really, in a perfect world, you want to hold on to every one of them for end-of-game situations where you need to burn them to try to get the ball back, in late-game situations. Of course, if you got a critical 4th and 1 late in the first half and want to keep a drive alive or whatever, and you can't get a play in, a lot of times you got to use them. But 2 of them out of 3, and
Yeah. I'm
Got
going to tell you
19
something I'm really
minutes left.
impressed with right now, and that is the mental toughness of this West Brunswick team getting a gut punch to start the game, while giving up the long time touchdown, coming back and putting together a solid offensive drive.
A really nice drive so far, and everything on the ground. Borton kept it. He's got a man down the field. Oh, man, an incredible throw on the run.
Most of the defense buying the ball fake, gave the quarterback enough time. And honestly, he really, if he wanted to, could have pulled that down and taken off.
Pass is incomplete. Brings up a second down.
Really good throw as he rolled out to his right.
West Brunswick, with their opportunities, can play with this Northside-Jacksonville team. Don't let that first score fool you, folks.
Woo. 2nd and 10, handoff up the middle, and the ball carrier stacked up. That is Marquise Stanley, little brother of Marzell Stanley. Different, though. Marquise is more of a burner. Marzell more of the thunder.
Thunder and lightning. And I'll tell you something. That's what you call coming to a sudden stop. Northside, with a great defensive play in the backfield of West Brunswick, and we got looks like a 3rd and 10 for the Trojans.
Well, about halfway through the opening frame, Borton in the shotgun, 3rd and 10. They fake the throw to the right. They get it to Marquise Stanley on the left. He takes a big hit, but it kind of drove him forward 3 or 4 yards, and West picks up 7 of the 10 that they needed. That'll set up a 4th and 3. Feels like a good opportunity.
A manageable opportunity for West Brunswick. And good coaching. We've seen this all night. Running backs and receivers falling forward, initiating contact. That's a mark of good coaching. Those are skills these kids don't pick up, out in the yard.
I tell you, these high school teams are getting really good in the screen game. I've seen more effective screen plays tonight than we typically see in a season. 4th and 3. Oh man, what a run!
Yeah.
What a run. That play was snuffed out. And Stanley.
I'm telling you, Marzell Stanley took, what he was given, did not give up on the play, and that is a kid who just won't quit. And you got to love that from Stanley.
Liam Lavassa limping off the home sideline, but a first down for West Brunswick. Keeps the drive alive. An incredible run. Jacob Woodard, the sophomore receiver, is checked into the game.
Here's the thing to think about. One play by Northside caused a touchdown. West Brunswick, this is still their first drive of the game, and there is only about 4:45 left to go in the first quarter.
Stanley flanks Borton in the backfield. Stanley's got a running room and a good tackle by Northside defensive back number 20 there on that tackle. And Northside, the numbers, folks, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Number 20, good tackle.
Yeah. And I'm going to tell you, I love watching Stanley run. He's a Mike Allstott kind of back who just chews up yardage and defenders, and he looks like he's going to be stopped for a 1-2 yard gain, and before you look up, he's 5 or 6 yards down the field.
Yep, that was a long 5 there, maybe 6, inside the 25 to the 23. West.
What a keep.
Borton kept it, and then wisely got down at the 11 or 12 yard line.
What a ball fake that was.
He got me.
I'm sitting there going, like, oh, my God, he still got the ball. What a great ball play. That is great quarterback play. You don't get that out of a high school kid unless he's a senior. And if you get a chance to watch that fake, everybody, camera people, producers, announcers, we all went with it until we saw him 5 yards down the field.
runs. He can cover 5 yards quickly. Really impressive opening drive. 1st and 10 at the 12-yard line of Northside. This time he does give it. Look at this kid run. Jeez, oh, Pete. He's good, Coach. Man. I mean, that was one of the best 7-yard runs I've seen in
For a
long
purist
time.
football fan, he's the kind of kid you want to see. Gets those dirty yards, gets the ball upfield, and makes things happen. I mean, that is pure high school football at its best right there.
You actually give him 8 yards there to the 5-yard line. Wes needs the 3 for a first down. 2 minutes, 50 seconds left in the opening quarter. Wes got some confusion lining up here. Now it looks like they've got it squared away. Stanley in the pistol behind Borton. They give it to Stanley. He is, I believe he got enough for the first down, Coach. But
down to the 1.
Yep, not quite enough for the touchdown. So here we go. 1st and goal from the 1. Can they capitalize?
Here's the impressive thing. Yeah. You had, time of possession is a liar in this point because you have 10 seconds of time of possession for Northside, and you have every other second in this quarter has been a West Brunswick offensive play.
The drive is 9 minutes and 30 seconds at the 2:14 mark. Now, Borton fakes the throw, keeps it himself. He's across the goal line for a West Brunswick touchdown. Officially 9 minutes and 35 seconds on that drive.
Lies, and dang statistics. Right now, you're looking at a 7-7 score here. West Brunswick kicks that extra point, and you're looking at 10 seconds of time of possession versus 9 minutes. And credit West Brunswick taking a gut punch and driving it the length of the field, very cleanly. And if this is the Aaron Powell football we're going to get from West Brunswick, it's going to be a fun season.
Good snap, good hold, good kick. I believe that's 43 on the extra point. 43 is Ethan Kelly, the junior. Here's the touchdown. Borton, they just kind of faked the bubble screen out there, and Borton squeezes his way between some linemen and across the goal line for a Trojan touchdown, and we're all knotted up at 7 here in the early going. 2:09 left in the opening frame.
Yeah. Credit the schedule makers. 5 close ball games. We haven't had one that's been maybe a little more than a touchdown away.
3 of the 4 have been decided by 7 points or fewer. Latta over South Columbus by 7, North Brunswick over Whiteville by 1, and Southwest Onslow over Topsail by 6. And the only one that was a difference of more than 7 points was only 9. It's 21-12. So some competitive games on the slate tonight.
I think if you took the under for these ball games, because I thought we were going to be getting closer to about 100 points for one of these teams.
Yeah, we've got 55-44, about 14.
This would make a great basketball game.
Oh, another big run for Northside, this time around the left side. He's out to the 48-yard line, a gain of 28 yards and a Northside first down. So that's 2 rushes for 108 yards. The Monarchs are averaging 54 yards a carry, right?
Sweet output if you can get it.
Actually, it was 29. They marked it at the 49. So, yes, some. Boy, look at this formation, Coach. They got 2 backs to the right.
Option football off to the right.
Yep, and there is a Marzell Stanley tackle. They hold the Monarchs to a mere 12 yards on that one. So good defense by West Brunswick, at least bottling that up and limiting the explosive plays. Minute and a half left, 7-7, and both offenses chugging along in this one.
Pro set with 2 backs in the backfield, twins to the left. Great formation to spread out the defense. And with the speed Jackson and Northside has.
Yeah, and that's what they want to do right there is get it out to those athletes in space. And he's going to score. That is a 38-yard touchdown, pitch and catch. Northside has run 4 offensive plays. They've covered 160 yards and scored 2 touchdowns. Wow.
Impressive output by a team that comes off an 11-3 season, and they're looking like they're going to be right back in the thick of things in their conference this year. And I'll tell you, if their defense can be even half as good as their offense, they're going to do something special this year.
The West Brunswick defense having a tough time slowing down the Monarchs early in this one. The extra point is up and good. Northside 14, West Brunswick 7. And once again, the total score down to 4. There's the pitch, there's the catch, makes the DB miss, makes a couple more. West players miss along the sideline. Gavin Davis, who scored the first touchdown, threw a key block over there on the far sideline, and the receiver took care of the rest. There is a look at your scores from earlier. Low scoring. The first one, South Brunswick over East Bladen, 21-12. And Latta, 13-6 winners over South Columbus. North Brunswick, 7-6 over Whiteville. And Southwest Onslow, a tough, gritty 13-7 win over Topsail. Of course, this one so far, Northside 14, West Brunswick 7. Borton rolls out, fires a pass to the far sideline. It is caught.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, what you're talking about is this game is being played at 2 different speeds. West Brunswick, very methodical, moving the chains, taking the ball up and down the field, and the Northside offense is just, it's like a jet engine again, strapped to your back, and they just seem to be playing at twice the speed that the defensive backs are, and they're spreading the formations out and forcing the West Brunswick to try to run with them, and it just can't happen.
The receiver who caught that one, it looks like he's wearing 34. I do not have a 34 on my roster for West Brunswick, so my apologies to our viewers. This time it was a 2-yard gain for the Trojans. The game clock has ticked toward the 35-second mark.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, if you're West Brunswick, if this were a regular season game, here's what you need to do. Keep your offense on the field. You can't go, you can't make this a track meet or a basketball game against Northside. And what you've got to do is keep your offense on the field and limit the opportunities for Northside to touch the football.
That's right. Slow it down, and cliche incoming, but sometimes the best defense is a good offense. And if you can keep them off the field, that's a good that might be your best chance to limit their scoring. And that 2-yard gain is going to take us to the end of the first quarter. 3 possessions, 3 touchdowns, 2 for Northside, 1 for West Brunswick. Monarchs 14-7 lead here at the Bash at the Beach Football Jamboree. And we're back for the start of the second quarter, the final quarter of the night. This is what, quarter number 10?
Quarter number 10, and we talked about this, a little bit before, during the break. More offense than we've seen all night, and a great way to end the evening as we kick off game week. 7 nights from tonight, the lights come on, the scoreboard gets lit up, and these things start to count. And it's football time here in southeastern North Carolina.
Yes, it is. West tries the throwback screen. It is batted down by the defensive end, and that will set up a 4th and 6 from West Brunswick's own 34-yard line. And let's see what Coach Aaron Powell and the Trojans want to do. It looks like they are sending in a play, Coach.
Again, you go and score for score with Northside, and I don't know. Whereas you want to give up that punt and give them the ball back because they've just been so prolific on offense during the first quarter.
And that's what a really explosive offense does to opponents. It puts so much pressure on your opponent's offense to feel like they've got to score every time. And West is going to call its third and final
timeout.
Timeout. And we are going to take this break in the action to thank Farm Bureau Insurance, Focus Broadband, Novant Health, Truist, and Capital Chevrolet of Charlotte for their sponsorship of the 6th annual Bash at the Beach Football Jamboree. So Northside, I think 5A now, if I read that correctly. Looks like they dropped a playoff game to Wilson Hunt, and in a playoff victory over Person last year, Northside as a team rushed for 353 yards, won that game by 21 points. Folks, if you're running for 353 as a team,
that usually spells a fun night, and a good evening afterwards.
So West is going to change course, and Borton's still on the field, but he's going to punt this one away. And it's a low, wobbly kick fielded by Gavin Davis at the 38-39-yard line. Ball was snapped from the 34. It's about a 27, 28-yard punt from Borton, and we'll get another look at the Northside offense.
At this point, I sit there thinking, what am I looking for in this last quarter? Do I want to keep my starters in? Do I want to get a look at some of these young kids I'm going to need? Important moments, to get my kids some game time, but I also need to look ahead 7 days from next week, 7 days from this week, when West Brunswick is going to South Brunswick, I do believe, and it's going to be live action.
Yeah, I think one of the issues that West is facing tonight is their starting defense has only defended 4 snaps, and there's a successful defensive play for the Trojans. Officially, it'll go down as a sack. I believe he's marked down at the line of scrimmage. If he picked up any yardage whatsoever, no sack. But nevertheless, a good play by the West Brunswick defense. So if this is, in fact, their starters, that's only the 5th defensive snap for the West E, and, of course, 5th offensive snap for the Northside offense.
Again, looking like they're going to have a good run this year, but wow.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're supposed to do with that, Coach Toman, as the running back makes about a half dozen defenders miss. Gets from the 40 to the 37-yard line. That's 10 and 13 more, a 23-yard gain. So that is 6 plays, 183 yards for Northside.
Houdini-esque, you had 2 defensive linemen in the backfield, and you're trying to figure out where exactly, he went. Somehow splits both tacklers, and we do have a downed West Brunswick Trojan right now. But hopefully, won't be too much. Like I said, these teams want to get out of here healthy in just a few minutes and play next week.
And, Coach, a good opportunity for us to, on the air, congratulate retired West Brunswick athletic director Jimmy Fletcher on a terrific career here at the at West Brunswick High School. He was my head football coach when I was in high school. His first year was 2003 as the head football coach. Of course, won a lot of games for the Trojans, and then transitioned into that athletic director role, and of course oversaw this big renovation, if you will, with the installation of the artificial playing surface and field house here on the at the right end of your screen.
Many things that that are here now that you are accustomed to seeing at West Brunswick happened under the leadership of Jimmy Fletcher. Now, we say he's retired. That's a really loose definition of retired. If you know Jimmy Fletcher, he's not going to be one to sit on the sidelines and sit up in the bleachers and watch games and stuff. Jimmy's going to be active here at West Brunswick. I mean, he'll get on the gator and cut the grass if need be. I mean, he's going to be around.
He also left it in really good hands with Coach Reeves, and I still call her. Very nearly picked off around the 10-yard line. Good defense by the Trojans. Coach Reeves was hired around that same time. It may have been the same year in '03 to be the head volleyball coach at West Brunswick. Coach Reeves was one of my weightlifting teachers when I was in high school, and has been assistant AD here at West forever.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, West Brunswick has been really lucky in that the last 20, 25 years, you've had some real stability in the coaching ranks.
Oh, what a catch.
Great hands.
I thought it was about to be intercepted.
Now, but you got to look at, you've had Jimmy Fletcher for 20 years here at the school. You've had Leslie Reeves, Megan Hardy, the athletic trainer, has been here for a number of years. When you have that kind of stability in your athletic program, it breeds success. You hire quality, you give them a stable opportunity to do some great things, and the results are here at West Brunswick.
Yeah, a great place to work. Just to our left, in the middle section of the press box, PA announcer and former head wrestling coach, still teaching, Jimmy Caraway, been here forever and a day. Just a lot of folks who have been around the school for a long time as Northside picks up about 5 yards. Coach, we got a flag on the far side of the field. A Northside receiver and West Brunswick DB were tangled up over near the down markers. I believe they're going to get a personal foul of some kind against West Brunswick.
It is Friday night. They may have been exchanging recipes, getting ready for Saturday morning.
10:36 left in the final scrimmage of the night. Another wonderful event put on by Coach Reeves, the West Brunswick athletic staff. Oh, I'm sorry. It was offsetting personal fouls.
It was one of those, just making sure these kids know that that's not going to be acceptable 7 nights from now.
A big thank you to Farm Bureau Insurance and Focus Broadband for everything, all their efforts in making this event a reality.
Got a north side timeout.
5 yards on that first down play. Be 2nd and 5 after the timeout. 10:36 left. Northside with a 14-7 edge in this scrimmage. Home teams clinging to a 55-51 lead with the total score.
Great event as usual. Got to thank the folks not only here tonight, but the folks at the luncheon did a great job with the coaches' luncheon. And really, it's a really nice way to kick off the year right. So great folks at FCA, I believe, helped put that on. And you got our sponsors who, really, gave these kids a first-class event to come to each year.
Now, who do you have in week 1, Coach?
We have Swansboro at South Columbus.
But you roam around Columbus.
We go around the
County,
Columbus.
right?
Yep. We go around. We get to see east, west, and south. We'll see Whiteville on occasion when they come and play at Columbus County School. But what I do is, we'll get this play here real quick.
The throw behind the intended receiver falls incomplete, setting up 3rd and 5 for the Monarchs from the 11-yard line.
I work at Columbus Career and College Academy. We have our own broadcasting group there under the direction of Mike Higgins. Used to be Constance Falk, and she just had moved on a little bit this year. Took over a STEM school and created a broadcasting program down there. And we have student broadcasters who do Friday night games in football, basketball. We've done some volleyball and some baseball and softball. Mike Higgins, our new leader this year. We're going to do some dynamic things.
Do the students help on air? Like, do they do any?
Every now and again.
Very cool.
Trying to get some of these kids, because a lot of these kids, it's their first experience in broadcasting, getting them on air. They're scared to death. They love to do the behind-the-scenes stuff. We've gone to a number of competitions, but getting them to speak on air, these kids do not like to get up and speak in front of class, much less on air.
Understood. I have zero real training other than Nathan and Aaron through the years just telling me what to do, or more importantly, what not to do. And I try my best to follow those directions. Here's a handoff around the right side. He's in a 6-yard touchdown run for Northside. 3 offensive possessions for the Monarchs and 3 touchdowns, and 57-55 lead now for the guest as the Monarchs move ahead 20-7, pending the outcome of this point after try.
Now, Northside did score, but you got to love the West Brunswick defense stepping up a little bit. Started making some plays on that drive. They've been spread out, and as Northside went back into a more conventional offense, West Brunswick up to the task on defense.
2-point try is converted, so 22-7 Northside advantage over the Trojans, making the total score 59 for the guest and 55 for the Trojans. Here's the touchdown run. Bulls over a defender on his way to the end zone, and then a little sprint out to the left, and completion for the 2-point conversion has moved Northside ahead 22-7.
I mean, what you're looking at is 2 teams now who are just now kind of getting in the groove of things. West Brunswick's defense stepping up a little bit, but when they're next, getting the opportunity to against a more conventional formation. Because one thing Northside does is they put a lot of pressure on you. They try to force you to go score for score with them, and let's face it, they've been successful. Inside handoff.
Northside up to the task. No gain on the play. He'll set up a 2nd and 10.
Northside's defense just really has to hold serve, you would say. Because you're looking at, with the Northside offense, they're going to get 7, 8, 9, 10 possessions, maybe get 4 to 5 scores. If you can hold your opponents, say, under 20 points, you're going to have a good year. Just the law of averages says the more opportunities you give your offense, you do not have to give up as long as you don't give up a lot of points, you're going to be fine. Outside handoff on the pitch, gets it close to first down yardage.
Only got about 3, maybe 4, so they got 3rd and 7.
It's going to be 3rd down for the Trojans.
Again, very clean game. Not a lot of penalties so far. And for both of these teams, eliminating those kinds of mistakes, they have horses. And if if either team can stay ahead of the chains, they're going to be a tough out when it comes to playoff time.
Northside in a conference, and I might make a trip Friday night, not this coming Friday, but when the time comes, Havelock versus Northside. That will
That's going to be lights out.
A lot of fun. Borton pressured from behind, completes it. Receiver still on his feet. He's outrunning everybody. That's Eden Ramiro. And he is chased down at the 10-yard line. 27 plus 40 more. Oh, my kid would love this. 67 yards from
6-7.
Josiah Borton to Eden Romero.
I've got to give some credit though to the backside defensive back number 4 for Northside. I swear to you, look at the hustle. Try to get the play there at the end.
Sprint out. Romero makes a couple guys miss. I thought someone had lost a helmet, but it's one of those Guardian caps. And then number 4 chases him down from about, he was a good 15 to 20 yards behind him.
Impressive hustle, not giving up on that play.
Great run by Romero after the catch.
Great offense, great defense. West Brunswick changing the play at the line of scrimmage.
First and goal from the 10-yard line. Borton in the shotgun, flanked by Marzell Stanley. Stanley's got it across the 5, down to the 3-yard line. Gain, we'll call it 7. It'll be second and goal from the 3.
Now, you're a little young for this reference, but if you ever watch, somebody play a game of pinball, that's like watching Marzell Stanley run.
Yep.
Because he just bounces from player to player. Yeah. Somebody hit the flipper, and that kid just goes. Like I said, you're a little young for pinball.
I remember Pizza Hut Charlotte.
Pizza
Hut
computer.
Charlotte had a pinball machine in there. I put a lot of quarters in that thing back in the day.
You're more of an Atari 2600 kind of guy, aren't you?
So here we go. Second and goal from the 3. Stanley's got it. Again, not sure how he got to the 1-yard line. He got real close. Oh, man, lost his helmet. Not somebody you want to play third and goal from the 1 without. Coach, tell me this. How hard is it to defend these goal-to-go situations against a team like West where you have to guard against the threat of Borton putting it in the back's belly, pulling it, and running
It's a
around.
nice luxury to know you have to honor that. You can't just jam up the middle. You can't go with your goal line defense and put 7 across the middle. And here's the other thing. With the new center rules they've got in place, you really can't get head up that center either. This goes back to what we were talking about earlier, the tush-push rule too.
Yep, empty backfield, but Borton stood up at the goal line, and he's short. Coach, they're as close.
Blades of grass away from a touchdown.
Or turf.
If we had grass, yes. Now, 4th and about 1/7 of an inch. But getting back to what I was telling you about the video game thing, you see those kids bouncing around like that. You see these kids not go down on first contact. That's impressive.
4th and millimeters, maybe. That ball is so close to the goal line. Uh-oh. Yeah, Northside bottles that up, and that was – and then we've got a flag after the play.
But, again, that's going to be post-possession.
Yeah, that's right. And really you only lose 2 yards. Now we have another one, and we're going to have to sort all this out. And that play didn't have much of a chance from the start.
Interesting play call by Aaron Powell down there, trying to go outside on that.
I think that's offensive coordinator Scott Loosemore having a conversation with Josiah Borton as Borton comes off the field. Our viewers are looking at head coach Aaron Powell in his first year at the helm. 6:26 left, so West had a second and goal from the 3, then a third and a goal from the 2, and then a 4th and goal from about the 1-inch line, and could not convert.
Getting back to what we were talking about, earlier in the night, this is a point of emphasis. Aiding the runner is a big point of emphasis.
Personal foul on the defense, a personal foul on the defense, So half the distance to the goal twice.
The question is whether they called it post-possession or during the play, because that's going to be the difference between first and goal West Brunswick or first and 10 from the inch line for Northside.
Oh, that's Northside's defense out on the field. Is it not?
I do believe it is.
No, he pointed the other way. Okay, it is Northside ball.
Northside ball and about 99 yards in 3/4.
Oh, that was a lot to sort out. So Northside had to go 80 yards its first 3 possessions. Now they got to go 99. And there's a few of them. They get from their own 1 to the
at the 18-19.
16.
(59-55) were scored, 6:18 to go, and these two teams waited a long time to play, and they're going hard at it tonight.
Northside plays with a bit of an edge, and I mean that complimentary. They got a lot of good things going from a team that won 11 games last year, and then when you've got athletes who can make individual plays like that, it sure helps.
He gained technically 2 yards, but he ran 35 yards to get there.
The distance runner on that play.
And that, if you're looking at it, that's the definition of running east and west.
Picked up, we'll call it 8, maybe 7, and it will be 2nd and 2 from around the 25-yard line.
Good opportunity for reps late here in the scrimmage, and let's see what this offense can do if you're Northside.
Some running room around the left side this time. Nice tackle.
Moving the chains. And interesting to see Northside. They've had the splash plays. Now they're trying to do it the old-fashioned way, methodically taking it down the field. Screen here, run there, scramble here. And they've shown some versatility on offense.
That was 33. Nolan Gurton on the tackle. Nolan, a junior linebacker. Now it's a wide receiver screen out to the right. Good tackle by the safety who came up there and made a nice play. I cannot see those numbers from all the way up here, but another big gain for Northside out to its own 49-yard line. And I would say, Coach Tobin, at least in what I've seen tonight, these 10 teams, this looks like the most dynamic offensively.
Northside looking very polished at this point, and they look like a team who is ready to start the year. I mean, I don't have their schedule in front of me, but they look like they're going to come out of the gates fast.
And the Northside plays in the league with Richlands, Dixon, Croatan, Havelock, West Carteret. So a lot going on. There's with the realignment. There's just back when there were 4 classifications, there weren't very many 3A teams in the East. It was like West Brunswick, South Brunswick, North Brunswick. Then you got your Jacksonville, White Oak, and so now they're in a conference with a lot of those teams in eastern North Carolina, but not so much the Southeast. I mean, West just had a half dozen shots at them again, and
multiple towels on the carpet. Trying to diversify. I've been saying laundry on the field for years. Towels on the turf. There you go.
We go. Jimmy Caraway, PA announcer extraordinaire and wordsmith.
A Renaissance man, our young Jimmy.
Towels on the turf.
I'm going to market that one in Columbus County. I'm telling you right now.
Y'all are way ahead of me. I didn't even see the flags anywhere.
Lennon's on the line. By the way, do we have a winner? Do we know what a country mile is?
Yes. Officially, it is a long way. Yeah, there you go. Over yonder.
Yeah. Yonder, and probably in this area, in Columbus County, probably between at least 2 or 3 roundabouts. Yeah.
When that occurrence just happened, it bringing back a lot of great memories of my Friday nights doing high school football games with these guys. When I first started, actually probably like 5 years in, Aaron Varnum, who was then production manager, and now Nathan Evers sits in that chair. They have the ability to speak to us, in our headset, and I would respond, to like one of their nuggets or questions, and it took me half a decade. Before I realized, okay, those folks can't hear them. There's no context whatsoever, and here I am yammering on, responding to questions. And here goes Northside again. Coach, how many dynamic ball carriers do they have on this roster? That's a half dozen already.
I'm telling you, most schools are lucky if they have 1, maybe 2. Some schools like Whiteville tend maybe have 3, but there is a corral of Monarchs that are just itching to get out, and they haven't even scratched the surface of what they got.
Yeah, and again, you brought up a good point earlier. I mean, the viewers should keep in mind that these teams are generally keeping they did run a reverse on the first play, but generally you're keeping it pretty vanilla, in these scrimmages to not put, some of your more exotic stuff, formations and plays on tape. I mean, look at him keeping his feet.
You can tell all these teams have been well coached this year. I mean, they've come in prepared. There hasn't been a team that just looked disoriented or disorganized. It's going to be a fun year because these teams really have strong coaching here in southeastern North Carolina, and they've come ready to play.
Coach Toman, what you see a lot of the Northside players wearing those Guardian caps. Where with the direction this player safety priority has taken and become. What's your take on all that? Oh, ball's on the ground.
Recovered by West. Almost recovered by West.
I think West ended up with it after all. They did indeed. The Trojans come up with a stop for the first time tonight, and it was a big one.
Definitely needed on the goal line. West Brunswick comes up with a timely play on defense.
Here's another look at it, Coach. A nice hit there. And I believe it was Girton, 33, who forced that fumble right around the 5-yard line. And then after it pinballed around for about 5 seconds, West was able to pounce on the loose ball and regain possession. It would have been a 1st and goal had the runner just been tackled and went to the ground. But instead, West takes over possession.
Interesting, Northside started that drive on the 1, give it up on the opposing 5. And we've gone a long way to come back right where we started.
Tall sweep out to the right. A little bit of running room for the Trojans. About 4 yards to set up a 2nd and 6.
Getting back to the Guardian caps, the emphasis on player safety cannot be overlooked. With what we've seen with CTE and some of those diagnoses, really important to make the game as safe as possible for our young men. And having said that, you want to give a shout-out to the training staffs of all these schools who do a fantastic job keeping these kids together. And really, I mean, you can't say enough, about, athletic trainers and the job they do. Unsung heroes, and I'll tell you, if you're a coach, you know just how valuable a good one is.
Oh, man. And they got their hands full, all kinds of responsibilities. And, boy, West was super fortunate for many, many years to have Megan Hardy, who's still at the school but in a different role. And then, of course, several that have come after her, also just terrific. You said it beautifully, unsung heroes. You're not going to read about them on the front page of the sports section Wednesday mornings, but they keep the program going.
And I'll tell you, if you get a chance, really you need to thank some of the folks that really make these things happen. You've got some great booster clubs at all these schools. You know, you have chain gangs who've been doing it for 5, 10, 15 years and don't even have kids in school. You know, there's a lot of support stuff that you don't see going into a Friday night football game. You know, your cheerleaders, your cheerleading parents, your groups that feed these kids on a Friday night after a long school day most of the time.
Roll out to the right, pass down the field. Pass is caught. Beautiful catch.
Sweet play by number 22.
Trying to get a number, folks. That was, oh, we do have a flag on the field. It was Nigel Green who made the catch. He got behind the north side defense, but players are making the trek back toward.
Yeah. And the quarterback and the offensive lineman back here have not moved, so that leads you to believe it's going to be a Trojan penalty.
And it is a hold against the Trojans, negating what would have been about a 45-yard pitch and catch from Josiah Borton to Nigel Green. I tell you, he's made a couple throws on the run tonight that have been really impressive.
And I'll tell you, mechanically, you got to love the fact that he can throw 50 yards on the fly on the run, which is, a really difficult thing to do. I mean, it's one thing to set your feet and chuck that thing a country mile, but, trying to throw on the run accurately at 50 yards is impressive.
We've got 1:05 left on the game clock.
65 seconds until all of a sudden all the practicing and all the scrimmages are done and it gets real.
Yeah, week 1, a week from tonight. Pass attempt down the field intended for nameless number 34. Sorry to the kid and his family.
Looks like we're going to have a defensive pass interference.
Number on the roster, but the drive looks like it will stay alive by virtue of a defensive pass interference penalty. And I got to tell you, Coach, I thought that one was bang, bang. That was close. He was arriving about the same time the ball was, but may have got there a hair early.
Yeah. But I can tell you, you know how I knew that was pass interference? About 12 parents just stood up down here on the West Brunswick sideline and called it for them. Okay.
Oh, so there was a roughing the passer
Pass
as well.
interference was declined. Roughing the passer accepted, and that looks like it'll give West Brunswick an automatic first down.
So 1st and 10, ball moved out to the 21-yard line of West Brunswick with 51 7/10 of a second left in the ball game. A lot of good action here.
And
tonight.
I don't remember a Jamboree being this close in several years.
It just seemed,
yeah.
and for many years in Wilmington, it just seemed to always be lopsided because a lot of the times the Wilmington schools were on the same side, if you will, and that's just tough to these small schools that were going over there. South Columbus and West Brunswick and Wallace Rose Hill, generally could hold their own, but then there was usually a couple of lopsided affairs that would alter the outcome. That's going to be a pick six. Yeah, West tries the throwback screen, and Northside will have none of it, and then we're going to have a
frustration penalty, yeah.
I think it was taunting on the pick sixer.
Might have something to do with going up against the sign, yeah.
So 28 to 7 in favor of the Monarchs.
Yeah. Demonstration penalty, probably did something with throwing that ball up against the sign. Oh, he spiked it, okay.
He had that one diagnosed perfectly and just jumped right in the
great athletic play.
Lane.
Holding off the defender on one hand, batting it with the other and catching it. 44.5 to go, just before 11 o'clock in the evening on a Friday night. Just about to get real. Next time the lights come on, the scores count.
Point after try for Northside. Monarchs trying to make it 29-7. The kick is up. The kick is no good. So about the first thing Northside has done wrong in a half of football tonight. Really impressive effort by the Monarchs. So 28-7, their advantage over West Brunswick, and the visitors have surged ahead with a 65-55 edge.
Looking ahead, is West Brunswick ready for opening night?
My answer would be ready or not.
Here
it comes.
So, seeing West and South today, again, very generic football on both sides, but you guys have this ball game next week, and you know yourself from playing in it, the rivalry between the Trojans and the Cougars.
It's just so odd it being week one, because it was always the last game of the season. I got about as much action playing in the game as I do watching it from up here. A nice run by West Brunswick on 1st and 10, 11 yards, and a first down.
Stops the clock, and looks like we'll get at least one or two more plays.
So speaking of Megan Hardy, when I was on the football team, I got to know Coach Hardy real well on the sideline, watching spectating. Was great, though. West and South has always been a lot of fun.
Bowling ball, football being played here, just a handful of ticks left. And I can't speak for you guys, but this has been a great primer, and I am excited for high school football this year. If this is the quality of play we're going to get out of the gate.
Yeah, I believe West is going to let that clock expire, and that's going to do it. Coach Toman, I know we can't recap the efforts of 10 teams, but your general takeaways from tonight.
General takeaways from tonight, these teams look ready for week one. You have the opportunity to come in here and get a little momentum, get a little things, a few things established. And I like the preparation of these teams. They all look like they're set for what they want to do if things run right. Now, if everybody stays healthy, you've got a lot of good pieces together, and it's a team that put those pieces together out of the gate quickly, and their non-conference schedule is going to be there at the end when conference football comes around.
A lot to track here in the early stages of the 2026 high school football season. I'm Sam Hickman. He's Coach Kevin Toman. Once again, a big, heartfelt thank you to Farm Bureau Insurance, Focus Broadband, Novant Health, Truist, and the fine folks at Capital Chevrolet of Charlotte for sponsoring the 6th annual Bash at the Beach Football Jamboree. Can't wait for the 7th annual one, but we got a high school football season to get through before we cross that bridge. For Coach Toman, I'm Sam Hickman, the entire Focus Broadband TV team. Good night from Charlotte, and we'll see you next week. West Brunswick versus South Brunswick, week 1.